Hey up troops, A Littleton here again with another video, and this is going to collate all of the setup videos that we've done across all the different maps into one place. So all the 16 maps you can see that I'm on here, we're going to do a setup video and a how to defend video collated within this for every single site. These are all the rank maps that are available at the minute. We've got Bank, Border, Chalet, Clubhouse, Coastline, Consulate, Plains, Cafe, Kanal, Lair, Labs, Oregon, Outback, Skyscraper, Theme Park, and Villa. I don't need to talk about it. I'm just going to stitch all the other videos into one place here. That's enough waffling. Let's get stuck into it with Bank. Okay, let's get started with the top floor on Bank with the reinforcements. On the previous video, somebody said don't go up and knife each reinforcement. So I always thought it was good because it would like show like a visual representation of which one we're reinforcing. But all right, we won't do that for this one, and we'll see how we get on. So we're going to do the two left-hand side walls on the top of square, looking out, obviously. Only the left-hand side wall of the right pair. So obviously this is the left pair, this is the right pair. Just the left-hand side of that one, and then just the first one here on stock. The right-hand side of the exec office looking out into Trump. This area here is called Trump, by the way. These two walls are mega important. These are cancer walls. I really wanted to knife them then, but I aren't because that's what I heard. These two walls here are called Canto. Really, really important to reinforce because you can have an ace or a banner rappel on this window here, open this wall, which happens all the time, by the way, and then the attackers then can just cut off this whole corridor just from this one window. So playing a Cade or a Bandit or a Mute here, even Mute's not quite good enough because you know the Mute arc only goes sort of like this. So you can still open this corner and get an angle down here. So you really want Cade or Bandit on this. And of course, with the top of the wall being soft, you can impact trick as well if they're trying to use an ace or a banner. But it's really important you try and keep these closed as much as you can. Again, it depends what elo you're in. I don't know if you were playing in like silver and gold. I don't know if anyone's going to be playing this window, but certainly in sort of emerald and diamond and above, this window is key. And obviously try not to challenge it too much because it's not a favorable angle for you. Then reinforcements, we've got one on the right-hand side of the meeting room into janitor, and then this window here. Sorry, this reinforcement here. I've just knifed that then. I really do apologize. Just by the way, a little side note. Someone also said start talking about operators, which are good on site. So this little setup here is great for mirror. You put one mirror here, you put one mirror here, and then you can hold into stock from here, and you can hold into janitor from here. You can also make a line of sight all the way through here. We're going to do this anyway, so I might as well do it now. You can make a line of sight all the way through here, and you can see that there into the back of CEO, but you can see it through the mirror. Really, really useful. Right then, in terms of lines of sight and rotates, the first line of sight, which not everyone does, but you really should be doing this, is these head holes out onto top square door. I'd put like an Aruni gate here or a couple of 1-mile magnets so things can't just get flown through here. But playing here, behind this reinforcements, holding into top square is really, really valuable. If you reinforce both of those walls and both of these walls, you give them this area of the map for free because you can't challenge it from anywhere. And it's key that you don't. Now, don't get me wrong. Don't just stand here at the start of the round always peeking the bomb. You're going to get your head taken off. But what you can do instead is a lot of people always peek the bomb. Peek to the side of the bomb instead. It's a less common angle. But don't just stand there holding the angle because you're going to get pre-fired. And the whole point of this is just to let the attackers know they can't just stand in this area here for absolutely free. Then we've got a reinforcement and a rotate to try to say then, and I said neither. A rotate into janitors from CEO. And then we've got this rotate here into conference or meeting. Again, this is where that mirror would come into play. You would put a line of sight here and there, and you'd be able to see the back of CEO there. Other lines of sight is on top of this bench here, on top of the table here, sorry, to be able to see down onto main stairs. Now that line of sight does nothing for attackers because you can't see through it unless you're stood on here. So making that is free, but also you can see then into stock as well. You can hold that way as well. I think I've just heard a Discord notification. I think I just heard a Discord notification go off. Sorry about that. I'll edit that out a little bit. Maybe I will. Oh, another thing we need to do is lines of sight here. And this is just so you can see if you're playing. This is a really solid area to play here. You've reinforced this so you can't get shot from the side windows. But now from here you can hold into janitors. Sorry, into stock. We're in janitors. And then also from janitors peek out into top square. This is a really solid place to hold as well. Another rotate that you really want to be doing, although again not a lot of people do, is the single wall here into Trump. And play around this area here. Obviously you've got to watch out for this. You've also got to watch out for the side windows, and for this window is a really common angle for people to rappel on, just holding into this area here. But it's really useful to be able to have that, to be able to hold down onto main stairs from here rather than from here, because if you have to come through this door, anyone that's on the lobby rappel there, the lobby rappel there, or as I say there, anyone can see you come through this door. Also, anyone that's in the lobby below can hold that door, obviously. Whereas when you're in here, if you need to peek around onto main stairs, instead of exposing yourself to lobby there, you can just hold it from here. You can also then get out onto stock as well from there, rather than having to go through the door here. It doesn't really benefit attackers that much, but it just gives you another angle there to watch main stairs from. And that's top floor. The default plant spot, which I'm trying to talk more about, is just behind the CEO desk, or behind the bomb here, usually. Or another common plant spot is tucked in here behind the couch. When you first start the round, there's going to be some music playing. If you ever want to stop the music playing, shoot the speaker that's in this corner. Shoot the speaker, and it'll stop the music playing. Also, there's an angle you can get onto this wall from the roof. This is more for attackers, but if you're an attacker, you can go up to that corner of the roof there, and you can shoot the bandit batteries off on this wall. So just beware of that. Like, so this corner here is pretty safe. If you get penned into this corner, you can't really get out because of the people that will be rappelling on the main side windows. So yeah, just watch out for people just holding up there. People do it all the time. That's about it. Where do I like to play? I like to play around here. As I used to play smoke and a shield, but I don't have a shield with smoke anymore, so I don't really have a shield to play. You can hold into square, you can hold the site there, and walk out into lobby. I usually barricade this door. This here is also another really fun place to play. Oh, sorry, I forgot a line of sight. My bad. Apologies. Apologies. So, from there now, if you want to, you can hold the angle from there all the way through to top square. As you can see, that's top square there. You wouldn't be doing this with mute because the angle's way too long, but now you can hold all the way back to top square, and you've got the mobility as well to bob out of here and push up that way if you want to. You can, hopefully this sort of shows that making rotates and lines of sight doesn't just mean you're exposed as a defender, it means the attackers have got to think about things a bit more as well. But that's top floor. Onto the basement then, and we're going to use Echo here because I can show you a little setup with Echo whilst we're also doing the defensive setup. So, let's talk about hatches first. There's 4 hatches you need to get. Let's go upstairs and have a look at the hatches above, because there's no point in you showing you from below if you don't know where they are above. So the first one is in this office here, which is open area. Sorry, I've just knifed the hatch. I'm not allowed to do that anymore. Sorry. This one here is a small office in open area. So there's 2 hatches in that area there. One there and one there. We've then got one. So I just made myself laugh by saying I'm not allowed to do it. We've then got one in the elevator here, just next to the main stairs, and then finally we've got one out in the lobby there. So that's all 4 hatches. Nipping back down to site, we've then got a few more reinforcements to do down here. So just going into lockers quickly, we've got the left-hand wall here. So, I've done it again, sorry. That looks onto the main stairs. We'll make a line of sight there shortly to look up there. We've then got the right-hand side of the... I'm sorry, I'm genuinely sorry, it's autopilot. But the right-hand side of the wall in red looking out towards CCTV, and then this wall here, which is the main sort of default plant area, and I'll tell you about that in a second. Now, this wall here, I sometimes reinforce, and sometimes you can make a line of sight across. The destruction with the supernova is insane. You can make a line of sight from the bottom. We make a rotate here. We're going to do this anyway. And now you can hold to the back of server, and they won't be able to see you. However, it also gives them a soft wall to be able to make an angle themselves, where now they can just cut off all the way through. So I actually prefer reinforcing this. I know at pro level, and when you watch Pro League, this will be open. I don't think that's the best idea for ranked. We're not pros. We'll never be pros, and we don't play the game as pros do. So don't always copy that. But I personally think reinforcing that's a better option in my opinion. Right, so rotates, we've got one here. You can make this a vaultable rotate if you want to. And we've got another rotate here. The destruction with the supernova is mad. Perfect. And then one final rotate just here. This only needs to be a small one. Perfect. Right, okay, cool. So, line of sight here. This is just to hold main stairs with from here. And then finally a line of sight for garage. Now, if you make a line of sight for garage, you need to hold it. So this wall here could be reinforced. But if you make a line of sight, you've got to make sure you hold that line of sight, because if you don't, you get... And when I say hold the line of sight, you can either hold that there, or you could hold garage from here and make sure nobody comes in. But if you don't hold that line of sight, you give attackers a free line of sight this way, all the way down there, and obviously a bit into lockers, although you can see lockers from here anyway. So all the way down there. So you can't make that line of sight and then not play garage. You've got to do one or the other. If you don't want to play garage, then reinforce that wall. So what you're usually going to have is someone with a C4 playing around this area here, or a smoke, and the smoke can then go prone, throw the C4s or throw the smokes over to that area here. What the attackers are going to try and do is open this wall here, and then just plant right in this corner where you can't see them. So you try and deny that. With Guyo's a really good good operator to play here, putting Guyo's here on this wall, so the fire will spread around here. You can even put Guyo's on this wall here, and the fire will spread. Maestro's a great operator to choose here, because you can put like 3 Maestro cameras around this room, and it means you're going to rely on the attackers having enough utility to be able to get rid of those Maestro cameras. And if it's a Zof or an Ash, or if they've got nades, you're only going to have 2 maximum. So what else you can do is, if you don't use, going back to this wall here, if you don't reinforce this wall, you then create a line of sight onto the default plant. So you can open a line of sight here. Means you can now play in garage, and you can see, move that screen a second, you can see the wall there out onto the default plant, and it's a really solid angle. This is one of the only angles where you can actually stop that plant, because if you're here, you can't see the guy that's planting behind that corner, and it's really difficult to see it from here. But even if you stand here, you're going to get smoke from the door. Whereas holding this long angle, you can't be seen by the door, and you can deny the plant there. So this is another reason to keep this wall open. Obviously, you could do it from here as well, but if you're here, you're going to get seen by this hatch, which is open. So being further back, you're away from the hatch, and you can stop the plant. The reason we brought Echo is because you can use this little alcove here and throw an Echo drone in there, and then be able to stop the plant as well, and it can't really be seen by the attackers. So throw the Echo drone in there, go in behind the alcove, and as an attacker, we know it's there, right? So we're going to be able to see it. In fact, we can just about see it there. But as an attacker, you're not going to know it's there. Now, if I'm tucked in this corner planting, I can just get him off the plant. It's mad how that stuns Echo. Like, why is certain operators immune from their own effects, but Echo isn't? Anyway, it can get them off the plant there, and what I tend to do is double them up as well. So we've got 2 Echo drones. I'll stick a second up there as well. So now I've got 4 sonic bursts to get them off the plant. Whilst I usually, if I'm playing Echo, I'll usually end up over here somewhere, holding the back of sight, or holding garage, or holding this from here, but not putting yourself in too much danger. Because if you're putting your Echo drones there, you're really going to come into your own later in the round. In terms of other places you need to hold, with this rotate here, you put it on this side of the wall, not that side of the wall, because if you put it this side of the wall, it means you can get through the rotate by going through the bomb. If you put it on this side of the wall, you'd be seen from server. If they had that server wall open, you wouldn't be able to rotate, whereas this, you don't get seen by the server wall. What you can do if you're playing Tachanka, or if you're playing Smoke, you can open these walls high up. And rather than playing here, which is obviously way more on the front line, you can play further back behind the bomb here. And you can throw smokes, and you can even Tachanka from here. So you can Tachanka to hit that back wall, and it'll land. It'll hit the back wall, bounce off, and land about here, which is exactly where they're going to try and plant. So being a bit further back, obviously Tachanka comes with a shield as well, so you can put your shield in a line there, hide behind the shield, and fire the Tachanka flaming balls over there. Or you can use the new lineups now, which means you can see where things are going to land. Obviously, you can use this as smoke to line your smokes up to land on the door. So yeah, you can stand a little bit further back. Obviously, here you've just got to worry about the push down main stairs. The other hatches, obviously, this is the elevator hatch we reinforced, and then this is the vault hatch. This is the one that was up in the lobby. This is an area that people tend to push sometimes. If they're going to push this area, it's usually a rush. So just keep an eye on this at the start of the round. Probably just go on the lobby cam. Have I just missed the lobby cam? Here, and just have a look at what they're doing. This lobby cam won't last long. It's one of the first that gets shot. But if you see 2 or 3 people pushing in lobby, you know you're going to have to worry about the hatch there, which of course is there. That is pretty much downstairs done and dusted, except for one thing that I want to talk about. And this is, if you want to see the full version of what I'm about to say, go and have a look at the castle setup video I did about a few months ago. Just search A Littleton Castle into YouTube, and you'll find a castle setup video where I don't reinforce that hatch or that hatch, and we actually go upstairs an old open area. So you can play castle. Castle off this door. Castle off this window. Reinforce this wall. Castle off that door. and also castle off the stock door. So that's 4 castles. Make a line of sight with castle shotgun here. And throw a proxy mine below the window there. And throw a proxy mine above that door there. So now, you're trapped in here apart from these soft walls. This is not reinforced. And this is not reinforced. So you can be a bit risky if people push from that side. What else you need to do as well is go upstairs and reinforce that hatch. And reinforce that hatch. So you need somebody else. You need 2 people to play this, really. You're not going to do this on your own. But now you're in here, you can hold the window here for open area. But you just hold open area and defend this area. Rather than giving this to the attackers, which is what happens most of the time. And then you would open these hatches. And then from here, you can now see down... Oh, we can hear the echo drone from under the floor. Never know. I didn't know the echo sound propagates like that. But from here, if you were to open this hatch... You can now hold the server door and the default plant from this hatch. It's a little bit risky because if you die in open area quite quickly, the hatches are already open for the attackers. You know, you've sort of done them a favor as well. But if you have you and another person up here, you can hold open area for ages. The reason we make the feet holes here is because now you can stand here, and if anyone jumps in that window, you're going to be able to shoot them as they jump in. They aren't going to be able to see you. One thing, just complete... That's the castle setup anyway, but go and watch that castle video if you want to see that in detail. One other thing that I want to mention is never, ever, ever, under any circumstance, reinforce the server hatch. Because whilst the attackers are in server, if that hatch is reinforced, they know they're completely safe from just... The only place they've got to watch is this door here. They can't be... Obviously, they can't come down Dirt Tunnel. If that's reinforced, they can't open that either. So don't reinforce the server hatch. Even if somebody plays in server, which I do sometimes... I play in here sometimes as smoke. Leave that hatch soft, because then eventually you might be able to go back upstairs. And then now you can hold up. The default plant will be going down there. And now you can do a bit of retake from server. But it's just something that keeps the attackers honest, so to speak, where the attackers... You might not flank, and nobody might come to this hatch. But if it's reinforced, no one's going to go to that hatch. Whereas as long as it's soft or if it's open, there's half a chance that a defender might come that way. And it keeps the attackers wondering whilst they're down here. They don't always feel completely safe. But that's the basement. This is one of my favourite sites to play. I either play Echo like I've shown here, or I've started recently playing that castle setup upstairs, which has worked so well. From where we were talking, the castle there, you sit on the edge of the hatch there. You can see the default plant obviously from here. You can also see that door from here. Really solid place, but it is a little bit risky. But I enjoy playing this site. I actually think this is probably stronger than the top floor. But yeah, let me know how you get on with. On to open area and kitchen then, or open area and staff room as it's called in game. This is a really solid site, and I would actually say, I know I said that basement is the strongest site on the map. When it comes to an organised 5, this is probably the strongest site on the map, but as always when we talk about these sort of tertiary sites, it's only when all 5 of you know what you're doing. Anyway, what we're doing here, we've used 9 reinforcements. First one is this sort of single wall that looks towards the window here. I've just knifed it again, I'm sorry, I'm going to try not to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4 quad walls, not knifing them. 1, 2 archive walls, so that's 4, 5, 6, 7. Then your final 2 reinforcements are the 2 hatches upstairs. One's in janitor, one's in stock. There's your hatch in stock. And there's your hatch in janitor. Going back down. I always think you can shoot them, come on. Going back down into sight then. Lines of sight, some rotates. You want the line of sight that we talked about when you were defending basements. So you can watch the jump in here for that window. You then want to make a rotate into archives. It's imperative that you play archives here. Now, a lot of people reinforce this wall and just turtle inside, but it's imperative that you have a presence in archives. Because this quad wall here is reinforced, this one, it means that bottom square is pretty much free to the attackers. That means you can't give archives free to the attackers as well. You've got to have at least one person in archives, probably one person roaming around here as well. Your next rotate is going to go here. And this is just so if the push comes from the kitchen side, your player in archives can get back across to where he needs to go. Also means anyone inside as well could hold anyone pushing out of there. One thing to bear in mind is the quad wall, which will usually try and get breached. Is you can impact trick over the top of there if you want to. Obviously, you can just hit right at the top of the roof and it'll destroy any hard breach on the other side. You want to rotate here. Perfect, and you do want to open the hatches as well. One there and one here. And this is just so an escape. What you tend to find is someone playing tucked in here. They'll be holding this hatch drop and they'll fire. And then you can rotate really quickly back up main stairs. This is usually the end of the round type stuff. And hold from here again, depending if you get pushed out of that spot. Now, why we play Maestro? Because this Maestro is actually solid for this side. If you shoot these 2 lamps, if you then vault on here, you can get across this. Put a camera up here. Secondly, go and put a camera on top of the kitchen side here. And now that's all we used to do, but you have a 3rd camera now, so it's up to you what you do with your 3rd camera. I actually have started trying, and it's worked a few times. It hasn't worked every time. Put the camera here and just use it to destroy the hard breach that goes on the quad wall. Doesn't work all the time, but I've had it working sometimes. Obviously, you can also use it to destroy any drones that come into square there. The other place you can put it is at the other end of the corridor, outside the elevators. Again, it's probably going to get destroyed early doors, but you can use it to destroy drones at the start of the round. Just here. In fact, stand up and do it if I were you. Put it here and use it for the information of someone being in this corridor. You can let me get out of the way. You can destroy drones. You can watch main stairs. Obviously, this won't last long because people will push down here and they'll come and melee it. But remember, if you move the camera... Oh, this is a little Maestro tip. If you move the camera all the way up, the attackers can't melee the camera. You can't get the screen. Even if you like try and get the bit on top, you can't get it. So if you see someone approaching your camera, like, and you're shooting or whatever, obviously make sure the front's closed and then just move the camera all the way up. There's nothing you can do about it. From there, we've got the other 2 cameras in sight. Obviously, this one will see all the kitchen and the view from blue and the view from electrical and the default plant spot, which is somewhere here. And then the other one will see all of the other side, the entrance into open area, the hatch drop, and then the default plant spot, which is over this side here. When I say default, there's normally a couple of default plant spots on site. There's not always one. So yeah, if you can learn this site, it's well worth learning. I always sometimes put another rotate in here, by the way, as well. It only needs to be small. Only needs to be small just to get you out of that gap if you're in there. You can also do lines of sight if you want to, across that wall, and even this one could be valuable as well. So you can hold kitchen door from here and hold the window. You can hold both sides. I never use the ACS in game. I feel like I should give it a try because I'm having quite a lot of fun playing with it here. I never use it in game though. Interesting. I'll give it a go. But yeah, again, a solid side. You've got to do vertical. Remember that there's only half. This is stock above here. Only half of the site has vertical. This here is all solid floor, although then vertical does start again here. So playing around this area here, like tucked in this corner here, or as I said before, tucked in this corner here, is really, really safe, and at least you've got an escape route here. You can also make holes to watch the walk up from garage, but just be careful on the angle because they'll see your feet before you see theirs. But a really solid site, good fun to play, and much better than the 4th site, which is what most people play if you get in rank to a 3rd round. But anyway, let's go have a look at the 4th one. And finally, we're downstairs here in Towers and Archives, and this setup is kind of like a mix of a couple of ones we've done already. So you could do a similar sort of setup here in Archives through into the open area, small office, and we're going to start with upstairs, which is kind of similar-ish to what we did upstairs when we were defending the top floor. This site is as a soft floor between the top floor and the site everywhere, so you've got to make sure you play above. There's no way around it. You have to play above, otherwise you're absolutely donezo. So what I tend to do, and it's slightly different when we defended top floor. I reinforced this as well, but you can, because there's not as much cover here, you know, in the bombs here when we defend upstairs, and you can like peek behind the bomb. With the bomb not being here, I don't feel like it's as strong having that open. You can leave that open if you want to, and you can do what we did on the top floor. When it comes to this, I sort of pen myself in here and think I'll just like survive up here as long as I possibly can. But we still do the same sort of setup upstairs. We still have that rotate into janitors. And then the rotate out into the meeting room as well. Some people might notice, I think I did a vault rotate when we defended upstairs, and I haven't done a vault rotate here. There's not always a massive reason as to why I do vault rotates or crouch rotates. The main idea is that when you make a vault rotate, it causes the people who might come through, the attackers that might come through, it forces them into a vault animation. Whereas if they crouch, they don't go into a vault animation. So sometimes, if you see why people make vault rotates, that's why. It's to force the attackers into that animation, and that makes their crosshair go a bit all over the place. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. Obviously, I didn't there. I don't know why. There's no method to it. Just Ed's gone a little bit there, where I just sort of sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Anyway, so you've got to defend upstairs. This is above archives. This is above towers, pretty much. This is above front desk. So where this sort of bends around, it sort of follows what the desk does downstairs. Pretty much in the same fashion. Inside the site here, we want to have a rotate this side. We want to have a rotate this side. You want to rotate it into small office like we had when we were defending downstairs. You want to have a rotate out onto main stairs. And this is only really so you've got a flank back into reception. Like if you're trapped in here and you know you've got 2 players out in reception, if you don't have this rotate, you've got to go all the way around open area. Whereas having this means you could go out and flank back around to front desk to lobby area. You've got to play in open area, which is why we've made this rotate here. You've got to have somebody present in here. Again, maybe use that last reinforcement to reinforce this wall. Notice how I didn't knife it. Reinforce that wall. So someone's a bit... Because if you don't reinforce this wall, they can just stand on that window and spray it down like through this whole room. So reinforcing that is probably a wise move, actually, if you're going to have somebody in open. But you need to have somebody here. This is a key spot where you can get to all 3 sides of the site through that rotate as well from this one room. So really important that you play here. I would say the split is like 1 or 2 people upstairs, probably just 1 person in sight, 1 person around here, and then 1 person starting in the lobby shooting a couple of drones and then rotating back to probably here. Because obviously you can nip back into the site here through there, or obviously you could go back through the site through this rotate as well. I don't think this is anywhere near as strong as playing open area and kitchen. That's how you would set it up. You want to put a rotate both sides. 1, you can hold the stairs from here, and 2, you don't want to limit yourself to just this rotate, because this rotate can be held from lobby, wherever they might be in lobby. Let's say like back here or whatever, they can hold it from there. So you don't just want to limit yourself to 1 rotate in sight. Have 2 so you can decide which one you want to use. If you know they're in lobby, you're not going to use that rotate. If you know they're in bottom square, you can be a bit safer using this rotate. Whereas if they're in bottom square and you use this one, you've got the window to contend with. And again, all of this site above is completely soft, where we mentioned above. So you've got to have somebody above protecting that. And then, yeah, somebody around this area. But it's just... You can impact trick this as well if you want. That opens up. But this probably won't get... When people attack this site, they generally come from square side. And obviously pressure from above. One thing to think about, by the way, is the blue door. People tend to rush through garage and then straight up blue there, or rush through dirt and straight up blue. Just watch that early doors. Maybe you need some notification there, like a prox mine or something. I don't think there's any particular operator that's great on this site. You want to just go with the basic stuff for this. Mute, Jaeger, Wamai, any kind of information, Valkyrie, Maestro, Echo, etc. There's no particular operator that makes a solid setup on this site. I don't like this one as much, but that's how I set it up if you do play it. Okay, so let's get started with the top 4. And just before we do, first things first, let's make sure we shoot the radio. For me, in terms of annoyance, this radio is right up there for me. Right then, we're going to talk about reinforcements first. And so far we've used 7, but that could be 8 when we reinforce this wall if we do. But I'll go through that with you at the end. So for the first 7 we're going to use is the first one here from archives through to the window on the other side. We've then got the single wall here in office, and then the 2 right-hand walls here. You could reinforce this one, but when it comes to making the lines of sight, I'll tell you why we don't reinforce that one. But to be honest, even if you did, it wouldn't be the end of the world. So you could do that one if you wanted to. Then we've got the single wall on the right-hand side of the 2 here, looking towards the break room. And then finally, the 2 breach walls, the main armory breach here and here. Notice I haven't reinforced this. Everyone reinforces this wall, sorry. Don't reinforce this wall, please don't. It makes life as a defender a lot easier and makes life as an attacker makes life as a defender a lot harder if you reinforce it. And makes it, like, obviously as an attacker, just to talk about this quickly. As an attacker, if this is reinforced here, you can plant here pretty safely. The only place you've got to worry about is getting swung from here. There's nothing that they can really do. You'd have to get a really tight angle. You make feet holes here usually. But you'd have to make a really tight angle to be able to see that plant from inside the office there. The best thing to do, we're going to move on to rotates and line of sight. So whilst we're talking about it, we might as well start with this. I'm going to be making feet holes there.
and then you can put your mute jammer here. This is, I know not everyone plays mute, but this is a really good spot for the mute jammer because it gets all of the door and it can't be shot from the door. But the reason you do that is now anyone that's planting on the door, you can even hold the door, of course, but anyone planting on the door can be shot from there. You can hold it from the window here. This is a really nice angle late in the round. If you know the last player or last two players are on the breach, holding this here is just a really nice angle. Really difficult one-way angle for attackers to fight. The only negative about not reinforcing that wall is I don't make this hole, but I'm just going to show you. It means attackers can now hold this angle because you didn't reinforce the wall through this door here.
Spotted.
And what tends to happen is defenders get a bit sort of forget that you can get shot from this angle, and you play around this area here, like maybe swinging in towards archives, and then you don't realize you're going to get your head taken off from the door. That's the only negative. But obviously, if you know that this wall's soft, just make sure not to stand in that area there. But obviously, it also assumes that the attackers are going to make this hole in the wall. If you do see this soft as an attacker, definitely make this hole and you get at least a couple of free kills because everyone stands here. So just note that. All right, next rotate and line of sight. We're having a line of sight here. Sorry, a rotate here. And this is just to enable you to get to back armory a different way if you need to. So what tends to happen as a defender is the attackers have planted on the door here. You're over in armory and you can't really do anything about it. The only way you can get over there is by going through this door, and you're always going to have an attacker that's holding this side of the bomb, just holding that there, waiting for you to peek, and it's almost an impossible fight because you can either be held from there or here. It's a really, really tough place to fight. By making that rotate, it just gives you a different way of coming through and being able to fight on a different angle. Where the attackers won't be expecting it. So obviously you're crouching, you're going to use this for cover as you crouch through. It just gives you another way of getting through there without just coming through that door. And maybe you've got more chance now of winning that fight with whoever's holding you there. Now let's talk about this wall quickly. Now 99 times out of 10, well, I recommend reinforcing this. But there is an argument to say that with the popularity of east side attacks, which is attacking into archives here, with Gridlock and Ying and Monty and the plant going down in this area, there is an argument to say it'd be ideal to have a rotate here so you can get out rather than just being forced out of this door. So you could make a rotate into this wall. I personally would probably reinforce it. But there is an argument to say a rotate there can be helpful. You don't want to be reinforcing this one in my opinion because you can get an angle from here onto the balcony over there, and it also means you can hold the door from here as well. It's just another angle for attackers to worry about. You can also then peek over towards the triple wall if you've opened that. Over this side of the map, the reason we didn't reinforce this, which I said we were going to mention, is because we make a line of sight here. And it means that anyone that's playing in office, what usually happens, and this is higher elo generally, is that the attacking team will come to this door and they'll throw an ace charge on this wall or this wall. And the reason we make those feet holes is if you've got an impact grenade, you can throw the impact grenade through that hole and the splash damage will destroy the ace salmons that are on the other side of that wall. So that's really high elo generally. So if you're in lower elo, people don't even bother opening the triple wall. So if you are playing, depending what elo you're in, I'd probably just even reinforce that. This wall gets reinforced because you can play behind this. You can now hold here. You can hold the triple wall if you need to, and you can hold the window. This here is just a really, really solid anchor position. What a really nice line of sight, by the way, to make it. This is just mainly for the start of rounds, is to open this, shoot out the top right corner of that wall. Sorry, just that's cough. And as you can see there, that's the talus window there. So what tends to happen is you'll have like an Ash or someone who just hasn't bothered droning. You know, the mindless attackers that we all play. He's going to come through that window. So just being able to hold this from here, you get a free kill, maybe 1 in 3 games, but it's always worth holding. It also gives you the chance that if you're getting pushed from the archives door here, you can drop and, office door, you can drop and rotate back around up metal stairs or wherever you want to go. The other thing to think about is the rotate that you're going to do in to CCTV. This is generally called Brazil now. I don't know why this is called Brazil. Is there like a Brazil flag or something here? I don't know. People started calling this Brazil. I don't know why. I don't know if the word Brazil is on any of the items here. Anyway, it's probably not the time to start looking why it's called Brazil. It's just what people do. This is a really strong place to hold as well, momentarily. To start the round, obviously, you can hold the break door from here. You can hold CC window, CC door. You can make feet holes along here if you want to. And hold anyone that's coming around there with a nice one-way angle. But eventually, what's probably going to happen is you're either going to die or you're going to have to back out and run away. But what's nice is being able... If you're getting pushed from the door and the window, it's nice to be in here. You can rotate out of here. come around this way, and now fight the guy in the window from a completely different angle. Or, if you're being pushed from break door, you can fight break door from here, come back through, and then fight onto break door from that angle as well. Again, the rotate just gives you so much flexibility and maneuverability around being able to get between there. One extra thing, by the way, this is nothing to do with defending, but you know you can shoot the 90 cam from here. Like, if you look up there, that's the 90 cam. You can also shoot it from here if this wall's not reinforced as well. But really useful thing to do as an attacker when you get here. Just come to here, do that, shoot the 90 cam, and then it's another thing you've got without having to worry about it. So yeah, that's that area. Then we've got a fountain. I don't tend to... Oh, sorry, one more thing. We need a line of sight here. Although I say a line of sight, it's a line of sight is usually for sight. This isn't for sight. It's just so if they plant it on the door, you can launch a C4 over the top and deny the plant on the door there. Similarly, you can do it to the window if you need to, but obviously you're going to be able to do this from the safety of not having the wall reinforced. Never ever reinforce this wall either. This wall is a nightmare. If you reinforce that wall, if they take east side, it's pretty much free. So just don't... If you ever see if you're attacking and you see defenders have reinforced this wall, but attacking here is so free. Because the only place they can come from is here. It's the only place you can get shot from. So if you can just like have an attacker that sits on here, holds that angle, anyone can plant on the door for free. Sorry, we digress. I do that a lot. I just start talking about random things. That's pretty much top 4 sorties. You're going to need to have somebody roaming underneath, in my humble opinion. You get a really nice spawn peek at the front door, which people do all the time, so just be careful for it. And I tell you the spawn peaks because you'll be able to watch out for them as well as use them, but people tend to just shoot out, not the first panel, the second panel. Shoot that out, and then when attackers, what they'll do is, this default cam that's here, attackers will run around here with the barricade still closed. They'll stand here, shoot the default cam, and move on. But whilst they're shooting that default cam, you're going to be able to see them through that little line of sight we made in the barricade. And get a little spawn peek there. Other than that, just remember that you've got your default plant on the door C4 from below. You can use that, obviously. Watch out for sandwich window. That's usually a nightmare. Playing half wall is actually a lot easier now. Now that grenading from below is no longer a thing, playing half wall is actually a lot easier and is now a very strong anchor position. It always was a strong anchor position, but you normally had someone who went to the vents window underneath and cooked a grenade and just used the grenade on a half wall here and was getting free kills. So now that that's gone, defending half wall is a lot easier. That's upstairs in a nutshell, even though it's been nearly 10 minutes. Onto bathroom towers then, and we use 10 reinforcements on this one. So the first 2 are the 2 walls next to the towers windows. Don't reinforce between the sides. We've then got 2 walls going from bathroom into the back of workshop. And then all the rest of the reinforcements, so that's 4. We've then got 5 and 6. And then all 4 walls at the bottom of workshop. 7, 8, 9, and 10. All to hold workshop. Now, talking about rotates. First one goes here. Between workshop and bathroom. Second one goes inside here. Make sure it's on this side of the... Make sure it's on this side of the wall, not this side of the wall. Otherwise, you give the attackers a line of sight all the way through sight. I also like making a rotate here. If you don't make this rotate, anyone who's in sight, to get from this area of bathroom to this area of bathroom would have to cross this area here, potentially getting shot. Whereas now, you can tuck up here, use this for cover, and then back out of here if you need to, and go around. Whereas if you were here, and you didn't have this rotate, you would have to come out this way and cross the window. The other lines of sight you want are all the way along the teller's floor. This head hole here. And then head holes here. So the whole point of this hold is to hold workshop as much as you can. There's an argument to say don't reinforce this wall and make a rotate here instead, although I don't like doing that. I prefer holding on to the end of a server here. From here you can hold the sight window. You can hold the cross from passport. and also obviously in towards customs as well, and even the door that goes to bottom metal. From inside, sorry, and the line of the feet holes here are also so you can come out of workshop if you know they've gone into site. You can see all the way across the site there. Anyone planting, and this is a really common plant spot over in the corner just there, be able to deny that. Now, we haven't reinforced the hatch, and that is another thing that people tend to like to do. When I play this site, I would rather have 2 people roaming upstairs with the option to open the hatch and drop late. Generally, the attackers are going to be bringing an ace or a banner anyway, so yeah, I mean, it's nice to try and give the attackers a problem by having this reinforced, but I think the reinforcements are better used elsewhere, and it also means if you reinforce it, if your top 4 roamers win their battles upstairs, they can't open this hatch to get back down to site quickly if they need to. So if people aren't playing upstairs, definitely lose one of the walls, probably lose one of these 2 walls and use it on the hatch. But if you have got people upstairs, then yeah, definitely keep you soft in my humble opinion. But I said we'll talk about this wall. So this wall's interesting because as an attacker, if you don't reinforce that, you can basically just make a line of sight from here all the way through bathroom essentially, to at least here, to this bit here, which is helpful because it means no one can play around here for fear of dying unless they play at this angle, which is away from the window. However, it also means that as a defender, you can open this angle and you can hold the teller's window, or anyone coming into tellers and different parts of tellers there. You could also even make it slightly higher up so you can throw a C4 over there, which would then land roughly at where that default plant spot is, somewhere around here. And the other one is the window above. This is the one in office there. You can make this line of sight. Now you can hold anyone who's trying to hop in that window. The carpet's a little bit annoying. It doesn't get destroyed particularly easily. It's a little bit better. Oh no, let's get that carpet. There we go. So now you can hold anyone hopping in. Just remember, it also means that people can see through from the window looking down as well. It also means I can hear that bloody radio. Can we? It's on that. It's on this bench. It's on this table. Oh, we're not. I don't think we can get an angle on it. Don't make these holes. I'm just trying to find that radio. I think we got it. There it is. Shush. Don't make these holes. Unless you want to shoot the radio, we'll just go upstairs for that. And that's it, really. Probably the second best site on the map. Ventilation used to be considered the best, but since border got reworked, I personally think bathroom's the best. I would potentially even argue that this is a better site than the top floor armory as well. But that's how to set it up. Holding this room here is absolutely key, and having someone roaming above is absolutely key as well. Onto ventilation and workshop then, and we've used 8 reinforcements. We've got 3 at the back of workshop. 1, 2, 3. 2 on the side workshop wall. That's 5. We've then got 1 here on the second wall in from the right hand side, which makes 6. And last but by no means least, we've had to reinforce the top wall on the main armory breach, which makes 7 and 8. So firstly, just talk about top floor. Yes, you're going to have to hold top floor with your life. It's pretty much key to winning the site. In terms of lines of sights and rotates, we want the hatch open. We'll just talk about top floor quickly first. We want the hatch open. We want a line of sight onto the vents window below. You also want a line of sight to cover the vents door, which is there. So from here now, you can hold anyone coming in the door. You can hold anyone coming in the window, and also make a line of sight here. So if you don't kill them coming in the window, which sometimes it's not easy to do because you're fighting here on the door and they do end up getting in the window, they're usually going to go and try and plant in this back corner. So if you don't manage to cover this, at least you can get to this side and cover the plant that's going down in the back corner, all being well, or sometimes on the desk. That's pretty much upstairs. Obviously, you're going to have to use a mute castle or some kind of setup up here to give you a chance. Malusi works well. Legion works well. You've got to cover this area as well with some kind of trap or information to let you know there's someone in that area. Going back downstairs, still talking about rotates. You're going to need the rotate here on the far right wall. These walls are not nice to make rotates out of. Make it as tight to the wall as you can, but obviously from here you can also hold the front door and then hold on to the vents window. We then want one right at the back of bathroom. Now, just to talk about bathroom a second, you could, if you wanted to, reinforce this wall and just have all of bathroom reinforced. I personally don't like doing that. I like extending into bathroom, and then I also would reinforce, if you do extend into bathroom, reinforce these 2 walls here at the back of bathroom. And being all the way back here means you can hold a line of sight. That gap there is if someone jumps through vent's window, you could hold that. Probably not with an SMG-11, but if you had Wamai or Malusi with an ACOG, you could hold that from here. Also means you can hold out into Bluemore or push around down towards the bottom of metal stairs if you need to. Obviously, if you're trapped in the back of workshop, the only way out for you is this door. Can make it quite tricky, mainly in the sort of like 2v3, 2v4 scenarios, 3v5 scenarios where you need to make a play. Being able to get out the back of sight here, and if the pressure's coming from the front door or customs or whatever it might be, it just gives you another avenue of escape. We then also want to make a line of sight here for the same reason as what we talked about with bathroom, is you can hold the lobby area there or passport, you can hold customs, you can hold bottom metal. Not a line of sight that attackers are going to get a great deal out of, really. They're only ever going to be able to see the back of workshop. There's nothing much they're going to be able to see. Now, I haven't reinforced any hatches here either, so I would always open this hatch, and sometimes I would reinforce this hatch. If I'm reinforcing this, again, I would reinforce one less of these, and I would go upstairs and reinforce the workshop hatch. But because we're going to have people playing above, like we talked about with bathroom, it gives your roamers a chance to get down. The only thing is with this hatch is if the attackers open it and drop it, it can be difficult to stop the plan once it starts going down around this area. So you just have to figure out how you're playing it. If you've got roamers upstairs, don't reinforce it. If you haven't, reinforce it. And just take one of these walls off. We reinforced this wall just because as an attacker, it's really easy for you to get a line of sight. From here, you can just shoot through this wall or ash it or whatever, and it gives you a line of sight like all the way through the server pretty much. You can see if this wall was open, it will go all the way through to this area, all the way around here, exactly where you want to be playing as a defender. Now, you can also make feet holes here. And they aren't going to do much for you until someone comes through into vents and is trying to plant. Like I said when I was upstairs, generally what happens is we'll jump through vents window, run over to this area here and plant, or run onto the table and plant. Having those feet holes there just gives you the opportunity to move back, so you get the better angle, move back. And now you can see if someone was to jump in vents, you can see exactly where they're going to go behind the bomb. No problem. Obviously, you can also get that from the rotate as well. I actually quite like this site, but again, much like bathroom, the key to this site is holding above and holding upstairs. And finally, on to customs and supply, although I really don't recommend playing this site. I don't rate it. Obviously, if you do, up to you. I personally don't recommend it. First things first, shoot the speaker, because that's also very annoying on this map. First things first, well, we already shot the speaker first things first. So second things second, reinforcements. 2 on the customs wall to passport. 2 on the jail wall. In this area here. That's 4. Then we've got 1 on the... Let's go inside the office, actually. The left-hand side of the office here, 5. The wall that looks from small office out towards blue is 6. And then we've got the 2 hatches upstairs, which is 7 and 8. Now, I know we've talked about hatches. 1 there, and of course, 1 here. I know we've talked about hatches where if people play upstairs, then don't reinforce the hatches, whereas I feel like with there being 2 on the side here, especially this hatch that goes down into the small office, it's such a strong anchor point, which we'll talk about in a second, that I do recommend reinforcing that. This one, you can sort of use as to if you don't want to reinforce that, defenders could drop there late on, but I just don't think it's a hatch that's safe to drop at any point in the round, really. Obviously, you can fight through the hatch, but I prefer reinforcing it. So, make the same rotate that we made before, and this is just so you can hold on to this area for as long as possible, kill a few drones, get rid of a few drones, maybe get a kill or 2, and then run away. I'd probably even reinforce that wall a bit like we did when we defended top floor as well. Coming downstairs, the lines of sight that you want are here. This is an incredibly strong place to play. From here, you can stop anyone coming through from lobby, from passport, and hold the side of blue to bathroom. These walls will probably get open, so you can hold from here as well. You can go prone and launch a C4 over there. And then from here, you can hold anyone, even like as far down as jail there. It's open there. And through the window as well. Now, this is an interesting room, because you're never really going to have anyone playing in supply. So this area here is mainly just going to be for retaking. So what you want to do is make lines of sight all the way across it. And then finally, put a rotate here. This is just so you make the rotate here, because if you don't make that rotate, your only way back into there is through this door and then through this door, which then has to cross the window. So we make the rotate where we've made the rotate, because it means you can come through here and you don't get after... We got stuck on the wood there. There we go. You can come through here and you don't get cut by the window. Like if someone was holding the window, they could hold there, or they could hold the door at the back. Obviously having the rotate there means you can come in and out without having to be seen by the window. Being able to hold this area here is crucial, because you can watch the hop in from that window, which is super common. Make sure you've got some information in here, like a prox mine, goo mines, whatever you want to use. You need to have notification that somebody's jumped into the supply area. Other than that, you're going to be holding around here, like we said before. You're definitely going to want to be holding vents and workshop area around here. Being here is a really strong position to be in. It's just, I think it's an easy site to attack personally, which it's not particularly... This is going to sound contradictory here. It's not particularly hard to defend, but it's easy to attack. I know if something's easy to attack, therefore it's hard to defend, but defending it and setting it up is quite simple. But the fact that it's just so easy to attack, I'm not a fan of. By the way, one thing you got to watch for, and this is a tip for attacking as well. If you're playing thermite, you can actually, and I think a lot of people know this by now. If you're playing thermite, you can place your thermite on the barricade, and you can put your thermite charge right on the left-hand side of this barricade. And when it goes off, it'll actually open a thermite-sized hole in this wall. And why that's good is because you can smoke with thermite over these little windows. So you can throw a smoke grenade here so it bounces here. Just there. And then you can run in through the hole you just made, tuck in here and plant here. The only place you're really going to be stopped from is the window if anyone's playing in the office. Obviously, like I said, if that was to happen, like we talked about before, you could go prone and launch a C4 over in that direction. I'm not sure whether I like these C4 lines. Like, it's really good for lineup, so getting like a C4 over here, having the lineup there is really, really helpful. When it comes to just throwing C4s in general, like, I don't know, I think I'd know how to throw a C4 over there. But then when I look at this, I feel like it looks a bit weird. Like, so that's the furthest there. It lands just there, so it doesn't even land close enough. I feel like I could do that without the lineups a little bit better, but obviously that's just... No, it's the same, isn't it, basically? I don't know, maybe I turn the lineups off, I'm not sure, but then like I say, for stuff like this, it's really helpful to know, because I would have thrown that like there. It's good to know you got to get it up and over. Anyway, we digress. That's customs and supply. I don't like it. Maybe you do, but if you do, that's how I would set it up. Remember, put your rotate here. Make sure you don't get cut off from the window. And you've definitely got to hold sort of jail area. Watch that drone hole. Not an easy site to... it's an easy site to attack, so I would always play the other three sides before this. So we're going to start with basement, then on Chalet, and we'll go through the reinforcements first. We've used 8. The 2 long wine walls. The 2 side wine walls. The hatch in connector. The 2 main breach walls, or snowmobile breach walls. And then finally, the right-hand side wall of dining when you look at it from here. Now, one thing I've not reinforced yet, which I would do potentially if I was you, is this wall, and we will talk about this shortly. I'm just going to do the lines of sights and rotations, and then we'll talk about this wall. So, in terms of rotations, I think, personally, everybody else makes the reinforcement this side of the wall. I think, personally, the reinforcement is better on this side of the wall. Couple of reasons. One, you're a little bit further away from the angle when you're peeking it. If you're peeking the breach or if you're peeking main stairs, it's always better in Siege to be further away from the angle when you're peeking things because there's less of you visible. So let's just say we were using this angle here as an example. If we wanted to hold onto the breach from here, we'd be much better off holding the breach from here, like this, rather than right up against the door frame. Same again for here. Rather than holding this right up against the door frame, there'll be more of you on display here. If you move back like this, it's the same angle, but there'll be less of you on display. It's just the way that angles and perception work in Siege. So the reason I like putting the rotate this side is because you can tuck into here without getting swung from blue. If the rotate goes on the other side, it's easy when they come down from blue to get an angle onto that. The reinforcements on this, like I say, we'll talk about. The other lines of sight that you want are going to be upstairs. Now, don't reinforce this hatch. Open that hatch and place somebody upstairs. That's why we reinforced the wrong way. Sorry, that's why we reinforced this wall. So now we can play in here. We can open a line of sight there. We open this hatch. Then we open some holes here. Finally, make a little rotate just here. Oh, it needs to be a little small one just to get between sides. If you're getting pushed from here, you can go this way. I didn't mean to do that. I've just fat-fingered my mouse there. Ignore that hole. That hole doesn't exist. Apologies. So here, you can hold the trophy jump in. You can hold solar stairs if anyone pushes down. But the big thing is, from here, this is the main wall that people are going to try and plant on if they push this side of the map. If they don't push this side of the map and they push the main breach, obviously you can ignore this. But for an attacker, having this hatch open doesn't really help much. Like, you can't get much of an angle to the back of the site, like just about on the pillar, maybe. It's not a great angle for an attacker to have. So opening this hatch doesn't really do the attackers a favor. Now we can also hold from here the fireplace stairs, main door, and then of course round onto blue as well. So playing somebody upstairs is really, really important. Just a quick one. This is not related to mute, but if you open this, and if you're playing Cade, if you throw your Cade down there, right at the bottom where that table meets, you'll end up reinforcing both of these walls, and the Cade will be above. So just a little tip there, you can reinforce these walls by putting the Cade at the far end of that table. In terms of where you want to play and lines of sight and what you want to defend, this is an important wall. Let me just open this, and then we can decide if we want to reinforce it. Reinforcing this wall... Sorry, I just had to cough away from the mic there. I'm keeping that in. I'm not editing that out. Reinforcing this wall can make things difficult when this breach gets opened. Because if, let's just pretend this is reinforced. Attackers they smoke off this door, and they smoke off blue door. You run to here, and you start planting in this corner. The only way you can stop the plant is by peeking this door or by peeking blue door. Assuming no one's main stairs, obviously. And also... it means you've got less options to shoot on to fight onto the breach. If this is open, you can peek from here, you can peek from here, you can even peek from here, but obviously you're going to have to cross that. Whereas if that isn't the case, you can only peek from the rotate or from the door, and it's easy for attackers to hold it. I like being aggressive more like this. The only problem is like this, obviously, is if the breach is open, anyone who's on the breach can see most of the way to the back line, so it can be difficult to hold. I personally like opening it and being a bit more aggressive. However, 99% of the time, 99 times out of 10, we haven't said that for a while, it gets reinforced. So if you do reinforce that wall, I don't think it's a terrible decision. Obviously, it's up to you how you want to play. Yeah, remember to play somebody upstairs. That's critical. And let me just show you something here on blue. You can get a really nice vault cam in behind this stag deer here. And once you're up here, you can't see the vault cam as you come down. And then as soon as you get here, obviously, you're obvious on the vault cam. Blue is a critical place to play. It's always fun putting an echo drone or even a maestro cam works doing this, by the way. Put a maestro cam here, like this side of the drone hole. One, you can see a bit of the door as well, and it's quite well hidden on the floor. But two, you can see blue as well, so you can see if anyone's coming down. Not an easy site to defend compared to a lot of other sites, but I do feel like this is the best one on the map. Potentially bar is slightly better, but only when you're in a well-coordinated five. And most of the time playing ranked, this is going to be your strongest site. I think upstairs isn't great, but that's just an opinion, obviously. But hopefully that helps. We'll move on to top floor. So moving on to the top floor around master and office, then we've reinforced 7 things, and the 2 main office walls. The right-hand side office wall, when you're looking down towards blue stairs and library, and we'll talk about that in a second. We've then got the right-hand side master wall to solarium, the left-hand side of this wall, the right-hand side of that wall, which both go to bathroom, and then finally this wall out here on mez. Now let's start with this wall. This area here is a pretty key part of trying to defend this side, because that's where most of the plant's going to come. Sometimes the attack comes from the solar side, solarium, but most of the time the attack's going to come from library, and through this double window on mez, open this wall. That's the plan. The longer that you can hold this area, the better. Now, it's a thankless task holding this area, because you're going to get pushed from here, you're going to get pushed from there, you're going to get pushed from here, you're going to get pushed from the stairs, you're going to get pushed from this window, and you're going to get pushed from the stairs down here as well. It's not an enjoyable place to be. You want to be picking like an Azami or a Wamai or even a Jaeger who can try and catch the throwables that are going to get launched at you. The point is, you use this reinforcement as a way of defending into library. So now you can see that window. You can see the window here if they jump in. We can now peek this. You can also hold this door down onto library from here as well. The library stairs or blue stairs, which is a nice little angle here. Attackers never look at this on the way up the stairs. When attackers are coming upstairs, the place they're looking is right here. They never ever look there. It's such a nice little angle. But it's a critical place to hold on to. If you can hold here for like a minute or a minute and a half, destroy 3 or 4 drones, absorb some utility, and then somehow get away, whether you maybe drop down or whether you would run back to side through the double door here. However you get away, try and get away, or just play your life, try and get a kill, and then die. It's not an easy place to place, but it's imperative that somebody does play here. Even if you just stay here and destroy the harbor bridge that gets thrown onto this wall at the start of the round, you'd be doing a job as well. So if you give it up, giving the top of Mez here control over within the first minute makes the job for the attackers so much easier. So you've really got to try and battle to hold on to this. Just look out for drones along this ridge here. As you can see, there's a ridge here where drones are placed all the time along there. So watch out for that. And yeah, play there as long as you can. Then, in the site itself, we've got line of sight here. This is used for 2 things. One, to play whilst this wall is still reinforced. It will ultimately get open, generally speaking, unless the other team somehow manage to cock up opening a wall. Whilst that wall's still closed, you can hold this to hold on to the top of Mez to library, down onto blue stairs, and onto the window here. It's a really, really strong place to be. Obviously, you can bob out that side as well. You can also challenge onto the balcony. Really, really good place to be. And the other thing it benefits when leaving this wall soft. This wall used to be reinforced when people first started playing Chalet, but then they realized it was a mistake. So the other thing this wall is good to keep soft is the plant will generally, this wall will get opened. People are going to try and plant behind the half wall here. If that is happening, and you're in piano and you're holding a bit of an angle here, as the plant's going down, obviously you've got to make sure this way's clear first. You can come to this side and try and deny the plant from there as well. If that's reinforced, the only way you can stop the half wall plant is from here by getting a C4, but you're probably going to be hold from this door. It's just not an easy place to stop the plant going down if they get to there without having these walls open. Over in Solarium, we've got to make 2 rotates on the way over. One there. And one here. Now, just be conscious of not to pass by big window once the round starts. This is what they call big window, double master window, whatever you want to call it. A lot of people are going to be repelling here, just holding a tight angle like this from the rotate towards piano, or even just holding this door, hoping to try and get a kill where somebody just sort of forgets a little bit and goes, well, I need to get back to the other side of sight. Right, okay, let me get across there now. And then as soon as they cross the window, you're dead. So just be mindful of that. Listen for the repel sound. If you don't hear the repel sound, maybe it's safe to cross, but I'd really recommend not crossing that throughout the round. This rotate here enables you to get from the back of master to piano, so you can hold piano where you don't have to cross that window. If that rotate isn't there, the only way you can get back past towards the other end of master is passing this window, which obviously you don't want. I also make a bit of a line of sight from about here. Let me just get, I think the line, the hole we want is about there. And then when we're in Solarium, we make these holes here to hold onto master from this area. You can see now from that angle, we can see the balcony door. Nice little angle. But also, what you're going to do sometimes is the attack comes from the solar side. So you've got solar stairs and the 2 solar windows. So playing behind this just means that you're giving the attackers something else to think about. So you're not always just... Again, if you were to reinforce this... I know I keep saying the obvious here, but I'm just going to carry on explaining the obvious. If you reinforce that wall, the only place you can peek solar windows from is here. Or here. And it's easy for the attackers just to hold an angle on this door frame and then nobody can get in or out. Whereas having that open means you can peek it from both sides. Then over in bathroom, there's one more line of sight that I make, which is just like this. And then this area here is a real power place to be. It's difficult to get the defenders out of this area. They can hold the stairs from here. You can hold solar windows from here. You can hold master window from here, bathroom. You can also then peek bathroom from here, or the line of sight we just made from here. It just means, again, you're giving attackers something else to think about because you could be peeking from both sides. When it comes to placing shields, you can place one along here, and then play behind this bookcase so you're protected from the big window. And you can then play on some piano double from here. Just watch out for the bathroom window because you can get a shot from that angle if I show you. You can get a shot on the angle on the door. There's a really tight angle.
You have been spotted by hostiles.
You can see there's a really tight angle that you can hold onto that door, which some people do. You'll get somebody who sits there with an ACOG and just holds it all around and waits for somebody to stand here. And then they melt you. Not ideal. You can also place a shield here, which is another nice spot. Just slightly in front of this line here. Just here. Means you can play here, holding the piano double and this. Don't worry, you're not in the way of the window here because you're protected from this. But if you're playing here, you've got to remain tied to this wall the whole round. You can't peek out that way because you can get smoke from the window. So just play there, and then it also means from here you can peek around onto the breach as well and half wall and deny plant if you need to. Yeah, that's how I play this site. This is the next best site on the map in my humble opinion. It's a fun site to play, but I think the win condition for the attackers is just getting this wall open, and it makes life a little bit easy for the attackers, easier than it does downstairs, because once this wall's open, it's quite difficult to hold this area. You'll see a lot of defenders playing here, which is like a sort of almost like a death wish, like holding this door and then holding the breach here and just trying to deny the plant. It's not an easy place to play once that breach is open, but it's somewhere that's strong, and it means that at least there's pressure still going onto the breach wall here. But just remember as a defender that you're doing a job which would irritate the attackers, even if you're not peeking and getting kills. You don't have to keep peeking. You don't have to keep putting your face in a door. If they've droned you out and you're playing here, that's a problem that they've got to solve. And don't give them the easy way out by putting your face in a door and letting them solve that problem easily for free. Just carry on sort of using time to your advantage and use your utility as well, whether it's C4, if you're playing smoke or whatever it is you're doing. Just don't give away your life too easy and just play here and be a problem for them. If you want to play here, obviously, or you can go anywhere else, but that's generally another power position to play right there. On to the next site, which is actually my favourite to play for some reason on Chalet. I don't know why I really like playing it, but it's dining and kitchen. So, reinforcements, we've used 8. We've got 2 here, which is the dining wall through to the main lobby fireplace area. The one left-hand side wall next to it, and I'll tell you why we only do one in a second. We've then got the one wall at the bottom of West Main here. Also, top of West Main, sorry, which looks towards Solar Stairs. Oh, yeah, sorry. And one wall here in the right-hand side wall when you're looking out from kitchen. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Then upstairs, we've got the left-hand side wall from master towards office. And we've got the 2 walls, like we did on the previous side, from office out onto the mezz. So, the area upstairs, this, basically, imagine the site that we just looked at. This room here is what's above dining. And this room here is what's above kitchen, essentially. It's a bit bigger, it stretches out a little bit further, but that's basically the way you want to think about it. So, you've definitely got to defend upstairs here heavily. And you've got to use the sort of setup to defend upstairs. We don't put rotates here. We're going to sort of defend this room a little bit, like shoot the odd drone that comes underneath here. It might end up breaching this or pushing piano windows, and then we're going to fall back to around the master solar area. Around here. And then defend from here and defend down onto West Main. But let's get into some rotates and lines of sight. Rotates, we're going to want one just here. Obviously to go between sites, and then one in the same way to go between here and West Main as well. Then the wall we talked about earlier where we only reinforced one side, that's because we're going to put feet holes here. And that just means you can now defend down here around this area, and you can, as you'll see their little feet come across there, you can shoot them as they come across. They're never going to be able to see you at the back of there when they come past. You're pushing down here, you're looking at this door, by the time you get here you're going to get melted because the person who's just sat where we were over in the corner sees your little feet. Then we want one here, And this is so anyone in trophy can hold on to west main, or anyone coming down solo stairs can also hold to west main as well. We want to put holes for the trophy jumping. So this is trophy window here. We put holes there because you're going to be playing generally behind this area here. This is a really strong position to be playing here, by the way. And you can stop anyone from just jumping in trophy. They're not going to be able to look at you as fast as you can shoot them when they come through that window. This is a hot area. People enter from here all the time. Being able to hold trophy window will do you wonders. If you reinforce these, you give away trophy for free, and it makes life a little bit difficult for you. Upstairs, we want to make a hole to hold the trophy window from upstairs. Bear with me. Let's reload this. So here, you want to be able to make a hole there so we can hold trophy window from above. We then want to make a hole here, which is so you can see the window at the bottom of west main. This is another popular area to enter. And again, the other window at west main is here. And you don't get a great angle onto this. You'll just be able to see the barricade. You can't quite see it. Oh, you can there. You can just see the barricade underneath. But if anyone jumps in, you'll be able to see them, give the call out, and get some damage done to them. It's not an easy angle to hold, but if you sort of tuck into this area here, when the guys come through that barricade, they're going to have to walk down to this area, so you can just hold here instead if you want to. In terms of other lines of sight, don't make lines of sight here, although you might do that later in the round. Keep the hatch soft. The idea is that we're going to hold above for as long as possible. If we need to drop the hatch, we can open it and drop, but also we want to try and deny the plant from above if we can. The push is going to be like 2 or 3 men above, 2 below generally. Something you've got to really watch out for as a defender is the plant that comes into dining from main lobby. This bomb is a really useful thing to plant behind. Sometimes they'll open this wall, smoke off that door, and then just walk in behind and plant behind the bomb, because it is a nice place to plant here. You've got loads of decent cover. So if that does happen again, whoever's playing upstairs, you need to make holes just above there in office, just to keep your eyes peeled for what's going to happen below. You're going to need the call from your teammates to know if that's happening, though, obviously, because you're fighting your demons upstairs as well. That's pretty much it. You defend it from above with at least 2 blokes, maybe 2 or 3, and then either 2 or 3 downstairs as well. Obviously not 3 upstairs and 3 downstairs, because that makes 6, and that isn't right. So yeah, obviously work the split out. They're the holes that we made, by the way, to hold this window. Yeah, really, really fun site to hold. I really enjoy playing it. There's loads of ways of retaking the site if you need to. Use this as cover as well from the rotate here to defend into lobby if you need to. But yeah, I really enjoy playing this site. I would play this site first, I think, if it was up to me, but I understand the other ones are slightly better when you're not playing as a 5, but let's get on to bar, which is... The funny thing about bar, and we'll talk about this in a sec, is it's arguably the best site on the map, but I'm going to put it as the worst site on the map because it really takes coordination, and most of us only play ranked in like sort of 2s and 3s, maybe even solo queue at times. It's not often that we play in a 5-stack. Even if we do play in a 5-stack, we're not a sort of coordinated 5 that have been practicing for weeks. But anyway, that's dining kitchen. Let's get into the final site, which is bar games. Onto the final site then, and first things first, shoot the jukebox. Somebody commented on my last video and said it's getting annoying that you shoot the jukeboxes and radios all the time. Well, I'm just going to apologize, but not apologize. I'm going to shoot the radio, the jukebox, the speakers on every single map, on every single video for the rest of the time. So I'm sorry about that, mate. Right then, so we've used 8 reinforcements on bar games. We've used the 1 from bar stock, which goes towards the fireplace stairs. Reinforce that. The right-hand side of the bar stock wall, when you're looking out from bar stock, obviously the other way around, it would be the left-hand side wall. None of the bar walls, don't reinforce those. So that's 2 so far. We've then reinforced the 2 single walls from bar 2, 3, and 4 there. And then we've reinforced the 2 end walls to office, 5 and 6. And then we've reinforced the single wall here, which is 7. And then the single wall from Mez on the right-hand side, which is 8. Now, this is the same setup as what we talked about in defending Master Office. You've got, if you although it's even more important when you're defending this site, it's critical to hold on to this for as long as you can, especially around that sort of Mez window area, which is where a lot of pressure is going to come from, and especially this area here. This window is going to be really important for the attackers because most people play a shield here, and they use this window to bring like Flores drones or Ash and Zoph charges to get rid of this shield. This wall is a must. You've got to get this wall reinforced. It may get open throughout the round. Most good teams will try and open this because this corridor is really important to getting control of the site. So make sure we reinforce those walls. So you've got to hold on to your library for dear life. If you give up library, which you can do later in the round, but if you give up library, it makes it a lot more difficult. So hold on to it for as long as you can. You want to be opening that hatch and playing up here for as long as you can. This is actually an insanely strong spot to play right here. Although you're going to need to play a Warden, or you're going to need to play Wamai or Jaeger and just put 3 ADSs on the floor here, or put magnets all around you and just hold on to this, because you get the drop on them if they were to jump through here. And obviously you can swing this window as well. You're going to ask your teammates, if you are playing this corner here, you're going to ask your teammates below. They can hold that window from this door. So they can hold that there if someone jumps in for you as well, and you only have to worry about this window. But again, like we've talked about thankless tasks, playing here is a thankless task, but it causes the attackers so much bother. And an uncoordinated attacking stack will struggle to get the person out of here. As long as they're properly protected, i.e. Warden or Wamai or Jaeger, or someone who's just not going to get flashed and get taken out of there, or someone who's not just going to get naded and taken out. What you can do as well from here is you can run along this wall here and drop, and there's only a tiny bit of you that will be seen from that window as well, so you can drop and get away generally. Then, like I mentioned, you want to be playing top blue. This is a critical area to hold here. Again, you probably want a Wamai or Jaeger playing around here. Also, at least someone with a shield that's protected by an ADS or two. You also want to... I haven't reinforced it, but I like reinforcing this wall as well. Reason being is if they get control of dining, they make a line of sight here. You can see into a lot of the site and a lot of the site corridor from here. So I like reinforcing this as well. Obviously, it's up to you what you guys want to do. One thing not to neglect on this site is playing below. A lot of attackers are going to come through the snowmobile breach or come through trench and then walk up here. And it happens all the time that nobody watches bottom blue. Somebody creeps up bottom blue here. Crouch walks across here. Crouch walks into the site, and before they know it, they've been smoked. So just make sure that you're watching the bottom of the stairs as well, which is really important. That's about it, really. It's not. I don't think it's a particularly complex site, although I think it can be if you just go into a random 5-stack and play this site. It's really difficult to play, in my opinion. We want a line of sight here, by the way. So you can play behind this reinforcements, hold on to there, and the default plant spot behind that wall. Oh yeah, we haven't mentioned the other lines of sight. Come on, Andy, pull your finger out. You want to rotate at each end of the bar. Rotate at each end of the bar. And then feet holes. Along the bar. Just so if anyone drops, so a lot of attackers will try and drop this hatch and plant behind the bar, which means you can stop that if you need to. You can see anyone that's going to be behind the bar through these feet holes. Some people like reinforcing behind the bar. I don't personally like doing that. In terms of rotates upstairs, there aren't that really many to make, I don't think. You can make... oh, sorry, I've forgotten to reinforce a wall. Apologies. Reinforce this wall as well. That's my bad. So when you play Mez, you've got that one reinforced and that one reinforced. The only the rotate I'll make is for roaming. This is not for anyone who's playing near side. This is just for your roamers. Make a rotate here so they can get between those two areas without having to go through piano if they need to. Just makes life a bit easier for them. But whether you're going to do that, when you're going to run all the way up here to make that rotate for them, when they could well have impacts, or a shotgun if they're playing Legion, it's up to you and discuss with your team. That's about it, really. Again, hold on to this area. You're playing in stock is super important, which is here. This area here is massive. Just be careful for attackers who come up from basement. This is a classic, by the way. They come up from basement and they'll have a Maverick who's going to make a line across the bottom of that wall, and somebody else has stood here waiting for Maverick, and they shoot off the ankles of whoever's stood in stock. Because the Maverick torch is not particularly loud, and all of a sudden they see the wall getting maved, and before they know it, they've lost the shins. So just watch out for that if you can. Again, that'll play into the fact that you can't ignore the basement on this site. You're going to have somebody down there. So you have to have somebody basement. You're going to have at least 2 top 4, maybe 3. Then you're going to have 2 on site, perhaps. depending on how you want to do the split. Arguably one of the strongest sites, but certainly the hardest to play unless you're all coordinated with what you're doing. Right then, here we are on Clubhouse. We're going to start with the basement because in my opinion this is the best site or the easiest site to defend. We've used 9 reinforcements. I'll go over those now and then I'll show you where we make lines of sight and where we make rotates and why we do it. Firstly, we reinforce the 2 walls at the end of the dirt. We don't need to walk up there, you just know we need to reinforce them. Then we're going to do the 3 hatches. The hatch that goes to stock, the hatch that goes to kitchen, and then the hatch that goes to bar. All 3 hatches need reinforcing and will make life a lot harder for your opponents if you can be bothered to go upstairs and reinforce those. Speak to teammates, but just make sure dirt and the hatches especially are reinforced. That's 5 reinforcements. Then we've got 6, which is the middle wall of the church triple. 7, 8, which is the 2 right side church walls. And then finally 9, the left wall, when it comes to looking towards blue from Arsenal. Now, if you've got a mirror, you can reinforce this wall and put the mirror on there and play that gap if you want to. I personally, if you haven't got a mirror, reinforce this one. I'll tell you why. So, in terms of why we reinforce things and why we make lines of sight, this wall gets reinforced because if not, you can get an angle from the hatch. I might as well show you. We're not in a rush, are we? Or I hope you're not, because we're going to be here for a while explaining everything here. Otherwise, you can get an angle. Oh, we've reinforced the hatch. Right, ignore that. I'm keeping that in the video. Pretend that didn't just happen. I was going to go upstairs and open the hatch and basically stand where I am now above the hatch, and you can shoot through this wall here and you can get an angle from that wall basically to this whole area. This area here, and when you're crouched, if you stood up you get a shot from dirt, but this area here is one of the few safe areas you can stand in Arsenal pretty much at all times. If you leave this wall soft, they can shoot through this wall, obviously. I would have shown you that, but I've reinforced the hatch. Sorry, that's really tickled me. And you shouldn't laugh at your own joke, so it wasn't really a joke, but you shouldn't really laugh at yourself like that, should you? But sorry. So, that's what we do there. Then we make feet holes here. Why do we make feet holes there? Because almost everyone, when they push down when they push down oil pit, this is oil pit, when they push down oil, they're going to come around here, they're going to get to here, and now they can't see anything back there, but you can see their feet. Depending on where you are in the site, you can be hiding behind this box. Now you can see their feet, but they can't see you. Okay? We do exactly the same thing here on the right side of the triple wall at church. We do the exact same thing there. Again, people are going to be coming down from oil pit, and you can be playing either here or in moto if the hatch is still closed. You can be playing here, and you're going to see their feet, and they aren't going to see you. Like, look at what we can see there. Bear in mind, when you see their feet, don't shoot the feet. Like, you know the feet are there, so you know the head's going to be somewhere there. Again, it's a one-way angle, but I'll show you what it looks like, because we're not in a rush. You know, they get to here. They can't see you at all. Not one, but you'll be able to see, like, almost up to their waist there. So we do that there. Then we make a rotate on this side of the triple wall. We reload the shotgun whilst we do it. Just like this. Rotate here. We then want a line of sight on the left soft wall of this church triple. Like this. And this is to hold into moto from this angle or to push onto bottom main, so they know they can't have it for free. Now, with the introduction of Year 9 Season 1, we get these things. Shows you where your C4 is going to go. You can shoot out the top of this wall, and you can now launch a C4 over the top of the wall that's going to land on the other side. Once you've got the angle right, you can drop it bottom main. That hasn't worked quite right there. Let's try that again. Don't know why that sort of caught on top of the wall. Maybe you need to be a little bit closer, so we're going to loop it over the top. About there. There we go. That angle now lands at the bottom main door. If you throw it more to the left, obviously it'll land here. You just got to line that up a little bit and practice it. You know what? Let's do it a little bit more now. So from here, more to the left we needed it, didn't we? So we don't want it to land on that wall. We don't want it to land on the ceiling. We're going to bring it just off the ceiling. Chuck it over. Surely that's gone through the door now. Oh, it's gone on top of the wall. Okay, we're too close. We need to stand further back. Anyway, you get the point. I'm not going to spend all day practicing this lineup. Stand further back and it'll land on the door. Got to be there, yeah? Perfect. You have to stand a little bit further back, yeah. So, as you can now, that is going to happen all the time. That was really hard to do before we had lineups. Now we've got the lineup. it's going to be really, really difficult to play bottom main because you're going to get C4'd all the time. But that's why we have that line of sight there. It's so you can play here, where it's safe to play, but you can hold moto if you need to, or you can hold bottom main. You don't want to be holding bottom main like this. Don't actively peek this, but just keep these holes here because they know they could peek them. Like, the fact that the attackers know you might peek them is enough to put people off pushing through there a lot of the time. Maybe, like, come down to here where they're not going to see you. Maybe just, like, fire a couple of warning shots and then back off. Just let them know you're there. But don't just actively put your face in this hole because you're going to get smoked and pre-fired. As soon as I come down bottom main, the first thing I do is pre-fire moto and then pre-fire those holes. This is the... If you ever watch me stream, you'll see me come down bottom main and I go like this. Every time. And the amount of kills you get because there's someone putting their face in those holes there. Right. Next thing we do. Make a line of sight across the top of here. I'll come back to that in a minute. Then we make a rotate here. Finally, we make a rotate here. This rotate is so anyone playing back Arsenal, depending on what rank you're in, if you're in a high excuse me, if you're in a high rank, I just choked a little bit then, don't worry about that. If you're in a high rank, the back of kitchen here or the back of Arsenal is going to get open and you're not going to be able to play here. If you're in sort of Emerald and below, sometimes it might get open, but the whole point of this is you can play here safely, you can hold the hatch, you can hold dirt, but if you need to, you can hold bottom main as well, and you can just peek through this little rotate that nobody ever expects, because when you're bottom main, you can't see the rotate because of this pillar that sticks out. This line of sight here is so you can stand on this box and hold bottom main door. Now, this isn't always possible. If this hatch is open, you can't do this. If you know someone's in dirt or if you know someone's in blue, you don't want to be standing here. This is sort of late in the round when you're in like a 2v1 and the last one's bottom main, you can jump up here. The rotate, obviously, so you can see between sites. But one hole that I always do that I don't see many people do is from here. If you get this angle and just have a look where we are here, you want to be making a hole there. But now, from here, we can hold into blue with a tiny little pixel, or we can come further to the left, punch this box as well. Hello? Can you move? Thank you. It's a bit tricky sometimes getting the debris to move where you want it to move to. But from here, you can hold from into blue as well. I need to make that hole a little bit there. There we go. And from there, now you can see blue as well. And anyone hiding behind the aircon unit, you can get an angle on them from there. Other than that, that's pretty much it. What I always recommend doing as well is if you've got the shotgun, make some holes here because you can then impact trick the hatch. So if they throw an ace or if they even put a thermite charge, which doesn't happen very often, but let's just say they do, put a thermite charge or there's ace salmers or Habana pallets, you can throw a impact grenade at the bottom of this cabinet, which will then the splash like damage of the explosion will destroy what's on the hatch. Always recommend doing that. Another thing I like to do is make a hole here. And you can see that's now the top of the window. Quite often you'll get the Habana rappelling upside down to put the pallets on the hatch there. And if you do, it's an absolute freebie. A one tap for the ages. I love doing it. They normally peek this side of the window. As soon as they peek to put the pallets on there, it's literally a free peek as well because you know they're going to have the X-Kairos launcher in the hand. They're not going to have a gun. And that's it. You've got to play somebody upstairs. You've got to play somebody top floor maybe. Or just at least causing problems. You don't have to, again, don't actively peek when you're upstairs. Unless there's a free kill, of course you can do that then. But you just want to be causing problems for the attackers upstairs. Run away, destroy drones, run away again. Open the billiards hatch, drop from gym, just run away, run away, run away. One thing that I see people do is barricading dirt. And I do this sometimes. Now the problem with barricading dirt is, if the attackers open dirt, they get to here for free. And then they can drone underneath the barricade and they can see where you are. And if you're stood on this box, for example, and you think dirt's safe, you know where we just talked, so you can peek bottom main. All they've got to do is that and then you're dead. So I don't think barricading dirt is the play. I think you have to put something like a Fenrir here or a couple of goo mines or some barbed wire or a Malusi Banshee. You need some intel to know if somebody's coming down dirt. You've got to have it. But having dirt open is crucial sometimes later in the round when you know they're on the kitchen hatch and you're playing like here. You can cross to dirt. Just hang on here. There's 10 seconds left in the round. You know they've got to drop and try and plant or push it. And as soon as they drop, you can take advantage of it. So I personally like keeping dirt open. I do actually recommend sometimes playing in dirt. The only problem is when you play in dirt, excuse the pun, excuse the innuendo, sorry. The only problem with playing in dirt is you can't get out. Grow up, Andy, you're 34. You can't get out if the kitchen hatch is open. Like, as soon as they open that kitchen hatch and they have intel that you're in here, they can just hold you from the hatch and you can't get out, so it can be troublesome sometimes. But that's it. There's a lot of setup. We've used 9 reinforcements. We've made about 17 lines of sights and rotates, but it will all help you win the round. That's how I set up basements. I recommend that's how you set up basements. But of course, this is only a recommendation. Welcome to the next best site on the map, which is gym bedroom. Everyone thinks CCTV is better. I promise you it's not once you learn how to defend it. Now, we've done all the reinforcements. Again, we've used 9, so we'll go through them. 1 here on the right side of bathroom wall. 2 on the main breach, which makes 3. The right side of this wall here in Logi, which makes 4. We've then done the single wall in construction, which makes 5. We've then done these 2 walls here in cache, 6, 7, and the 2 CCTV walls, 8 and 9. Now, why have we reinforced over here when the site is way over in gym? It's because the attack will more often than not come from this side as well. Now, this is a site where you've got to protect pretty much all of this floor, and it's fairly easy to do compared to when it comes to defending CCTV. Now, interestingly, when you do defend CCTV and cache, you don't defend over by gym and bedroom as well, like you do the opposite way around. And the reason for that is because garage exists. The garage is such an easy place to get control of that playing CCTV is just not viable, in my humble opinion. It's not a bad site, but as soon as you lose rafters control, your chances of winning the round drastically decreases. So anyway, let's get back on site. We talked about what we reinforce here. Let's go back on site, and then we'll make our way back over in this direction and talk about this in a second. Lines of sights and rotate first. Rotate in the corner of gym. Then, this one takes a bit of time. We're going to make a line of sight all the way along. And I feel your pain if you're playing Legion or Castle doing this, because the super shorty takes forever to do it. Want to open the gym hatch every single time. And I'll come on to that in a second. Little line of sight rotate here, so we can get out of bathroom if we need to. This door's generally going to be castled. And then we're going to come over to Logi. We're going to make a line of sight here. A rotate here. Now, this wall's important. What we don't want to do is make a rotate that side or that side of the wall, because we want to get the rotate hidden behind this mattress so you can't be seen from the master window. So, where that needs to go is pretty much bang in the middle of the wall. And now you can come in and out of this rotate. It needs a little bit more to the right. But now you can come in and out of this rotate hidden from the mattress there. So you don't get a peek. If you put it, imagine if you put it on this side and you try to come out that rotate, you're just going to get smoke from master there. So, just talking about this side of the map before we go over to the other side. The gym holes are there to... I think we haven't shot that radio, by the way. There we go. The gym holes are there to stop anyone planting in gym who jumps in gym window. If you're playing here, hiding behind the mattress, you've got a one-way angle onto gym. They can't see your feet, but you can see if they jump in. Again, if you're in bathroom, assuming no one's on master window, you can do the same. You can make sure nobody jumps in gym. Generally, they're going to try and get the plant down in gym, usually. So opening this wall completely stops them from doing that. You can have somebody play in gym. You're going to need to generally be in a zombie and they're hiding behind this sort of weightlifting bit here. This is solid, so you can't get shot from here. But you can like tuck in prone here. You can hold a nice angle onto the con window from here. Con door, sorry. But as soon as you stand up, you've got to be careful. So if you go around this side, putting a zombie Kiba barrier on this side and it'll cover that, you're much safer. That covers gym. Can we get that through, please? No, we can't. Is that stopping us getting through? Wow, why could we go through one way and not the other? Who knows? This rotate here is just because playing in bathroom is a fairly safe place to play. If you're getting pushed from top main and you don't want to, you peeked it from here once, for example, just means you've got the maneuverability to get around and fight Logi. You don't have to go through. Imagine you're in bathroom and someone's on this window and you're just literally stuck. So you need to have this rotate to be able to get out and go around. The line of sight in Logi is just generally you're going to have somebody playing around this area, obviously holding the hatch or watching the hatch. This is just to hold con window and to hold cache. Then we've got the other side of the map, which is my favorite place to play on this site. So you're going to make a line of sight in this wall. Never, ever, ever reinforce this wall. We're going to make a line of sight all the way across. The reason we do that is now from cache, which is the opposite side of the map, essentially, from where the site is, we can now hold CCTV window, construction window, master window, and gym window from this angle here. Obviously, we can't hold this window from this angle here, but the jump-ins across all of these 3 windows can be held now from here, and you can see them all cross that one line. Really, really power position. Then we've also got the ability to run out this way and open and see if anyone's on our highway. Don't do that until the end of the round, because there is always somebody peeking this here, waiting for somebody to come and go like this and to see what they can get. And you will die to that person every time. If you die on CCTV window and there's still more than a minute left in the round, you should be forced to do 10 press-ups in every ranked game, in my opinion. CCTV, you want to start when you're defending this side of the map. You want to start in CCTV. Destroy any drones coming up from garage. Destroy any drones coming up from top red. Destroy any drones coming in through this drone hole. This wall is going to get open fairly quickly, and when it does, you back off and then you go and play in cache. But try and destroy as much intel and delay as much time as you can. Don't die here. Don't hold on to this room like your life depends on it. We can back up into the safety of cache and we can play here now. We want to be making a rotate top red. And you want to be getting some kind of prox mine or Ela mine or some way of knowing that someone's coming up red. Barbed wire, goo mine. Goo mines, not so much because they're a bit more obvious, but barbed wire, prox mines, Ela mines, banshees, fenriers, whatever you want to use. You can then look at reinforcing this middle wall just to give you a bit more protection. I don't usually, but you can do what you want. And then once the CCTV wall's open, you can put on a bit of pressure from here. Again, don't die here, just let them know you're there. And then you can also give them the old dip, duck, dive, and dodge, and you can peek them from here. You can hold the breach, cross coming in there, and defend this side of the map. Once you're on this side of the map, you're generally not going to be able to get back across, because you're not usually going to be able to cross this window, because there'll be people here. So once you're on this side of the map, you play your life. Get rid of these boxes, by the way, because when you want to hold angles like this, you don't want that box in the way. And that's pretty much it. If you play on the other side, that side of the map is the most fun side to play on. Oh yeah, open this hatch. Just in case you're in con or you're in here and you need to get away and you need to C4 from below, you can drop. There's no negatives to having the hatch open. Where's that jukebox? Is it this side? Yeah, it's there. Shoot the jukebox. When you're playing this side, generally if you can try and get a mirror here, that's really helpful. But also playing around here is a solid anchor point, or playing around here using this bed as a protection from the window. You can hold gym window and obviously just bob back into lodge if you need to. But I hope that this... I know that Siege has had sorry, let me try that again. Siege has had a massive influx of new players. And when new players see these things, they think, what on earth are you doing? Like, a new player would want to just reinforce everything off, encase themselves in sight. But hopefully I've just shown by one bit of movement there, is if you know someone's in construction and you don't have this rotate and this line of sight, the only way you can fight that person in construction is through one door. And all attackers have to worry about is one door. So being able to bob through different ways, yes, it can benefit the attackers if you lose control. So if you lose control with Logi and they drop the hatch, having this rotate here will benefit the attackers. But there's a prerequisite to that, which is don't lose control of it. Keep hold of this area of the map, and then it benefits you. But I know when I first started playing Siege, I was like, reinforce all of these walls, reinforce this wall, reinforce everything. You know, like that Oprah Winfrey meme, like, you get a reinforcement, you get a reinforcement, everyone gets reinforcements. But hopefully that sort of explains why you want to be doing that. And for those of you that already know that you don't want to put reinforcements everywhere, if you didn't know how to set up gym bedroom and how to hold on to the other side of the map, that's what you do. Onto CCTV and cache now, and we all know the first thing to do is shoot the radio. Get rid of those out of the game. I've had enough of them. Right then, we've used all 10 reinforcements, and I'm going to go over all of the reinforcements and why we've done them. So, and of course all the rotates we're going to make as well. First one, this is imperative. Oh, bear in mind, by the way, we've used 10 reinforcements. So don't start reinforcing these walls. Don't start reinforcing anything else elsewhere. You need these 10 reinforcements to make this site viable in these right places. Single wall in construction. Middle wall top red. Single wall from cache to construction. So the single wall there and the single wall here. The 2 walls on the breach. The single wall from the CCTV into garage rafters, and then all 4 walls down on garage. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That then is 10 reinforcements. And let's start talking about rotate them lines of sight. So the first one is from top red into cash. You want to make just one line of sight here as well, and one here. This is just so you can get, obviously, between cash and top red. You want to make these lines of sight. You can even do one here as well if you wanted to. Only a smaller one, though. So you can hold construction door from here, and also you can then hold construction door from here as well. If you, as an attacker, if you come to construction door, or to cash door, whichever way you want to look at it, and you're faced with that, where are they going to peek from? You haven't got a clue. It could be anywhere there. Whereas if these two holes don't exist, and this hole doesn't exist, and there's just a rotate, as an attacker, it's absolute free cheese. You can just hold that. Now we're faced with this, where are we getting peeked from? Like, it could be 4 different places. So they're the rotates lines of sight there. In garage, we want to make a line of... This is a common mistake here, by the way. We want a line of sight here. We do not want to rotate here. We never ever want to rotate here. The person who plays rafters plays the life. Whoever's on rafters is staying there for the entire round, or maybe dropping down and going up red. Whoever's playing rafters should not be rotating through this hole. 1, because this wall's going to be open, and 2, because somebody's going to be on this window. The amount of times you used to see a rotate here, somebody walks through here and just gets domed in the side of the red from that window. It happens all the time. Whoever's on rafters, it's a really unfortunate position to be. Well, it's not unfortunate, but it's a difficult place to play. You play your life, you're probably going to die, but you're trying to keep them out as long as you can. You've got to hold here, you've got to hold here onto the breach, and you've got to worry about the breaches underneath it. It's a tough place to play, but on this side, this is by far the most important power position. Once the attackers get this area, getting from here into the site is super easy, but it's made even easier if you make a rotate for them. If they come up here and they're an Iona, and they don't have anything to get through the... You know, if it's a sledge, yeah, granted, you could open that with a sledge or with a book. But if they're an operator who doesn't have soft breach, they can't get through. They're forced to go through the window. And, of course, the window can be held from top red. Yes, this can be held from cash as well. But all you've got to do is flash cash and walk in. It's a lot harder. Sorry, a lot easier, a lot harder to defend. We then want a line of sight across the top of the wall here to be able to throw C4 over the top onto the default plant spot, which is made easier now with the C4 lineups. I also make a rotate here, a very small one though, here, and I make it so you can only vault rotate it from here. Like, you've got to run off this table and then across. You can't get into it from the other side. I've made it too low there because you can get into it from the other side, but you want it so if you're in cash and you need a quick escape to top red, you can do that and you can peek from here. Otherwise, the only place you can peek top red is from here or go all the way around. So just a rotate there. I've made that one a little bit too low. You want it to be like this height, then you can run at it from the table and get across and peek here. In terms of downstairs, you want to barricade this door. Now, if you've got a roamer and if you're playing with a team and you've got someone who's roaming and they can go downstairs or they want to rotate downstairs, by all means, don't barricade this. If you're not playing with someone who's going to be roaming in this area, barricade this off. The amount of sneaky kills that people get by just jumping through that window there, which is called blue or secret or Adam, getting through there and then coming to here and just holding this angle onto top red. You see it all the time. People on the top red are just completely taken aback because they don't expect anyone to be there. Putting this here just means there's going to be a sound command when they break the barricade. What you can do, if you have got a teammate roaming below and you want them to have a chance of coming back through, and this just doesn't apply to this. This can be anywhere on any map at any time. Barricade it and punch it twice at the bottom. Attackers generally won't think that that's been punched twice. It just looks like someone's tried to shoot a drone through it. But if you're in a rush, you can just run straight through it, punch it once, and you can go on your way. So you're almost like pre-prepping the barricade for someone who wants to come through it. I also make some holes here, just so whoever who walks in bottom garage, if you've got somebody playing around this area, you can hold bottom garage from here as well. Otherwise, the only place you can hold bottom garage for is one door, and it's incredibly easy for the attackers to know where you're going to peek from. Finally, upstairs, we also barricade off the gym door, the master bedroom door. Same reason as downstairs in blue. You're not generally going to have any, unless they're flanking up this end, you're not really going to have anyone playing around that area of the map. If you are going to have people there, again, just do what you did downstairs. And that'll sort it. As an attacker, you would never notice that that's like that. Finally, open this hatch. In fact, no, not finally, but open that hatch, and I'll tell you why in a second. But finally, you want to make feet holes here.
And the feet holes there are so you're generally going to have somebody playing in con who's going to be holding this window. But also now you can see if anyone drops the lodgy. You know the lodgy hatch, which is just here. So holding here, now you can see if anyone drops, you can see the toes and shoot them in the face. What you can also do is shoot the jukebox, which is just here, sorry, under the carpet. Have we shot it? I hate that thing. The reason we open the hatch is because if they do get into garage and they're planting default or they're gonna plant default, one last lifeline that you can have is by coming out of here, dropping here, running around into lounge and trying to get the C4 behind the bomb here onto the default plant, which might save you the round depending on if they're going to be able to plant default or not. But it means if you can get through the hatch round here, it gives you a chance of at least stopping the plant, just a sort of quick exit. Obviously then you're sort of stuck underneath and you're going to have to either fight your way up garage or fight your way up red. It's never easy. I don't think this site is as good as other sites, personally speaking, because it relies so much. Oh yeah, if you didn't know that, I'm sure people know that, but if you didn't know that, you can shoot the ceiling to drop your C4 again if you don't like where you've thrown it. You can do that with a deagle, you can do it with a pistol or your normal gun, as long as you destroy the ceiling. The reason I don't like this site personally is one, there's bloody radios everywhere. No, but this area here is what generally decides if you win the round or not. You'll have an Azami generally playing up here or a Wamai, and if they survive and they get a couple of kills onto the garage door or onto the breach, then maybe you win the round. But if you lose rafters early, and you know what you're doing, it's generally pretty straightforward from there. As an attacker, by the way, just on a side note, as an attacker, always, always, always watch for that C4 plant that I've just told you there on the default plant. And the biggest tip I can give you as an attacker, not the biggest tip, but a massive thing you can do as an attacker is at the start of the round, open this door. Why do you open this door? Because later in the round, if you know someone's going to go and use the default plant and you're on highway or wherever you are, you can even come out of garage if you open garage. This door is already open, so you can shoot the guy that's in lounge using that default plant. If this door remains closed, which it often does when you're attacking, you end up having to drop down here. Now you've got to punch this 3 times, or you've got to shoot it, and then you've got to reload, and by that time, the guy who's here is gone. So if you keep this open at the start of the round, it just means if you need to push in here later on, you don't have to bother with the barricade. We've gone on to attack there a little bit. Maybe we'll make another video about attacking it, but yeah, that's how to defend it. I don't like the site. I think it's a little bit it's just not as good as downstairs in gym in my opinion, but that's how you set it up. Good luck with it. And finally, we find ourselves at bar and stage. Don't worry, I've already shot the jukebox because it was doing me head in already. I couldn't wait until I started recording the clip. I understand quite a bit, or I like to think I understand quite a bit about siege map design and why things are where they are. I'd love to know what the reasoning is behind this, other than just to annoy me and everybody else who dislikes this thing. Like, turn it down to like 30% volume. Anyway, that's not what we're here for. Bar stage. I personally don't think you should play this site. This site is not a bad site, but it requires a lot of coordination, and it requires the 5 people defending knowing what they're doing exactly. If you're playing in like a 5-stack, fine. If you've got something coordinated, it's not a terrible site. It's certainly not one of the best, but it's not terrible. I think it's better than CCTV if you're in a 5, but if you're not in a 5, defending this can be troublesome. But anyway, I'll show you what we do to reinforce it. Starting downstairs, we've got the 2 walls on stage into stock. We've then got the opposite end of the site, the 2 walls from billiards into strip. That's 4. Sorry. Did you hear the alert then? That's somebody just followed the stream on Twitch whilst I was recording the video. So whoever that was, thank you very much. Although that is also now a good time to shout out the Twitch channel. Exactly the same as the YouTube channel. Stream there 3 days a week for about 3 or 4 hours a time. I only ever play ranked. Come and check it out. Whoever just followed, thank you very much. So we also then do the 2 gym walls. Upstairs, we are basically doing the same setup that we did to defend gym bedroom, although it's just slightly different. So the 2 gym walls, the right-hand side bathroom wall, as you're in bathroom looking outside, so the right side wall. And then like when we defend gym bedroom and make a line of sight here, you don't do that here. So we reinforce the construction wall to cache, and then also the single construction wall, as it's called. Now, where do we make lines of sight? First of all, whilst you're upstairs, we open the hatch for construction, and this enables us to stop any plants. A lot of the time, you're going to find this wall gets opened. Oh, I didn't mean to drop there. That's embarrassing. Be right back. Oh, this is annoying. Shall we just talk amongst ourselves whilst I probably should edit this out of the video, shouldn't I? I'm not going to. Shoot the radio on the way past.
Anyway, back to the construction hatch. Sorry about that. Yeah, this is, you're going to find this wall open a lot, and you're going to see plants going down, like tucked in here, tucked around here, and also on the door here, tucked in this corner, so you can deny the plant from there. So you always want that hatch open. Then, you also want to open pretty much all of this floor. Now, I don't know if I've got enough time to open all of this, but you'll see all the way along here. Now, this line of sight that we've opened in the floor here pretty much lines up with the bar wall that divides the area from stage into bar. This here is one of the most common plant spots, and also over in the corner here behind the vending machine, so you can stop all the plants from above there. You also want to make the same rotating lines of sight that you did when you were defending gym, so all the way along gym wall. All the way across, and then I rotate in the middle of this wall, remember, so we can be hidden by the mattress. I've done it again, you know, it still needs to be more to the right. I need to learn that. Stay hidden by the mattress so we don't die to the master window like we discussed before. And then finally, you've got one reinforcement. You can reinforce this wall and do what we did when you defend gym and make a line of sight there. It's up to you. I sometimes leave this soft because you're going to have a player in construction as well, but you definitely want to make the feeder holes. So like we just talked about on CCTV and Cash, whoever it is who's defending construction here can see if anyone drops that logi hatch. That's upstairs. Oh, yeah, we also want to open the gym hatch. Because from here now you can stop anyone walking in through these walls here, or through over from strip into bathroom over there as well. Downstairs, we're going to run out of shotgun shells here, I think. Downstairs, you want to make a line of sight across here. And here, to an extent. Not all the way across, though. You can make it all the way across. I don't like doing it personally. Now, the reason you do this is twofold. One, if they don't push kitchen, you can play in kitchen and stop anyone pushing through this door or through the stock wall. Or, whilst you're in there, if they do push kitchen, you can now play around here and hold the kitchen door. It all depends where they push from. If they push from both, you're going to have to fall back and hold different angles onto kitchen and different angles onto stage. This is why the site is quite troublesome if you've not got a 5 playing where they want to be playing. Then we open this hatch as well. This is just purely for an escape. If you're in this area and you're in trouble, you can drop, go through moto, up the main stairs, and reappear here. It's also a really, if they're pushing kitchen, it's a really nice flank to be able to come down here, reappear here, and you can either now push into kitchen, or if they've already pushed into site, you can now retake using these holes. So you see why we make lines of sight, because if we end up on the outside of sight, and these are reinforced, the only place we can walk through is the door, which is difficult when you're trying to retake. I mean, the same argument could be said for attackers as well, that you force attackers through one door, but it doesn't quite work the same for attackers because they have the arsenal to try and get through, whether it's flashes or utility to move you out of the way, nades, etc. So that's how you set up bar stage. I don't like it generally unless you've practiced it and you're in a 5, like I said earlier. It's a fun site to play because there's loads of destruction, loads of setup. There's so much vertical play above it to try and deny. Generally, you're going to play 2 or 3 guys above, by the way, and then collapse on the side and retake if you need to, or to stop the plant. You can do it from above, obviously. A lot of intel operators usually played on this side. Echo's almost a must. Valkyrie, obviously, is always good. Castle is always good because you can castle off the double door there. You can castle off the door from strip. Here, you can castle this. You can castle this door. Castle that window. Castle's a really good option on this site, but yeah, I enjoy the site. It's fun, but I just don't, I don't know. Only when you know what you're doing, and I would pick downstairs and gym before this any day of the week. Let's get started then with hookah and billiards, and we've got something to talk about very quickly. The knife in the reinforcements. It kicked off on the bank video. People saying bring the knifing back, and other people saying don't knife. Well, what I'm going to do is I am going to knife the reinforcements because that's what I want to do, and this is my channel. So yeah, but also I'm just not going to run up to each one. I'll just I can stand here and go like this and go like this. I don't have to run all the way up, okay? That's the compromise. I like knifing him because I feel like it's something that goes right, and that's that one sort of boxed off and ticked off. Anyway, we're back into Coastline, and I picked his army because I'm going to show you a setup with his army whilst we're here. But in terms of reinforcements, we're going to use 10. I know we've got 2 left over up in the top left corner. We're going to use 10, but I'm going to show you there's 2 variations of the setup. This is the same, though, for every setup. So, reinforcement 1, the right-hand side of the hookah door. 2, the left-hand side of the hookah door.
3, the left-hand side of the triple wall on hookah, like right up next to billiards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, oh yeah, sorry, that's 4. The middle wall between billiards and hookah, and then all 4 reinforcements across the back of pink bar. Then we've got 2 reinforcements left, and you've got 2 options here. You either reinforce this wall and this wall, or we reinforce that wall and that wall. And how you decide which one of these 2 that you reinforce is, if you're planning on playing in VIP, which I do recommend someone does, ideally a mute. And what you can do is you can mute the door there, mute the door here, and then mute this wall. You can then make shotgun holes across the bottom of that wall, and mute can just play in here and hold this area. With this reinforced, it's muted off. Can't get a drone in here, can't get a drone through here. You can make a rotate here as well, and then mute just plays around here. The only thing mute has to be careful of is you can't come this way out of VIP, because by the time you get here, there's always some roof camper, I was going to call him something else then. A roof camper just sitting here, waiting for somebody to come out of this door. I do it as well, so I can't look down on them too much. Just you can't. The only thing I would recommend doing, perhaps, is barricading this at the start of the round, but then also punch out the left side. And the reason I say that is you can then come out of the wall, come out the door, and when Ace throws his Selmas on the wall, you could maybe shoot them off the wall by leaving a punch hole here. But if I were you, I just wouldn't come out of this door if you were playing here. Anyway, so if you're playing in here, reinforce this and this. If you're not playing in here, reinforce this and this, okay? And then there your last 2 reinforcements. This one you don't see reinforced very often, but the reason you do that is if you want to play tight up to this wall, taking cover here, you can't stand here usually because someone from 90 or someone coming out of VIP just wall bangs you through this wall. Always reinforce this and it'll keep you safe here as well. You can still shoot the other side of it. If I make a quick line of sight here, you don't need to do this in game, but if I make a quick line of sight here, you can still hold the corridor, hold the door and 90, but you can also take cover here as well. So rotates, we only need 2 for this side. The first one goes here on hookah. Second one goes over here on the wall to billiards. Now what we're going to... You can make this a non-vault rotate. I personally like making it a vault rotate. I've always done it. I don't really know why. Like I say, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I've always done a vault rotate there. It's up to you how you want to play it, obviously. Right, now the setup we're going to use here with the Zarmi is 1 keeper barrier here behind the bomb. As you can see there, that's going to give you protection from the hookah window. So anyone rappelling there doesn't just get a freebie onto you. And the next one we're going to do is towards Aqua. Just make sure we get that at the right angle on the pool table over there. So now what we can do is we can play here, fighting on hookah window. We can fight on hookah door. We can hold hookah door and not have to worry about hookah window. Or if the push is coming from Aqua, we can now transfer between the rooms without getting shot from Aqua. So now you can play an Aqua, fight Aqua. No one Aqua, someone's coming this way instead. Obviously, if someone's on the hookah window rappel, you can't go between the rooms unless you were to put a keeper barrier here as well. You can do that because it'll block that line of sight off, but there'll still be a little bit in the middle where the guy on the hookah window will be able to see over the top. The only reason I don't like doing this is you can't really fight onto hookah window from here. So I don't really personally like doing that. It just means that you've just got to be careful of hookah window. But it means coming through here is really nice. It also means you can hold the window here, come through tight, and hold anyone on the window there. It's just a little setup that I think playing with a Zarmi in here enables you to hold hookah really effectively. And of course, if somebody does end up on the window rappel, you can just Zarmi that off if you want to anyway. And then you can go through here. So if there is somebody holding you from there, keep a barrier off, and then it gives you the time to get through if you need to. You can hold into Aqua. Don't forget, by the way, and for some reason I forget this all the time, you can just shoot keeper barriers now, but it's just, I've spent so long not being able to shoot them, it's just not ingrained in my memory that I can shoot them. Just a couple other things that are worth noting regarding defending hookah. Cap cans work really well on this door, pushing in from here, and you really need to have somebody below, around the sunrise area. Downstairs here, holding sunrise, holding kitchen, holding office. You can't let the enemy appear here without being contested, because they're also going to be on the hookah door without being contested. You're generally going to have somebody anchoring. Let me just get rid of the vase. I don't know why. I just have to get rid of it. You're going to have someone anchoring in this area here, holding hookah door, maybe holding from vase around the corner. But you can't let this person here get overwhelmed by hookah door and having somebody come up with cool vibes early doors. It's also generally a pretty free C4 as well. If you're playing in either here, you can get the free C4 onto hookah door, or you can play over this side and get the free C4 into Aqua, and you can even use the default cam in Aqua to assist yourself with it. You know, as soon as they come through the door, you've got your ping there. Throw your C4 here. I don't have one. I've got impacts. Pre-place it there. Wait for them to come through. Come off your cam and boom. That works all the time, by the way. Every egg a bird. So that's hookah. Yeah, you've definitely got to have more of a roam presence, but not too far, because bear in mind, a direct hit on aqua or on hookah, all you got to do is come through this door and plant here, and it's the plant goes down. So you've got to watch out for that as well, but you also just can't give up the map control. It's an interesting one, Coastline, because you sort of need to roam, but you also don't want to be too far away at the same time. So it's what you call a shallow roam. But yeah, that's hookah and billiards. On to kitchen and service then, and we've used 8 reinforcements, but first things first, shoot the radio. Get rid of that thing. I hate radios. First things first, watch a drone in this drone hole. You'll get a free, at least one drone every single round. Somebody comes through that drone hole in the first 15 seconds. Make sure you just ADS that and get a free drone there. In terms of reinforcements, we've used 8. We've got 1 here on the service door to, service wall to kitchen. We've then got the 2 kitchen walls. We've then got 2 barrels walls, and we'll talk about this wall being soft in a second. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we've got 3 walls upstairs. We'll talk about upstairs, and then we'll go back down on the site. It's absolutely imperative that you hold upstairs on this site. Upstairs, we've got the middle wall between a penthouse and VIP, and then we've got the 2 walls outside VIP. Now, it's imperative that you hold above. Reason being is pretty much all the floor above the site, except for this area here, is soft. So anyone that gets access to this room can open all the floor above kitchen and can stop you coming back in this room by just looking through the floor. A couple of lines aside, didn't mean to do that. A couple of lines aside that you need to make above when you're holding above is 1 onto the kitchen window. Kitchen window there. Legion works really well to roam up here. So you can drop a goo mine there. You want the kitchen door, which is just here. You want a goo mine there as well. Will that go through the wall floor there? It doesn't appear to. Well, anyway, you know what I mean if I say through. Why is that not going through the floor? I feel like that... What's it hitting? Hang on a minute. Sorry, bear with me. Oh, okay. It does go through the floor now. Yeah, so you can hold the kitchen door from here. Kitchen window. You want to make a little rotate here. Nothing mad. A little bit wider. Hello? To come through the, and use it. You want it on this side because you can use this wardrobe as cover if you need to on the window. You can shoot through this, so it's not great cover, but you can also make a little angle as well to hold onto the window if someone's on there. Depending on what corner of the window they're on. You then want to make feet holes all the way across this wall. Bear with me. All the way across there. It just means that when you're over in VIP, you can watch the hatch drop from here. You're going to see the feet fall. Remember, you see the feet below, but aim for the head. And then a really, really nice line of sight that you should learn and do with every single operator that you play, as long as you've got a shotgun, is this from here down onto service door. I don't know if you can tell. I think you should be able to, but that there is service door. A really, really nice angle. You can throw goo mines from here as well. You can bounce them off the desk. Oh, that's gone well. Why is the line, like, wrong? It's mad, isn't it? You can bounce them off the desk. Even if you leave them on the desk, by the way, when they walk past them, it'll still goo mine them. Doesn't have to be on the floor next to the feet. As long as it touches the body, it'll still interact with them. So yeah, from here now you can hold this, but also, if you prep this window, not only can you hold this angle here from above, you can also then jump out of here if you know they're on the door. Another line of sight that you could think about is back barrels, which is going to be here. And then anyone planting down in the corner there, you're going to be able to see. You can also see that from here, obviously. Over in the corner there. Always open the hatch, just for a quick escape. Back down into bathroom if you need to. And that's upstairs. Now with Legion, you want to be placing your goo mines on the doorways, into the site, into the upstairs area, across all these doors. And obviously a few, that was a rubbish throw, sorry. And then a couple downstairs on the areas I've shown you. On like service door and kitchen door, kitchen door and kitchen window. And then from up here, just hold this with your life. Try and get some denial on this wall if you can, because if this wall gets open, it makes holding it really, really tough. You can also get a nice angle using the feet holes that you've made. You can get a nice angle onto Hall of Fame door from here as well. So that's upstairs. Downstairs, and in the ladies' chamber, well, we're going to use feet holes here. Am I running out of shotgun shots? Feet holes here, and that just stops anyone from planting in this area here. Because what the attackers can do is they can get to here, and as long as the attackers are holding the door here or the rim, the rotate here, there's not really a great deal you can do. So making feet holes here, It means that you can defend that plant from here if you need to. You can also, if anyone's pushing in, you can tuck into the wall here and just hold the door coming through. A goo mine there always goes a long way as well. If we want to rotate here, this is pretty standard. You need to have a way of getting between the site without going through this door. So this rotate means you can come through here, you've got the bomber's cover, you can fight onto service door, or you can back away if you want to behind the reinforcements. If that rotate wasn't there, you'd have to come through this door and you can just be held from the service door there. The feet holes along here. Doing this with a super shorty is not easy. Those feet holes there are for when you're playing here, you can stop anyone coming through the corridor, you can hold the blue door, and also it makes retaking a lot easier. So if you need to retake kitchen, you can get an angle from here out onto the door without you having to come through this door. Just makes defending this area a bit easier. Leaving that soft also leaves you open for an impact if you need to later on in the round. And now you can still hold kitchen window and anyone who's trying to plant there. Again, you probably want to have someone sunrise early doors to kill 2 or 3 drones that are going to come through this way. Maybe 2 drones. Probably office as well. You only really need 2 on site here. 1 to cover the kitchen area, 1 to cover the service area. Now let's talk about this wall here and why we've left this soft. So there's an argument to say we make a vault rotate here. Because if you don't make a vault rotate here, anyone that's in this area has either got to cross to here so they get held by the door, or they've got to come through this way and get held by the front door, or go out this way and get held by kitchen. This just gives them another means of escape, but also another place to hold. You can now shoot front door from here. If you don't have that open, the only place you can hold front door from is here. Like we talked about other sites where you've got more ways of holding, as in more angles for the attackers to worry about. Also means you can hold service, security, and a bit into courtyard as well. It just gives you a bit more flexibility. Now the problem is that if you lose map control quite quickly, having this here can mean the attackers are in sight a lot faster than they would be. But on the counter side to that is it makes retaking a lot easier as well. So let's just say these 3 walls are reinforced and the plant's going down at the back of barrels and we haven't got vertical control. The only way we can get in is through this door. Just being able to come through this way means retaking the site is a lot easier. If you don't have this open, the only way of getting into the site is either through this door or through the kitchen door at the back. So having this open just gives another way into the site. It also means if someone's on kitchen door, you can quickly get out and hold down onto the corridor and jump back into the site. You've not got to run all the way around through bathroom, down here, and then fire down there, and then run back in. It just gives you way more maneuverability. It's just, the thing is, if you lose map control early, you'll do this, right? You'll lose map control early, and you'll think, why the hell have I made that rotate? However, when it works for you, you're like, that rotate is absolutely world class. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. It depends what mood I'm in. If I'm feeling it and I'm hitting my shots, I open it. If I'm terrified and I'm having a bad game, then I close it up, which is what I'm doing at the moment, by the way. I don't know if you come to the streams. You should, twitch.tv/ALittleton, exactly the same as YouTube. Last couple of streams, though, man, have been tough. I've been playing so bad. Anyway, that's kitchen. Loads to talk about here, especially holding upstairs with all those angles that we've looked at. It's well worth learning those, because holding upstairs is going to win you this site. Onto Sunrise and Blue Bar now then, and this is a favourite site of mine on this map. I don't know why, I really enjoy it. And when this was in comp, this was one of the strongest sites. Again, it's another one of those tertiary sites where if you know what you're doing, it's really strong. And if you're not an organised 5, you're going to get absolutely rumbled on it. So let's have a look at the reinforcements. We've only used 5. We've got 1 on the left-hand side of the right hookah wall. You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, let's just say both left-hand sides of the walls, right? We've then got the wall in between the left-hand side if you're in hookah. Sorry, if you're in Sunrise, looking into Blue Bar. And then we've got 1 upstairs, which is the wall in the middle of hookah and billiards. So again, in fact, let's talk about upstairs first, because doesn't take us long this time, but you've got to hold upstairs again. A little bit like when you're defending hookah and billiards. You want your rotate there. Azami works just as well up here again. You just got to defend this area a little bit like when you defend upstairs. You can open this hatch, but you've got to if you open this hatch, you've got to defend upstairs with your life. Because what's nice is if you open this, you can then see down onto the door into Sunrise. I've got loads of kills from here of people just running through and trying to go plant in that corner. It's a nice little angle to hold. You also, I don't know why I've run this way, you also need to hold Office and Aqua. It's important that we do this. Office is going to be generally, apart from the Sunrise door, Office is going to be the next busiest place. So it's important that we can hold an angle down onto here, even just make a bit of vert. Hello? Oh, sorry, I'm the wrong side of that. Even just make a bit of dirt for the door as well to hold from above. I thought the door was that down. I'm the wrong side of the middle there, that's why, sorry. I'm sure I've made... Hang on a minute, let me just drop down a second. I'm sure I've made vert there before. Right, it's that bit solid, that's why. So yeah, you've got to hold it there instead. I've never noticed that from below. I've never really looked at that before. But yeah, you can hold the door from below. It's just the right side of Aqua. I've never really noticed that before. I'm sure I used to do that. Maybe it was like looking back this way or something instead. Anyway, enough of that. So downstairs on site, we need a lot of lines of sight here. And we're going to talk about this wall in a second as well. We need to do a line of sight all the way across the bottom here. And this is not going to do... You're not really going to be playing in blue bar much at all. Blue bar is all about retake. You need to rotate here. And we want feet holes on the two soft walls here. We make feet holes there. You play around this area here. You make feet holes there because you can see them come in the door before they see you. Remember, we see the feet, we shoot the head. It's again here, if you jump in this window, we're going to see the feet before we see the head. Putting prox mines in hidden locations here works really well. When I say hidden, I mean hide it from the window. Like, you see that prox mine you can't shoot from here? Don't just put it above the door so they can shoot it through this window. And again, with this side, try and hide it somewhere so you know when they jump in, you're going to get that notification, but they can't shoot it from the door. So as soon as you're playing here, you can hear them come in and make sure you do something about it. Again, those feet holes work this way as well. If they were to come in and go to the left, obviously don't just stand here because you're going to have your head taken off from the door. The feet holes here are all about stopping people planting behind blue bar. So playing around this area is really important because now you can stop anyone coming into blue bar. Defenders are not going to really be in blue bar at all because of the window that's there. So as soon as that window gets opened, you can't really play anywhere in blue bar other than here. And this doesn't really give you an advantage of much at all. You're just trapped. So you don't really want to be playing in blue bar. So if you do lose blue bar, it's all about the retake. Hence why we have this here. Now, you can reinforce these two walls. And what attackers will usually do is come through here and try and hard breach this. I don't know why I couldn't think of the word there. Try and hard breach this wall, and then they'll try and plant behind the blue bar. You can tuck in if you're ever attacking this site. By the way, let's just say we've hard breached this. You've got to be really aware of this as a defender. You can tuck in behind this, and you can plant like right here, a bit like you do on bank in the basements. And you're not going to be seen from the feet holes. So you've got to be aware of that as a defender. Now you can leave this. You can leave that soft, and then you can play retake here as well. So you can. I've nearly run out of shotgun shots here. So you can play retake if you drop the hatch. You can get them from behind the blue bar, or you can come back through security, and you can still try and do something about blue bar. Because if the attackers get in here, and they're then playing behind a reinforcement, or it's not the easiest thing to retake. So sometimes you've got to think about sites where, yeah, they're going to get control early, but then we're going to end up behind them and retaking it. The other thing you've got to do is play kitchen. I've not got enough shotgun shells to make the rotate, but we make the usual rotate that we make when we're defending kitchen. Can we get through there? Oh, what a rotate with 2 shells. You defend kitchen as well, because what you don't want to do is give up kitchen early. Someone comes through that door, and they're already bearing down on the side from here. They want to see the main anchor point that most people are going to play is behind the bar. So this person behind the bar is going to have enough on their hands doing this, this, and this without having to worry about getting shot from behind from kitchen. So really you need one, maybe 2 upstairs, 1 like hookah area, 1 billiards area, and then you want 1 kitchen, 1 in the side here, and 1 over an office security area at the back of courtyard area over there. And that's pretty much all you need. Again, it's a site that's all about retake. Smoke's solid here, obviously. Another common plant, by the way, you need to worry about is people getting through here. If you don't reinforce this wall, they're going to make like a soft breach here. Going to get through this wall. You can get up on the sofa here and plant, although the vault is really janky to get up on this sofa. Like, it's not easy to do. Like, you can see, it's not even appearing for me there. But you can, if you get the right angle. Why can't I vault on that? Have they removed that? They must have removed it, because I've not had the vault prompt once. Oh, wait. Did we just have it then? That must be removed. Sorry, I'm just doing a bit of research here myself. Did we get... Oh, wait, there's a vault prompt we're getting slightly in this cut. Hang on, it was just there. Come back. Come on. So you can still get up here, but it's, I mean, trying to do that in the midst of a battle. The reason you want to get up here, obviously, because you can get right tucked into the corner, whereas if you're not there, you're planting here and you can be seen from the kitchen door. If you can get right up in the corner of the sofa. Oh, you just walk up it now. Brilliant. So you just go up to the corner and... Has that always been the case? I'm sure I used to have to try and vault up that from the side here. Wait, hang on a minute. There's 20 seconds left. I've got to go and plant. See that? It's not quite as easy as I just made it. Wait a second. Something's not right here. We now can't walk up it. We've just walked up it twice in a row. Sprinting isn't working. See, this is what I thought it was like. Okay, so yeah, that's not easy to do. And then you imagine you got 5 seconds left to plant and you're like, oh, see, we've just gone up it, no problem. This is inconsistent. Interesting. Not sure. Anyway, bit of practice to figure out what the mechanics is to get up there. But anyway, that's another common plant spot, which is why being behind the bar, being able to deny that, however you decide to deny it with smoke or with a C4, works really well. Fun site, really fun site. Not easy, you need to be a coordinated stack to do it, but it's fun nonetheless. And last but by no means least, we've got theatre and penthouse. We've used 9 reinforcements, we could potentially use 10. We'll talk about this shortly. 1, the right-hand side wall through to top main stairs, left-hand side wall out onto the corridor here, right-hand side wall out onto the corridor here, so we leave these 2 walls soft. The dividing wall between theatre and penthouse itself, we leave this wall soft. We've then got the 2 left-hand walls over in penthouse. However, sometimes you reinforce this side and leave this side soft, depending on where you want the rotate. I like the rotate this side, some people like the rotate that side. And then finally, 3 in here, the 2 VIP walls, and the right side wall from VIP out towards the bays, vase, billiards, hooker area. Lines of sights and rotates, the obvious one. Excuse me, that's a cough. There's a rotate between sights. Just here. We then want the same feet holes to stop people dropping the hatch. Well, it doesn't stop people dropping the hatch, but at least you can shoot them when they do drop the hatch. You then want to have a line of sight across the top here. This enables you just to throw a C4 into the default plant, or a... it's mad how much further you can throw prox mines than C4. Well, the point is, you can drop a C4 from over there, you can land it here, and it stops the default plant over in the corner here. Same with the smoke, obviously, you can do the same. You just got to line it up a little bit more. Probably throw it at the ceiling, maybe. And then it would go down onto the floor. Can I pick that up? Thank you. Back over this way, we're going to make feet holes to watch the walk down from the corridor here. You make these where if you're playing at the back of the site and somebody's walking down the corridor, as they're coming down, they get to here and you're already shooting them in the side of the legs. They've got no idea where you are. Of course, there's always the argument, well, someone can get a prone angle from here. They can, but you're going to have somebody playing here anyway. So, yeah, stopping that walk down to the door is always important. This one is going to make a long angle into VIP. And now from behind this reinforcement, you can hold into VIP and onto the breach from here. It's always not a favourable angle for an SMG-11, but if you had an ACOG, even swinging out there works really well. I put a mirror on this wall sometimes, then you can see into VIP from here on the mirror. You've got to open the hatch as an escape route. If you need to, you can get out and C4 from below. And that about covers it. What we haven't talked about yet is this wall. Now this wall, if you don't put a reinforcement here and you're at the back of theatre, you can't go anywhere. You can't really go forwards because Hall of Fame door is probably going to be taken, or at least bathroom is going to be taken. And you can't come out the door, side door. It only leaves you one place of exit through the side door. So, sorry, out of theatre door, sorry. And obviously you're going to potentially have someone holding you from luggage or main stairs. But the argument is, if you do make a rotate here, it gives the attackers a free line of sight from the window into the side. But if you make it small like this, it doesn't give them much. The only thing is, if someone's on rappel here, they can just sit here all round and just hold this rotate, and you wouldn't be able to use it. But I don't mind that so much. Like, if an attacker wants to sit and hold that rotate for 2.5 minutes, and I just won't leave through that rotate until I hear him get off rappel, then fine. Like, that's like, I don't mind. I can tuck in here, I can hang here, hold luggage from here, move further back down the site, and hold the feet holes still from here. And, you know, you're not in danger from that window until you go through the rotate. But if you know they're not on rappel there, being able to go through here and then come round on fire onto 90 is a lot stronger than just walking through this door. Obviously, you could use these head holes as well to fight onto 90. But it just gives you, again, a bit more mobility to be able to get out the site without going through the doors. Everyone holds the door, don't they? Like, if you're in a 1v2, or 2v1, sorry, the first thing you're doing is holding this side door, waiting for somebody to come out. By having just another route out of the site, you can maneuver without them knowing about it a little bit easier sometimes. And that about covers it. Try and... oh, by the way, the reason I make the rotate on this side rather than this side is if you lose VIP... If they open the VIP wall and you lose control of here and the rotates this side, it's really easy for the attackers to just tuck in here and plant right in this corner here. And you can't really do much about it because to stop it, you need to come round to here to try and deny that plant. But by that time, you know, you've got a window that's wide open, Hall of Fame doors there. At least if it's the other side, you can like be here or you can be on this door, wherever you might be. You can try and deny it with a C4 or a smoke or something from there. I just prefer... Where did that smoke go? That's an... Oh, most of it went through the rotate. No way. That's an insane throw. I tell you what, since the addition of the lineup, smoke throws have become so much easier. Like, so good. But yeah, that's the reason I like to do it that side. I don't think there's a massive problem with doing it that side. I just think it makes it easier for the attackers to plant. Pulse works really well here, by the way, because all that floor in here is soft. Except for this bit here. This is the only bit that's not. This is Hall of Fame. But once they get into sight here, or if they're behind the bed here and here, then all of this is soft. So yeah, it works well to play Pulse here. And that is Theatre and Penthouse. Right then, let's get started with CEO and meeting, although I don't know if this was the same with old Consulate. I don't know if anyone can confirm. You see on the compass at the bottom, it's called Console Office. Was it always called Console Office? Because we always used to call it CEO, and everyone still does call it CEO. But anyway, in terms of reinforcements, we've used 7. The 7 we've used are the right-hand side of the bathroom wall, as you look at it from the outside. The right-hand side wall of console to meeting, which covers the connector window, as you look at it from this side. Obviously, from the other side, it's the left-hand side. The right-hand side wall of the far meeting wall, and we'll discuss why in a second. Oh, the outside, I nearly forgot that then. The outside breach just there. And over this side, we've done the single wall that goes from hallway into break room. We've done the right-hand side that goes from break room into managers. And then we've done the middle wall that goes from break room into admin. Now, does anybody else, just a quick question here, does anybody else always get Visa, which is below, and admin, which is above, confused? Because I call the upstairs Visa all the time, and I call the downstairs admin. I get the two call-outs confused all the time. Anyway, head holes and lines of sight. I'm going to start over by the CEO side and the bathroom side, because I prefer playing this side. So, first thing is head holes for bathroom. Just like this, and this is quite simply just to watch bathroom. You can watch it from this door. Obviously, you've got to be super careful of yellow, but you can hold it from here, and hold it from here. It just means there's another angle that... I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot with these setups, but I always want to explain things fully. The reason we do it is so there's more than one angle you can fight a defender from. So if you you can fight an attacker from. Sorry, we're defending. If an attacker jumps in here, if theirs are reinforced, the only thing he has to worry about is this door. If he jumps in, now he's got to worry about the angles from the door, but also this area here. And bear in mind, if the attacker jumps in here, he gains or she gains absolutely nothing. Like, they're putting the head holes here. I've seen a few comments on videos that I've made where people say, like, oh, well, watch out with the head holes. You don't want to give the attackers, like, too much of a line of sight into sight. I do agree on some things, but this one, like, what's he going to be able to hold top yellow, which is defenders don't usually play this area anyway. So, from here, another line of sight that I really like to do, don't shoot the hatch in the middle. Shoot the hatch on the very left-hand side, and the hatch won't break, but you'll make a line of sight. Now, down below is the small box that jumps into piano. So what you'll find is Ash, for some reason, loves to jump through the window here and then run through this door, and you can just hold that from below there. And it also doesn't mean that you break the hatch. You know, you can still play around here later in the round if you need to. Obviously, if you want to break the hatch later in the round. But I think this gives a really, really nice angle onto that door, and I've got so many kills from people who are just rushing up there straight away. Another thing that we haven't done yet, but I will do, is make a vertical line of sight for the obvious plant on CEO window. Now, it doesn't have to be a massive amount of holes, but just enough that if they're going to plant behind this bookcase, you're going to be able to see them from below. You can go all the way over to the window if you want. You don't really need to, but make that kind of hole there. Obviously, an impact grenade would do that a lot better than the shotgun does. Next lines of sight. Oh, this wall here and this wall here. Oh, I hate when there's a hole in the middle. Right, what this is for is to be able to hold far into meeting, hold connector window if someone's rappelling in. You can hold the breach door from here. You can also hold bathroom from here, and you can hold the door to long desk. You can also come this way and hold top yellow, or even come all the way around and hold this angle here. This is a power position. This is also an angle you can hold from here, and being able to C4 over here, or if you're playing smoke, you can smoke this area to deny the rappel in. This is arguably one of the strongest positions, maybe the second strongest when you're defending this site. I'll come on to what's the strongest when we go over towards admin. Oh, I got the call out right. I said admin, not visa. But yeah, here, there's so many angles you can hold. Obviously, of course, this can work negatively as well. If there's someone on the bathroom window, there's someone on this door, and there's somebody top yellow, you're in for a tough time. But the idea is from here, you can just hold so many different angles from one position. And it's a fairly safe position as well. There is an area where I'm at about now, where you can be pretty much take cover from all these different areas. You just got to be careful not to expose yourself to all of them at once. And obviously, depending what level you play at, attackers aren't going to push and like make and execute on all these areas at once. If you're playing top level elo, champ elo, maybe they're that organized, but for your average everyday rank player, they're not going to be that organized. Next line of sight is here, and this one plays into what we've just made over here. So this means from in the middle of meeting now, you can hold the door that goes into break room. As you can see, this is the door here. Anyone that comes out of printer into break, you're going to be able to hold on a nice angle from there. But you can also go a little bit further back onto these head holes, and you're not going to do it with an SMG-11, but if you had an ACOG, you can hold it from even further back through those head holes as well. Really nice angle all the way through anyone pushing out a break. You can see it's just left of the break door there. That's where I was just shooting. Over into the admin side of the map. Now, generally, higher elo players are going to play this area of the map because the push is generally going to come from admin across. What they'll try and do is take control of admin, break, and printer, and then eventually try and plant here with someone holding across onto like here and here. So you definitely need to hold this area of the map. And what I tend to do is, and this is up for debate because this room here, this break room area, has got so many different like potential lines of sight that you can create and ways you can hold it. I can hear someone laughing or something. Did you hear that in the microphone then? Maybe it was a dog barking next door. I feel like hang on, I'm freaked out now. Wait a minute, let me just take my headphone off. I can't hear anything. I feel like I just heard like a dog barking or something. Anyway, move on. So, oh, by the way, just a little Easter egg. You see this toaster here? You can't see in the toaster. If you shoot it, so it says Kafe Toast. Look at that. Capito toast, baby. Little Easter egg for you. Titanium roller, thank you. So yeah, this area here, you need to hold this. Obviously, you can C4 over the top where you can see the... Oh, I didn't mean to throw that, my apologies. Over there, and etc, etc. This area here is massively important to hold. As you can see, this has got no soft walls in. If someone comes on printer window, or this is called copy as well, on copy window, it's kind of difficult to defend. Like, as soon as you hear someone rappel on here, you're probably going to have to get out, because if you get trapped here, you've just got no escape. So if you hear someone rappel on there, then definitely retreat a little bit. But yeah, around this area here is super important to hold. Now, there's two windows on the far side of admin. And I'm going to stand in about the middle of them. And you can see the angle from each window that it cuts through the break room that we were just in. So this window is going to be able to shoot on that angle. This window isn't going to be able to get much because of this reinforcement. So because of this, I've seen other people reinforce the right-hand side of break as well. And they can reinforce that side. I don't hate doing that, but I like the idea that I can peek from both sides here. Now, this is an area of the map that you're probably not going to hang about in for that long. You're probably going to want to stand here for the first minute and a half, soak some utility, kill a few drones, and then back off. But obviously, when you do back off, make sure the enemy's not got you cut off from the stairs and they've not already pushed through managers. When it comes to falling back, yeah, you're just going to fall back to this area. This is another strong area to play here, is like the next portal call around here before you want to try and put more pressure onto admin. Then you can use your own head holes. You can even skirt back this way and play long desk until they push vending. This here is an anchor position that you see played all the time in higher elo, because there's nothing you can do to get somebody out of here other than use utility. You'll see a shield put across there, and they just play behind this machine. There's going to be like a couple of ADSs or my magnets dotted about to soak up the utility, and they just try and hold them here for as long as they can. It's a really strong position. I really need to stop reloading after every shot. Coming over this side, sorry, I didn't go over there. Coming over this side, the reason we make the reinforcements on the left side here, or on the right side if you're in there, is because now as well you can hold into admin from that small box. So if we make a couple of holes here, you can see from a defender's perspective. Oh, I always do that. Does anyone else do that? I come out of here, I turn right straight away. From the defender's perspective, you can now, if anyone pushing through this door, you can now hold from here as well. So what you probably want to be doing is playing further back in break. Like, you don't want to be right up against these walls. Like, you want to be able to fall back if need be. Use this reinforcement as cover from this door. Like, hold it. Put a bit of time and then get away. It's this area of the map. If you decide to play it the entire round, you're probably going to die. But the whole point is to just take up as much time as possible. Back over this side, if you want to try and deny the default plant, you can do that by being in this area here with a C4, launch that over the top. That falls just nicely at the door. Or another nice thing to do, and I've died to this so many times, is when people drone through this breach once they've opened it, they tend to just drone around to the left and look at the door. If you just hop onto this table and tuck in here, the amount of times, it's embarrassing to admit, but the amount of times I've died from someone just chilling here, because when I drone in, I just drone straight to the left. I really need to start looking to the right a bit more. You could even like tuck in really tight to the breach as well. Nice little hide spot there. And again, if you want to stop anyone coming through the breach, you've got this hole above to be able to C4 through into that area. I really like playing this. Oh, I haven't made these. Oh no, I don't make those head holes. Sorry. You've also got this this soft wall here, where there is an argument to say there's no reason not to make head holes there, because now you can hold onto the top of spiral as well, which is a really nice angle. Again, a lot of these things you don't really want to be doing with an SMG-11, because like this kind of range is not really SMG-11 range. If you've got an ACOG, you're playing with my Lucy Doc, whatever, that's a really nice angle, because you can see right the way through to there. Obviously, from an attacker's perspective, when you get to the top here and you come out to there, you're going to be looking long desk, you're going to be looking vending, you're going to be looking into this area here, into Baguette, which is no longer called Baguette. This is called Secretary now, but everyone still calls it Baguette. Vive la France. So that's it. That's the top 4. I'm just waffling now, aren't I? I'm trying to think if there's anything else I've not said. We've spent 10 minutes on this site. But yeah, I really like this new rework, and I think if you don't, you just need to spend a bit more time learning it, because it's really well balanced map, and there's nothing not to enjoy in my humble opinion anyway, but what do I know? Let's go on with the next few sites. When I found out the Consulate rework was happening, I woke up every day hoping this radio in the Consulate basement would be destroyed, or at least it would play a different tune. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Make sure you shoot this radio. I think that this is up there in my top 3 least favourite radios, along with the jukebox in Clubhouse. It sends me under. We're down in the basement then, and this is a busy site to talk about. We've spent 10 minutes on the first one. Let's try not to spend so long on the second one, but we've used 7 reinforcements. We're going to use 9, but I just want to talk to you about 2 more of the reinforcements. First of all, we've done the 2 main breach walls. That's fairly obvious. That's 2. We've then, let's talk about it from inside Cafe. We've then done the left-hand side of these 2 walls. That's 3. We've then done the left-hand side of the security walls. That's 4. We've then done the single wall from storage into outside Cafe. We've then done the I'm going to go all the way up there. We've done the single wall in what's called secret, or top electrical. Forgot to knife it. And now we've got to run all the way over to the other side of the map and talk about piano, and I'll do this very quickly. Well, I'll do it quickly. I'll do it as quickly as Mute can go. Mute is arguably the best defender still in the pool for me. I know Fenrir, Solus and his army exist. I still think Mute's up there. And the hatch we reinforce. Right, so just a quick tip, which is attacking related and not defender related. If this hatch is caded, you can always open it with thermite. So all you need to do is put your thermite charge on the other side of the wall here. And because only the hatch is caded, when the thermite charge explodes, it'll open the reinforced hatch, even if it's caded. Just a little tip there. I'm sure you can actually do it with Habana as well, if you put pallets across the bottom and then around the edge of the hatch. I believe there would be enough. I need to test that if you put them across the back there. And the same with Ace. I think if you put a Salma across the back, I mean, you can open caded hatches with Ace anyway by putting, just don't put the actual Salma bit on. Let the tails of the Salma as such, the legs, go over the hatch. Anyway, we're not here to talk about attacking. So, there's an argument to say some of these walls should be reinforced, and I kind of agree to an extent, but the reason I don't reinforce them is because it enables you to put pressure onto the attackers when they inevitably get control of piano and exposition. One of the main things attackers need to do to win this site is take this vertical. Okay, and if they don't take this vertical, it's almost impossible. Well, not impossible, it's very difficult for them to win the site. So, once they've taken the vertical, which will happen, because you can only have 1 or 2 roamers up here, and if they push with 3 or 4 attackers, you know, you're outnumbered, you're going to have to fall off or die. So, by leaving these walls soft, this wall, and also this wall, it means that as a defender, you can put pressure still later in the round. If you were to come up here and impact this wall, and now all of a sudden the guy that's playing on the hatch doesn't know which way he's got to look. Similarly, if you're going to come up spiral stairs, and you could shotgun or impact this wall, and now you could look that way. I'd be half tempted to just open these to begin with. And as a defender, it's tricky not to get caught out as a defender, but maybe as a defender, just sort of don't spend too long here. Get rid of a few drones, and then just get out. And then as a defender now from here, you can just start holding from outside the rooms that they want to take control of. That might be an idea as well. The only thing is, obviously, it's easy to get cut off from like windows and pushing from Visa, etc. So that's upstairs. Downstairs, we've still got 2 reinforcements to talk about, and it depends how you want to set the site up. I'll show you both reasons as to why. It's this wall we're going to talk about first. So you can reinforce the left-hand side of the wall. Just pretend that wall's reinforced now, and that means that I can play in pipes, and the long corridor that's behind this wall here, this side is now reinforced, so I'm in complete cover here apart from the breach, and now I'm in complete cover. Obviously you can get vertical angles on you, but now I'm in nice cover from the reinforcement here. I can peek out onto the corridor because this wall will be soft, and peek out onto here, peek the breach. Really strong position here. Getting somebody out of pillar is not an easy thing to do. However, it then means that if you're here, you can't really hold the breach from this side, because this is reinforced, remember, this side. So you'd have to be hiding behind the reinforced here, peeking like this. And it means that if you're in this position, you're stuck. Because if you go this way, you're going to get shot from the head holes from the breach. So you can't really go anywhere. Now, the alternative is to reinforce this side. So we're just going to pretend this side's now reinforced. Pretend this is reinforced. And now make head holes here. And now, whilst this is reinforced, obviously, you can take cover. Peek here. Peek there. Peek here. Same yellow door. Lovely. But the thing you can't do now is play here, because this long hallway has now just got an angle into where your anchor spot is. So you've got to think about the way you're going to play the site. Do you want to play pillar and hold the breach from here, hold yellow from here, and then hold the long corridor peeking from here, because this one would be reinforced? Or are you going to play security hall, play behind this reinforcement, peek onto the breach that way, and then if you need to peek along hallway, just use the wall? I personally think this side is a better reinforcement, because playing pillar, I think, is better than playing here. I think here leaves you a bit susceptible to getting pushed from the back or pushed from spiral. But it's completely up to you. But I'm going to do what I think is my choice. Now, I'm just going to make a quick... We haven't even talked about rotates and lines of sight yet, but there's very few rotates on this. Usual rotate here on the end of Kafe. And the next wall we're going to talk about is this. So, most people reinforce this wall. Pretend that's reinforced. And then put head holes here, which enables you to hide behind this reinforcement and peek the long hallway. The problem with that is attackers, who generally have more magnified scopes, can get control of this area, and when they peek down here now they can see the head holes, but it also means that if an attacker stood here holding these head holes, that rotate can't be used anymore. No one can come through that rotate because the head holes lead all the way through. So all of a sudden, the rotate, which is really helpful to get around the site, can't be used because you could be held from all the way down there. So the alternative is to reinforce this side, which will then protect the rotate, and open this, which means you can then hold the security door from here instead. I do prefer that. I think this is a nice angle to hold. The only thing is, the only reason you're reinforcing this is to protect the rotate. And holding from here is still a nice angle. It just means that you've only got this bit of cover here. Obviously, you've got this door to worry about as well. It's still possible. You can still hold that and hold that. It's a nice little spot to hold. Another rotate to do is from here, Kafe into security. Just to be able to get across. And we want head holes here as well. So yeah, you can get from Kafe. Oh, head holes here, sorry, finally. And again, you don't have to make all these head holes. It depends what level you're at, and it depends how much you're actually going to hold, and it depends what your teammates know as well. Sorry, I've just got a fly on my monitor. That's annoying. Tell spring and summer's on the way. Well, summer's on the way. Spring is here. So, this angle's really nice. Can hold yellow door. Can hold the breach. Also means, excuse me, you can peek from here if you want to as well, if you're coming down security hallway. And yeah, you can then peek each side from there. And that way. So, that's how I set up downstairs. One little tip I'm going to give you, which I promise you will get you kills. I pinky promise. In fact, let me run upstairs. And I'll show you what attackers do. Are we on 10 minutes on this site yet? We're on 8 minutes. Okay, we've got time. This is what attackers do, right? Attackers drone out Visa. Come to here. And shoot the cam right here. That's the first thing they do. They walk in and shoot the cam right there. Then they move on. So, because they take half... Oh, I nearly went down old Visa stairs there. Because they take half a second to decide to shoot the camera and to aim on the camera. What I do, and it works genuinely 3 rounds out of 5, is put a C4 just in the corner of this hatch. About there's fine. If I go on the cam... Bear in mind this is a default cam as well. Did I go past it? Oh, I just shot the default cam, didn't I, when I was upstairs? What a plonker. Anyway, you can... What an idiot. Anyway, you can... You can go on that default camera at the start of the round, and when somebody comes in Visa, you'll see them crouch, get ready to shoot the cam, and just as they do, blow your C4. And that's exactly where they'll be standing, shooting that camera. I can't believe I just did that. Anyway, that's downstairs. A really enjoyable site. Again, the map's fantastic. You're going to have to play upstairs to hold piano. Oh, let me just show you. Look, I'm not in a rush. I'll show you as much as you want to see, really, but I want to show you just a bit of an attacking tip. I know this is a defending video, but whilst we're here, I might as well show you. I didn't really know the vertical layout too well, and I had to do a bit of research and go into some custom games and figure it out. If you want to hold security hallway and the rotate, you can. Bring a book, make this angle here, and now you see that's the security hallway there. That's the reinforced wall that we made. This is the door that leads through to site. So you can hold the security hallway from here. So, and then also this side is the rotate. That's the rotate there. You'd probably hold it from a bit further back. Like here, this angle's better than standing on top of it. So from here, you can hold the rotate, and you can then hold security hall from this one plate. Like, obviously, this would be a book or a sledge job. Stand here and hold that. Now flip over and hold that. And it just means that anyone who is... When the plant starts going down on the breach, which is where most people attack from on this side, and rightly so. Just bob back down. Again, I really should cut this out, but I'm sorry. I don't always have the time to edit. I'm trying to work a full-time job here, man. Leave me alone. Someone said that on a video once, you know. Said, oh, it's just lazy that you don't cut out all the footage. I'm like, mate, I work 50 hours. I've got 2 kids. Like, I don't have time to edit the videos as much as I want. I'd love to have the time and edit it. Anyway, don't matter. Let's not rant. So, the reason I've just talked about that is, what defenders will do is they'll be in this area here, and once the plant starts going down on the breach, they start pushing through. And start looking at where you're planting behind the bomb, or going to push through late on and see where you're planting behind the bomb here. But it just means that one of your teammates above can now hold that from this area and can then hold that from that area. And it means that this whole line from there, like all the way down here, is completely cut off from above. So if there's no defenders beyond this door, defenders can't get back through. So you can just plant for free. Like, you can run into here, you can tuck in here and plant for free, because they can't come through the rotate and they can't come through security door because it's getting held from above. It took me a while to figure out where the vertical was for both of those. But yeah, I think that's a really solid way of attacking. And as a defender, if you're stuck like this side and the plant's going down, not a lot you can do really other than challenge the vert. Anyway, that's downstairs. Oh, another classic as well, obviously. You can impact trick here And of course, you can throw... I haven't got C4 left, but you can throw C4 out onto anyone trying to get the breach open. Move on to the next side. Onto Piano and Expo then, and this is a better site than I think people think it is. We've used 9 reinforcements, although we might use a 10th here, but we'll talk about that when we get a bit closer to it. So to talk about the 9, 1 from the Piano out to the sort of top yellow area, the right-hand side wall of the small box area outside Piano, the double wall that goes from Expo into Lounge, the double wall that goes from Lounge through into Visa or Tellers, the left-hand side wall of Expo out to the benches window. And we may do this one, but again, we'll talk about that in a sec. And then we go upstairs. This used to be called benches, by the way. There's no benches here anymore, but everyone still calls it benches. What's it actually called on the map? West Corridor. In the old Consulate, there used to be 2 benches there. So everyone... Well, I still call it benches. I think everybody else does as well. Then we come upstairs, and we've just got a couple done up here. We've got the main single wall of what you would probably call the main breach, which goes out onto the balcony here. And then the same like when we defended upstairs, the right-hand side of the CEO through to meeting. Now, just to talk about head holes and vertical and whatnot quickly, we're still going to do the same thing we did when you're defending upstairs. When you're defending upstairs to when you're defending downstairs. This is still that incredibly strong anchor point from here. You can still hold doors coming in from Visa over there as well, the breach. Also top yellow, that side and that side, and obviously also the CEO window. You want to play with the hatch open. You've got to have somebody holding upstairs. Now you can hold anyone in a small box and further around coming into Expo from Piano. Also then you can come around this side. I'm going to drop and I didn't want to. That's really annoying. I'm just going to go back upstairs and pretend that didn't happen. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. What did you have for your dinner? I actually had a sandwich on the way home from the office because I was in the office for 10 hours today and I didn't have time to make dinner. From here, you can hold anyone coming in that side as well. Like, planting behind here can be common sometimes. Anyway, so yeah, you've got to hold upstairs. Just a quick one. Castle is really good upstairs. And this goes for any map, really. When you're holding above a floor, cutting off areas with Castle is great every time. So with Castle, you can do the meeting double over there, the meeting single over here. You can then do the top yellow door there. Don't do this door. Make sure you do this door because you want the hatch to be obviously your side of the castle barricade. And then you can do over on coming up from Spiral as well. That sort of gives you protection on the whole top floor. If somebody opens a castle barricade, you're going to know about it. If you wanted to not do the yellow door here, you could do the connector window or even the CEO window maybe. It's up to you how you want to do it, but castle is incredible when you're holding above a floor. So the vertical you definitely need to do is come to connector window here. And again, what's funny is this, on old Consulate, this kind of used to be its own room, and this used to be called connector, whereas this isn't connector window anymore. This is probably meeting window, where I still call it connector window. That's interesting, actually. I never really, this isn't connector anymore, but I still say connector window. Anyway, this is the vertical you want here. Just a line down there, which will enable you to watch. This is the breach that goes to lounge, a really common place for people to push in, and then planting in this corner here is really common. You can make it closer to the breach if you want to, obviously. Makes it a little bit harder if somebody runs in to get that angle, as opposed when they run in, you can sort of follow it across. You've then got your lounge and front door vertical. That's the front door just there. Always helpful to hold. And then you've also got the vertical for the closet or small box jump in. So now you can hold the window from above. Obviously, you don't want to be standing right above it, but you can hold that from above there now. And then you've got the yellow stairs window, which is just here as well. So you can hold that from there. Obviously, there's a lot to be holding. You probably want 2 of you upstairs. Any decent attacking team is going to know they need to take upstairs. Otherwise, you're going to be able to stop them doing anything, really. Right, back downstairs in terms of rotates and lines of sight. We want a rotate here. And you can open the hatch if you want to, but obviously you're not going to be able to use the rotate if you do. This wall is a really interesting one. So this wall, would potentially reinforce it, but if you're a high-level team or a team that's... Okay, let me take high level out of that equation. If you're a team that's coordinated, this is the window you got to worry about, right? But using this rotate, if you don't have this rotate, you can come out of this door or this door if you're a defender. If not, you're stuck in here. You can't go anywhere. So if you're in a 1v2 and you know they're both pushing piano, you have no option but to like hold this kind of angle or to come around here and hold this angle. And it's pretty obvious what you're going to do because you're trapped in here. Opening this, I don't think gives the attackers that much, personally. But it does mean then you can rotate around to this way if you want to, onto the piano window, or vice versa, round into lounge and expo, that way. I like the rotate, but I get why, as a defender, if you wanted to reinforce it. But I just think it gives you a bit more maneuverability rather than just being able to come out of that door or the one we mentioned in piano. Up to you how you want to play it. I completely understand. If you said, no, I want to reinforce that, I feel like that gives the attackers too much, I don't think I'd begrudge you. Got a line of sight here for small box, just so you can hold the window from here if anyone jumps in. Also means later in the round, if the push does come from this side and this door, you can use this reinforcement for cover if you want to give yourself a different angle to hold rather than just holding the door or the rotate. Over into lounge itself. Because we've reinforced this off, it means you can play this area, and you definitely should play this area. You should challenge onto the front door from here, maybe even a deployable shield along here. But because we've reinforced this, and you're going to be in this room, you don't need to reinforce this. You could even, if you wanted to, make a few head holes here to hold like this long angle out onto like sort of mid-spiral, I guess you'd call it, or bottom-top spiral. Nice little angle from there to be able to hold. But yeah, you definitely want to have somebody in here. A good team will go upstairs and flush you out of here, but you can like burn at least 3 or 4 drones. Don't get angry on the don't get aggressive Aggie on the front door straight away. And you've got to be super careful of this angle. Let me pull this barricade down. Put it back off. And if you're on attack, by the way, I can almost guarantee you this will get you a kill around. Just go low on the door there and just hold that door. If you're attacking downstairs, someone will come through that door at some point. But don't die to that as a defender. So if you peek the door and the barricade's still closed, you're probably gonna lose it. Like you'd be peeking like down there. You have to pre-fire it. It's not easy to do. That pretty much covers the site. You've got to play upstairs. You want to be able to move around a bit, so you need those rotates. I think it's a really good site, and you've got the hatch to work in your favor as well. The more I talk, I think I've done this on every setup video, and the more I think about this site and I think about how you can hold it, the more I think, actually, you know what, this might be a better site than some of the sites that we think are played more often. Anyway, that's Piano Expo. Don't know why I keep tap firing the SMG11 for no reason, sorry. And last but no means least, we get to split site or servers and towers, depending on what you want to call it. This is a really interesting site and has been one of the most interesting sites for a while in Siege. It's one of the only sites I can think of in the ranked map pool. In fact, I can't think of any others where the bomb site is split across 2 floors. We've got one down here in servers and one up here in towers. So, a new Consulate. This is still an interesting site, but it's one of those that we've talked about before where you must play as a 5 and you need to be coordinated. If you play this with just a random 5 stack and you're solo queuing, you've got no chance. So, let's just get started with the reinforcements. The first one we've done is up here in what most people call secret. Single wall up there. And as we come around this way, we do the 2, we'll come into Y, but we've done the 2 end walls that go from construction into cafe. We've done, let's go around back into the server side so you can see from inside server. We've done the single wall that goes from storage into sort of like the cafe hall. We've done the wall at the top of server stairs. We've done the 2 walls at the back of towers that go through to lounge. And we've done the 1 hatch in the corner of Visa that's opposite the door. We've left this hatch soft, and we've left this hatch soft, and again, I'll come on to Y in a second. So, there's 2 more reinforcements, by the way, so let me just talk about upstairs quickly. It's definitely worth holding top floor here. And definitely worth playing in break room. Opening this hatch, holding down onto the door area there. You can hold the window from here as well. Obviously, any vert that gets made, you can hold from here. This is a pretty tricky area to play, as we've talked about when you're defending top floor. Like all these windows that open into this break room area. You've got 2 reinforcements. You could reinforce some of these walls, whatever, however you want to play it, whatever makes you feel safe. Why don't we just drop the hatch instead of running down the stairs? So that's the upstairs. There, what you can do with the other 2 reinforcements. In terms of lines of sights and rotates downstairs, I want to rotate at the bottom of the stairs. Just to be able to get... This is... no particular line of sight, just to be able to get around the site, to be able to get around from this area here. If you don't have that rotate there, if you're here, the only way you can get around is if you have to go all the way around here, all the way here, through into the bottom of spiral and round. This just gives you a bit more flexibility in being able to move around the site. A rotate here from servers into storage. Again, just for maneuverability, you can now hold servers and then move around this way and hold this side if you want to, and vice versa. This wall's an interesting one. I don't really see any purpose in reinforcing that. You don't really get a lot from it. You can, like, even if you open a line of sight as a defender, you don't get a lot. You can, like, hold bottom of spiral with it. You don't get a lot from reinforcing that, in my opinion, so just don't bother with that wall. Just nipping back upstairs very quickly. Let's use the Visa stairs, actually. The reason we did one hatch and not the other is you definitely want someone who is probably a bit of a gunner to play in this area here, like around this bit here. So holding onto this door, holding onto the window, tucking into here, holding down on towards spiral, holding the push from lobby. Obviously, you never used to be able to get around lobby there, but you want this hatch open. The reason you want that is you want to be around here, probably getting rid of maybe 2 or 3 drones, 4 drones, soaking up a few flashbangs, a few nades, whatever utility you can. And then if don't die, absolutely do not die at this point, which I know is easy to say. And then once you've soaked up a bit of utility, you drop back down to the safety of servers below. Now, the premise of this site mainly is to play below and C4 above. So the only place you can plant on the upper floor of the site is in here in towers. So what you want to do when it comes to setup is you want to start making holes on the entry into towers. So on the towers door here, the only other way is the towers window. So now you can hold the door and the window from below. So technically speaking, nobody could be able to get in if you were holding that well enough. And you want to start thinking about plant spots. Now, what a lot of people will do on this site is plant on the desk so the C4 won't kill them. But if you make vertical holes in the right places, I prefer standing on the desk to do it. I'm making holes either side of the desk that way and that way. And I know this takes a bit of time, but trust me, it's worth it. And then that way, when you come downstairs and when you're holding these holes, you're going to be able to see if anyone's on the desk, and vice versa, you can see that way. Sorry, that's the wrong way. Vice versa, you can see that way. Onto the... If anyone was stood on those desks, you can see that as well. Obviously, with the holes being there, if you needed to, you could throw C4 through the holes. But C4 in generally is the way to do it. Although, if, like I say, if you're struggling, you will be able to see if anyone's crouched on top of those desks. Now, Valkyrie is almost, not essential, but Valkyrie is so important on this site, and you need a cam in towers. Don't put it on this back wall, because it's going to get destroyed from Visa. Try and put it on this wall here. Wherever you want to hide it, in part of the light, corner of the room is a bit obvious, on top of the clock, wherever you decide to put it, even just down on the floor. No one ever looks for Valk cams down on the floor. Higher up is better generally, though. You can then see where the plant is, and then the comms from your dead teammates or from anyone that's on cams is going to be able to tell you where the plant's going down, because you're only going to, what's the plant time? 7 seconds? So you don't have much time to react to the plant going down. If the plant does go down, it's a bit of a nightmare to retake, so it's definitely worth having a Valk up there if you can, or an Echo Maestro, just any info you can use, really. What else? Downstairs, we need to talk about secrets. Want to get a rotate here. And the reason we do this is a couple of different reasons. One, if somebody opens this wall, by the way, definitely want to be playing like a mute. Mute would be fine here, actually, because it's a single wall, so wouldn't really make too much difference. Like, as in, you know, if it's a double wall, Thermite could still open it from one jammer, while if it's a single wall, they can't. So, yeah, having a mute or just some kind of wall denial here is it. If this opens, it becomes a bit of a nightmare. It's not impossible, but it's just a bit of a nightmare, because you don't really want to have to worry about this part of the site. You can just play here. And this is a really nice place to play to defend servers from below. You can watch the hatch drop over there. You can see the stairs. Obviously, you got the hatch drop here. You can stand further back, so anyone dropping the hatch just falls into your crosshair. And it's really nice to play here without the added worry of this being open. So try and defend this as long as you can. Don't forget, if no one's pushing above, the window that's in Visa looks out onto that secret breach. So if we just nip over here... Obviously, the breach is right outside this window. So you can even, like, defend. If someone starts putting an ace charge on here, you can just shoot the ace charge off. Obviously, you're probably going to get a push from this door. So how realistic that is, I don't know. You've also got a vertical that you can make here. And then, excuse me. And then we can go below and hold that from below if you need to. But you can already see from the amount of holes that I'm saying you've got to make, and the amount of lines of sight that you need to make, and vertical things you can hold below, you can see why it's a technical site. Like, having those default plant holes pre-made there is really, really important. Having holes like this here is really important. You can even open holes to watch anyone coming through the double door. Find the hatch, go to the left, and that's where the door is there. can watch that from below as well. These walls said we'd talk about I'll talk about later. We only reinforce these because what you don't want is an attacker getting control of this and then just opening the wall here and being able to cut off the entirety of that corridor all the way down here. You don't want them to be able to. Why have I just repeated myself there? Why am I saying things twice? That's one of my dad's old jokes. Yeah, you don't want them to be able to just hold that corridor from way back there, cutting off all this part of the site. Yes, they can come down this way and then come and hold it from here, but it makes things much more difficult for them because they've also then got to worry about this. Whereas if they can make a line of sight from back there, they could even open this, then open that, and then hold that whole corridor from way back here. Like, that would be insane to be able to cut off that part of the side from there. Now, don't forget to shoot the radio. Oh my god, I missed. No, I didn't. That was comedy timing. The front fell off the radio. If you don't use the 2 reinforcements upstairs, you can use the 2 reinforcements either on the breach or somewhere along these cafe walls. And then again, do what we mentioned about destroying, soaking utility. Wait for 2 or 3 drones to come this way if they push cafe. Shoot 2 or 3 drones and then back off to the safety of behind these reinforcements as well. Like, one of the ways to improve at setting sites up, I think, is to treat them almost like layers. So you want to defend this room until you get pushed back, and then defend this room until you get pushed back, and then defend this room until you get pushed back. And eventually, you can only get pushed back so far, or they only have so much time to keep pushing you out of these areas. You want to try and create those layers and those problems that the attackers have got to solve. What you don't want to do is just set up the site, hunker down here. They can take from the garage breach, they can take all of that, then they can take the garage, then they can take cafe, and then this is your first contact with the enemy. This is your first drone you destroy here. You don't want to be doing that at all. You want to be a little bit further out. Obviously, don't leave yourself susceptible to a hatch drop and a rush, but you want to be just extending a little bit further out, soak up a bit of utility, and then fall back. What you want to do really is destroy the attackers' drones and utility before they get the opportunity to execute on site. If you get to a point where the attackers are executing and they haven't got drones or utility, you're pretty much going to win 99 times out of 10. Way up! Right, that's split site. Bloody fun site. And if you play with a regular stack of at least 3 or 4, I'd highly recommend learning this because attacking it can be troublesome if you're not prepared for it. Okay then, starting with CEO and admin over here. So we're going to talk about the reinforcements first. We've only used 4. So just 1 on the single external wall here and waiting. 1 on the triple wall in the middle of admin. And then 2 over at the far end of meeting here. 1 and 2. Only 4 reinforcements. Now, you could argue that this wouldn't be a bad reinforcement. However, I'll tell you why I don't like doing that in a minute. But what I really like about Emerald Plains is because he doesn't get played that often, no one really knows how to set it up, and you get quite like a variation of the way people set it up. But let me show you head holes and rotate. So head holes along this side of the wall and head holes this side of the wall. Now the reason we do this, in fact, yeah, go on. I was going to make all the rotates, but I'll talk about them individually. The reason we do this is for a bit of cover so you can hide behind the single reinforcement if you need to, pointing that direction, this direction, top green direction. But so a lot of people reinforce this wall, but I don't like reinforcing it, mainly because if this wall gets open, which it more than likely will, however, bear in mind, this is a solid floor, so bandit tricking here is free of charge. You don't have to worry about above or below. The only thing you got to worry about, obviously, is this door. Or that door over there, depending on where you're bandit tricking, obviously. Try and do it behind the reinforcement if you can. The reason we do this is because if this wall gets opened, an attacker can just come in and plant here and tuck right in here. And if you've got this reinforced, from here, you can't do anything about it. Like, you can't see them in there. Whereas from here, you can. And you can also hold the breach from here as well. So basically on this site, you don't really want to be in this room to start the round. Or really this room to start the round. You're going to have to watch the window jump in. But where you want to be playing is out here in meeting. And then out here in gallery. And then the key part of the site, in my opinion, is this 90-degree area of map here. From the corner of hunting here, round to top green stairs. If you can hold this area here, you're probably going to win the round depending on what goes over on the site window, because most of the push comes from this side. So yeah, having the holes here means you can hold the breach, you can stop the plant there, you can hold the breach from here. This side definitely needs to be open, but if you wanted to reinforce this, I don't think I'd hate you for it. No, I wouldn't hate you for it, that's a bit strong. But you wouldn't be able to stop the plant there. Obviously, you could be here and throw a C4, or you could throw impacts or whatever, you know, there's probably smoke maybe. But it just makes it a bit easier holding that there. It also means you can hold out of this room if you wanted to, a bit easier as well. This wall being open is really key. Like, you can hold the top green stairs, you can hold this door here, but also on the flip side of it, like I said before, you can hold the breach from here, you can hold the walk-in from there. There's a ton of different angles you can hold from here. So yeah, that's that side. You then want to rotate between admin and meeting. Oh, hello. Into here. And then you can either reinforce this wall or make head holes along here. So you can hold the window and the door over there. So this here, this area here, behind this solid wall, this is really your most common anchor spot, and where you can make most of the, where you can affect most of the site from. So from here, you're going to be able to hold into gallery, obviously. You can hold the site window from there or from there. You can hold the walk-in from clock from there. You can hold the breach from here. You can hold the green stairs door from there. You can hold the head holes out there. You can come around to the rotate here and hold here. This whole point here is like the key anchor spot. You've just got to be careful not to get caught from gallery, because it's super easy to just be like holding the window here, and then before you know it, you get your head taken off from gallery. So you just got to be careful with that there. But that's like your key anchor points. Another solid place you want to be playing and holding if you can is between gallery and orange stairs or clock hall. You're going to get somebody rushing through this window almost every round. Or playing someone around this area here to be able to hold out towards there, out towards orange stairs, and then can get back into sight if they need to. Hold the site wall, hold the site window. It's, yeah, playing there is key. But for me, a really good setup, I probably should have played this operator to show you, but a really solid setup is a Fenrir or Malusi, right? You put the Malusi Banshee or the Fenrir here. You put another one here. And I mean, you don't really want to put a Banshee or a Malusi there, because the odds of someone coming through that window isn't high, but it could happen, so you do need some info for that window. But the barricade, obviously, you'll know if it gets shot open. Shoot out this stool, and you can play here. Another great operator for this is Wamai with proxies. You put a prox on that door, a prox where I just showed you on the stairs. You can then put Wamai discs on the lamp or on the antlers here, and you can just play here, holding this door. They can't really clear you off it because the Wamai disc is going to stop any throwables, and then you're going to get an alert if somebody walks up the stairs behind you. You can do something about that as well. Obviously, a well-coordinated team could push you from both sides, but we're assuming we're not in Pro League here. But yeah, I like playing here. It's a really aggressive place to play. Don't give your life away by peeking straight away, but it really I reload far too often. It really forces the attackers into a conundrum here. And obviously, this is another door you need to watch into sight, but you can do that from there with these head holes. Here. So again, here you can hold 3 different places. Like I say, you've just got to watch out if somebody jumps through there. In terms of roaming, there's always... I mean, Emerald Plains is a really solid roam map. There's 3 staircases, so you can get up and down really easily. Oryx isn't a bad shout, you know, because of the hatches that are on here. Like the hatch that comes up into gallery late round in here. To come up there and then flank around this side, or flank around through like hunting music and library music and hunting, sorry. So library, and this is hunting here, and then we go into music here. So yeah, Oryx isn't a bad operator to play, but I find this site quite fun to play. I enjoy it. I don't hate Emerald Plains, man, and I just wish people would learn it and they would enjoy the map as well. I'm not saying it's like top 5 maps, but it's certainly not the worst. And I know I'm a bit biased because I tend to have like rose-tinted goggles with Siege because I just really like the game. I don't hate any of the ranked maps, really. I think Outback is the probably least favorite, I would say. But I don't even mind playing Outback from time to time. Anyway, that is CEO and admin. On to meeting and gallery then. And the beauty with this site is you pretty much play it almost how you set up CEO and admin. It's pretty much the same setup to an extent. There's a bit more that goes on over in gallery. So we've used 7 reinforcements this time. And we have reinforced a couple of different walls in here, but it's the kind of the same idea. But anyway, right-hand side of meeting wall out to admin, right-hand side of meeting wall out to CEO. Let's go this way first quickly, actually. We've then got the external single wall once again. Then back this way. So that makes 1, 2, 3. We've then done 4, 5 on the breach over in vault. And 6, 7 over on gallery out to clock hall. Now, the reason we do this reinforcement, I've seen people try and leave this soft and make like a rotating line of sight. The reason I don't like doing that is because this window here, if you were to have an Asher or a Zafir, if you leave this soft and they stand on this window and just open a big hole there, like you can imagine that how much of the sight that's going to cut off just from that one window. Like you're going to be able to see pretty much all of this room, which you don't want. So you cut that off. The one wall that's in question is this wall here. Now, I could understand if you wanted to make a line of sight here. And now from here, you can hold the top of... I'll make it a bit more lower, sorry. Now from here, you can hold the top of library stairs. You can hold coming in from hunting. Obviously, you've got a risk of getting pushed in here from archives. But I can see why you would want to do this. Because you want to be a bit more aggressive. Because if not, if you don't make head holes there, as soon as the attackers were to jump into library or come up library stairs or come from hunting into library, the only place they have to worry about is this door. And if no one's on that door, they can just walk in. They have all this area for free right next to the bomb site. So I get why you want to leave that open. I also understand if you want to reinforce it. So this is one of those walls where I think it can go both ways. Because if someone does get control of this side of the site, and all of a sudden they've got, like, you can see all the way through the site from here. There's a lot of places to look into there. But also, again, from a defender's point of view, you don't just want to be peeking one door. You want to give the attackers something else to worry about from other areas of the map. So it's up to you what you want to do with this wall. I understand both points of view. I don't think there's a right and a wrong, really. Depends how aggressive you are as defenders. Don't know why I can't speak, but lines are... I just literally just couldn't speak then. That was mad. I tried to talk and just words weren't coming out of my mouth. When it comes to the breach, you want to make a line of sight there. Feet holes and also a rotate to be able to get around onto this door. But from here as well, just make a small hole so you can hold the... Oh, that's not right. Sorry, let's go a bit further over. So you can hold the admin door from here as well. You want to be able to hold that there and then hold it there if you want to as well. Then, of course, you've got the line of sight for when anyone walks in the breach. You're going to be able to hold that from here. Where are we on the other side of the site? We need to rotate, obviously, between the two rooms. Between gallery and meeting. And again, you've got this crucial anchor point here in meeting, which is actually now forms part of the site now. But you can hold the window into CEO and the clock hallway door from here again. Clock hallway door, window into CEO. And then also the green hallway door and the breach from here as well. This again is a super, super strong place to hold. Don't forget you can look across the middle of the map as well if anyone's over in library. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Why do I always sneeze when I make a video? I must sneeze at least once per video. Hang on a minute. No, I managed to evade it. So again, super important anchor spot here, and then obviously now it makes part of the site as well. You can make a little punch hole on here and look through there if you want to. Bear in mind this isn't bulletproof, so you've just got to be careful there. Once again as well, having control over this 90 area of the map is key again. So all the way from top of green stairs, through music, through hunting, and even into library now as well. Having control of this area of the map is going to win you the round because you've got so much flexibility on where to get back to site from. Again, a Malusi or a Wamai or a Fenrir plays really well here. Obviously, Wamai has the proxies. Again, you can do the same setup down Music Hall. But Wamai just means, you can't, if you were playing here as Fenrir and a grenade came over the top of there, or a grenade got bounced off this door, you'd have to run away and the attackers could take control of it regardless of the Fenrir trap. Whereas playing Wamai, you still get that sound notification of the procs, but you can also then catch throwables, so you can't be moved out of that spot particularly easily. Over in library, again, another crucial part of the map to have. This room here and the breach is probably going to be the busiest areas. You've got this area and archive with the window and the door, or sorry, the door and the window. So yeah, another busy area of the map. You can also, that means, by the way, if you've got control of the library with these head holes, you can fire back into archive from here and not just peek archive through this door. solid angles here, but there's not much escape from here. Obviously, you can hold archive really well from here behind these books. But again, you've got to worry about behind you as well. It's just I don't know, man. It's a fun map if you think about it. For me, this is like a more advanced Coastline. The setup is exactly the same. So there's a big hole in the middle, shaped like a donut, and you just run around the outside of the big donut. The only thing is there isn't that much stuff to do on the roof. There is in Coastline, obviously this would be courtyard in Coastline, and not much goes on in courtyard, whereas there is an actual room underneath this here. But if you just picture Emerald Plains as a big ring, yeah, so it goes round into hunting, down music hall, into admin, into either meeting or CEO, because there's 2 rooms next to each other. Then you go down clock hall, and then you come into gallery, go across gallery, and you're back here again. It's just a big circle. Like it helps to break the map down when you want to sort of learn it and play it and understand it a bit better. But it's a super easy map, I think. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't like it personally, but anyway, that's this site. You can do all sorts of things with these gallery dividers. You can make head holes and make little lines of sight in them if you want to. Do one here as well for the walk-in from clock hall. You can hold here, and then you can do the one through here, and also obviously through here, so you can see through them. You can make punch holes as well if you want to hold a couple of little rat angles. Generally advise if you're making punch holes to make a really obvious hole next to the punch hole, so something like that, and then you could make a prone hole underneath, and then people, when they walk in, will be looking at this big hole and they wouldn't be looking at that prone hole. You can bandit trick here, but obviously the floor's soft, so it's a little bit more risky. But again, another fun site. Ideally, you want to be around holding this area and meeting, but you can't just, what will tend to happen is you can't just let the enemies push in from archives. Usually get like a Monty pushing in from there, and it can be difficult to stop. So yeah, you definitely want to be like looking at C4s and traps and stuff to stop that if they play a Monty, or just ban Monty and you don't have to worry about it. But with the current state of Dokkaebi, you probably want to be banning Dokkaebi instead. Anyway, however, that may change at some point in the not too distant future. So next we move on to kitchen and dining, and you may notice I'm holding a UMP and not an SMG-11 and shotgun. So I'm gonna cook up a little castle strat to show you how to hold above with castle on this side. But first, let's talk about downstairs. We've used all reinforcements. We've used 1 on the right side of kitchen, 2 in pantry on the main breach, 1 on the left side of pantry / dining wall, 2 on the dining to toilet corridor hall, 2 from dining out to memo window. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The final 2 are upstairs, but we'll talk about downstairs, and then we'll go upstairs. There isn't a great deal to talk about downstairs. You want a rotate here to be able to watch the walk-in from out here in Fountain. Then want head holes here to be able to, from this area here, you can hold Fountain, you can hold the door that way. You can also hold out into the middle of the map here. It also means putting your rotate there, you can hold Fountain from here as well. Anyone vaults over there. You then want head holes here. This is a really good spot for a mirror, by the way. Head holes here to watch the breach and the window jump in. And yeah, having a mirror here is really useful. If you do put a mirror here, make sure you put a couple of ADSs or a couple of my magnets here to make sure that there's not an Ash that can, or a Habana that can just get the mirror from the breach there. And that's downstairs. Quite easy, really. You definitely want to have some kind of presence in each of these rooms on site, but also 1 room on this side of the map, on the north side of the map. So playing around Fountain, back entrance, in and around. This is the middle of the map here. This is what you would call courtyard on Coastline. But in and around, yeah, Fountain, fireplace, and bar. You definitely need to have a presence here. And finally, upstairs is where we start cooking castle strats. So your first castle goes here, but not before you put a prox mine there. Second castle goes onto the gallery window. Third castle goes on here and gallery to meeting. And then finally, we do the end of the clock hall. Now, you could leave this door and do that window if you wanted to, but I tend to do here instead. And then what I'll do is put a prox mine on the stairs so I know if anyone's coming up. Right, now, what we do from here is we make pretty much the same stuff we did on the last side. So feet holes for the breach, a line of sight to be able to see into archive. We want to open the hatch. We then want to open a line of sight that looks at the breach from above. So that's about here, I believe. Now you can hold the walk-in on the breach from above. You can see, if you go prone, it's easier to see, but you see the breach there? If you just crouch and go a bit further back, you get a really good angle onto the breach, anyone walking in. You then want to make vert for the walk into kitchen, which is here. You can see that's the fridge there, that's the door just there. So you can, if anyone walks in there, you're going to get an easy shot. I say easy shot. Anyone walking into kitchen. And you also want to be able to see the rotate from above as well. So you can see it this way. You also want to be able to see the rotate looking this way as well. So now anyone passing between, if someone does say, oh, someone's inside, you can see the rotate here. Finally, you've got the side door right here. Where are we? Sorry, a bit further over. Side door's here. So you want to be able to see the side door from above as well. And again, both ways. So you can hold the angle. That sounded like I just put a hatch through. So you can hold the angle from both ways. Then, now from above, we can cover pretty much everything from here. We know we're safe because we've got the breach reinforced. Did I mention the breach, by the way? They're the other two reinforcements. I don't know if I mentioned that. If you've got a spare reinforcement downstairs, if you don't want to do the right side of the wall here that we did, you could definitely do this wall out into the library. So from here now, you can watch the breach. You can see the window jumping, which is just there. You can hold the walk into kitchen, walk into kitchen here. Sight rotate from both sides, sight door from both sides, and then of course from the hatch, you can see back end of sight here. You can see the walk-in from the bathroom hallway here. There's nowhere that you can get in where you can't really hold it from above here. And if there is somewhere that we haven't thought of, you can just make more verts cover it. So if you want to cover the back of kitchen more, so if they do start planting towards the back end of the, I'm above the bit in the middle of the room here. Sorry, bear with me. There we go. That's what I want. If they do start planting like down by the bomb that side, you can make vert for that. You can make vert for anything to see whatever you want to on this side. And yeah, that's the middle. That's the console in the middle of the kitchen there. And with two of you upstairs, you can hold the whole site pretty much. It gets a bit busy upstairs. You get a lot of people pushing through from archives. So make a couple of line of sight to be able to hold that from both sides. But two of you upstairs, the Legion works really well with the castle. Honestly, it's free cheese. It's a lot of sites where you can play above. If you play it with castle and make vert onto the site below, it works so often. I mean, I've made videos about it. Maybe I'll make another refresh video about castle holds from above. Did I make one recently? I feel like I made one. No, I'll do another one. There's a load of sites on, like, there's Chalet, there's Cafe, there's Outback, there's a ton of different sites. Emerald Plains, obviously, that you can do. And by the way, you can drop the hatch to get back inside if you need to late round, or of course, depending on what the situation is, you can also then come down orange stairs, hold the site walking from here. There is an argument, by the way, to not reinforce this one, because attackers, even if they were outside this window, that side of the reinforcement being open isn't like a massive loss. Like the only angle they'd get from the window, if you see where the window is there, the only angle they get from there is on the door. And no, you're not really going to be in and out the door. What you'd be able to do is then make a line of sight across the top. Oh, we're out of shotgun ammo. That's annoying. A line of sight across the top. But without the reinforcement there, you'd do it about here, and then you'd be able to go up to orange stairs. And then you'd be able to hold. You can just about see into the breach from here. But if this was a line of sight here, you'd be able to like hold across the different sides. So I can see why you wouldn't want to reinforce that. So maybe you could not reinforce this, and then that would enable you to do the gallery to library wall over there. So yeah, this is probably my favourite site to defend because I love a castle hold because I'm really sad. But yeah, we'll go on to the final. Did I miss that? No, I didn't. It's just made of. Okay, maybe it's not. Right, let's move on to the next site. So finally, onto Bar and Lounge, and I have to be brutally honest with every one of you here. I've never, ever, ever played this site in ranked that I'm aware of, anyway. I've played it in quick play a few times, but you know, you don't really play it properly in quick play. So what I've done is I've been through the site, and I've set it up how I think it should be set up. But I have to be honest, on a lot of the other map guides and setup guides, I know what I've said will be like the best practice. I genuinely don't know if this is best practice for this side, but this is just sort of my theory on what I would do. Maybe next time I play Plains, we'll make sure we play this site and I can see how it plays out in reality. So you'll have to bear with it. It's the last site out of all the maps, and it's the one that I genuinely don't think I've ever played. Excuse me. So let's get stuck into it regardless. So in terms of reinforcements, we've used 7. We've got the 2 on the pool wall out on... This is a breach, by the way. This goes external. Then we've got the left-hand side pool wall out into bottom green stairs. Then we've got the right side pool wall out into bar. We've then also got the right side bar wall out into bar stock. And then we've got the 2 back walls in lounge here. So my idea here is to make head holes pretty much across the entire side. And on the bar stock as well. Well, I'm half tempted about... I don't think we need... Do you need... I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. My theory is, right, you can now make a line of sight across all the way through site. If anyone runs in through the breach, which is here, you could be holding it from here. You could be holding it from here and then peek around this way instead. Again, making more than one angle that the attackers need to worry about. And then also you can hold in towards... I always call it bottom orange. Sorry, bottom green. What's this? It's actually called mudroom. Okay, I didn't know that. Get rid of the plants. You have to do that. It's the rules. You can then hold mudroom from here as well. This one's a bit risky. I'm half tempted to say on this side, maybe we reinforce this side and you can peek around here. The problem is, if you do that and you're this side behind the reinforcement, if someone's on that door, you've got no way out. Because if this was reinforced and the head holes were here, you'd be trapped behind this reinforcement and you just wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Like if you needed to leave this room, if this breach got opened, you'd have to walk this way and then you're going to get seen through the head holes here. So that's why I think having this side reinforced gives you like at least a bit of an escape from this room. Because this is just basically a kill box. This is, once this breach gets open, this is going to be mayhem in here. You don't really want to be reinforcing both sides because if this breach gets open, it means the attackers have all of this space in here for free, and the only place you have to worry about is this double door here. I think the strong points here are probably obviously behind this bar here to be able to hold the breach from here. You can hold that way from here, out into mudroom, out into mudroom from here, and also behind this bar as well. Again, I think maybe run a castle. You castle off this door, which is an external door. You castle off this door, and you could play here, and like you can see like a lot of the side from here. A lot of play with castle with an ACOG from here would be really, really solid. One of the things you're gonna have to worry about is breaching this wall and planting. Like you could breach this wall and just tuck in planted here, and then if you were playing in the other room, how would you stop it? You'd have to come through into pool. Yeah, that's a good point actually. If someone was to breach that wall and then just tuck in left and plant there, how would you stop that? Maybe you need to make a rotate here. Like just a small one to be able to get between sides. But then obviously if this is open, I don't think this is a particularly good side, to be honest with you folks. There's a bit of vertical, but as we've talked about before, if the slots are running this way, it means that the girders are running the other way. So you can see the girders are horizontal. It'll be the same here because these are running vertically. They run horizontally, or however you want to look at it. Obviously you could look at it this way and say these are vertical. Now these are vertical. Wait, now they're horizontal. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's my thoughts on lounge and bar. Not a massive fan. I think it's one of those sites where if you know what you're doing, you can really cook up something that attackers... Because bear in mind, no one ever plays this site, so attackers are looking at this as well, going, where am I supposed to attack from here? Where do I plant? So if you were to put a bit of time into it, it would be a pretty useful site to have up your sleeve. By the way, if you want to stop the speakers from going, you need to shoot the right-hand side speaker. And that stops the music, not the left. If you punch the record player, it does nothing. You need to shoot the right-hand side speaker. That's my biggest tip for this site. Look, you've got to practice it with your stack. If you're in a sort of 2 or 3, I wouldn't recommend it. But if you can cook up some strats, please let me know. Let me know what you think. You're definitely going to have a bit of support above, obviously. There's plenty of vertical to watch from above. Like, you can still make vertical across all of this here. As you can see, that goes up into CEO. There's no vertical on the bar side, but there is a bar hatch, so you could play above. This is the one that's in the hunting corridor upstairs. So you can play there. You can C4 over onto the window that's in hunting as well. So again, having that 90 control upstairs that we've talked about before, from library into hunting into music, would be strong. In short, folks, don't really play this side, play the other 3. But if you do cook up a strat, let me know. Right then, so getting started with the top 4 then. We've only used 6 reinforcements here. It's the left-hand side of the cocktail wall as you look at it from inside cocktail. The 2 freezer walls. Well, actually, this is called storage. This is actually called freezer. Everyone just calls this freezer as well. But this is bar storage. This is freezer. So the 2 bar storage walls. Shoot the absolute out of these speakers. And also, if you hear this noise, like the clock ticking, you can stop that by shooting the 2 things that dangle down, and that stops it ticking. We then do the 2 walls that go to top red. And then finally, the left-hand side of the bathroom wall from when you're inside the bathroom. Obviously, from the other side, it's the right side. So let's get started with rotates and lines of sight and why we do them. First one is the obvious rotate, which goes between cocktail and close to the bomb. You want this to be able to not, so you don't just have to go through this door. If you ever need to make your way this way, you don't want to be forced through this door, mainly because you're going to get held from the skylight. Making this rotate means you can now come through here if you need to, up over this desk if you need to, or whilst not being peeked from the skylight. Also, it's a really nice place to be able to fight onto this door and just be able to sneak through here, crouch. They don't know you've come through, and all of a sudden you pop up here instead. Really useful place to play. Also, from here, I don't know if you know, there's a tiny pixel where you can see the default plant spot, which is here. You can see, you can't really see it from here that well, but you can see it down there at the edge of the table. So you can hold if anyone comes through. Sometimes it's difficult to get the shot because when someone comes past, it's pretty fast, but you'll see them cross there, so you know they've moved sideways, so you can start deciding how you're going to play that. So, we then got another rotate over here on the bar storage wall to top red. Sorry, top white. And the reason we make it on this side of the wall, do not make it on that side of the wall. Reason being is, if let's just pretend I'm on the skylight here. When you're on the skylight, you can see this part of the wall here. You can't see that part. So if you come through the wall here, you can be seen from the skylight. So don't make the rotate this side. Always make the rotate at the back, and then you can always safely go through. The freezer wall here stays double reinforced. Now this wall is an interesting one to talk about because there's a benefit and a con to doing a rotate on either side here. So if you do the rotate on this side, you'll never be held from... So a common place for attackers to drop is this hatch here, right? And the attackers will hold this angle, and then they'll move here, and then they'll move here. Now, if you make the rotate on the left-hand side of that wall, this can be held from this area here. If the rotate's down on the right side of the wall, as in down in that corner down there, the rotate can't be held from here because you can only see the light. You can see up to there, which, as you can see, is the left side of that wall. However, if you make the rotate on the right side, you can see your little toes from the skylight. So you've got to make your mind up which you prefer. I actually prefer making a vault rotate on this side of the wall, because then you know if you come through here, you can then peek there if you need to. Whereas if you come through a rotate, let's pretend the rotate's here, and we come through the rotate at this point, you're going to get smoke from this angle. We then make a line of sight here, and this is used for the person who plays around this area. Now, this area here is called Pixel. It's called Pixel because everyone used to, some people still do, but everyone used to put a deployable shield here, and if you put it on a certain angle, you can peek around this side, you can hold a pixel. So this area here is called Pixel, or Pixel Door. So the idea of this area is you'd hold this window, and this window, and the double door. But if you need to, you can back off to here. You can peek that side, but now we've got this here. You can peek that side as well, so you can keep peeking both sides. Again, if you were to double reinforce this, any attackers pushing this area know that you can only peek from this door. Like, if this was reinforced, you can only peek from this door. Whereas when an attacker walks in here, they're like, oh, okay, are they here? Are they going to peek from here? Are they going to peek from here? Are they going to peek from there? Just gives multiple ways that you can catch them off guard. This is the big one. This is the trash wall. This one here. And it's not called the trash wall because it's a rubbish wall. It's called the trash wall because there's some bin bags. There's some bin bags or trash bags for our American friends right here. So
a common place for attackers to plant, and it happens a lot. If they're not going to be planting here, they're going to plant either in this corner or behind the bar here. And if you do this, if you're in White Stairs, or sorry, if you're on Cocktail coming from White Stairs here, and the plant's going off over there, as soon as you peek this double door, you're dead from here immediately, because people are going to be holding this double door from here. So, what having that wall means is you could come this way instead, and now we've got one of those one-way angles that we've talked about on other maps where you could stop the plant there or there. You can even from here, you see where the new hatch angle is that we were just talking about. If you know they're not going to be coming through this way and they're going to be coming there, you can even hold that angle from here. It's a really good one-way angle. You get no benefit as a defender, in my opinion, from reinforcing this wall. Don't do it. The other thing I like to do all the time, by the way, is make a punch holes along here and make multiple. And then make one this side as well. This one is only... What a lot of people do is repel on this window within the first 30 seconds of the round. And they tend to make like a punch hole at the top of the window. Have a quick look if they can catch anyone off guard on this double door whilst they're still setting up sight. And then they go to the roof. If you sit here, you can like play that. No one's ever looking for you here, by the way. But you can always try and catch somebody off guard as they peek that window. These are for anyone walking in Cocktail. So I keep saying Cocktail. For anyone walking in Cigar Shop, which is this area here, you can just hold an angle onto there. If you make those punch holes further over, as the attacker comes in, if they do see the punch holes, the first thing they're going to do is fire at the first one they see. They're not going to start going between the different ones. So it's just another angle you can hold there. The other thing you need to consider is this area here. If you can play a mute... Excuse me, just had to cough. If you can play a mute, playing in this area is actually pretty strong. You've got to watch for this window, but hopefully you've got somebody playing in piano. You've definitely got to have somebody playing in piano, by the way. Even if they play in piano and then eventually back off, you've got to have... If you give piano up within the first, like, 60 seconds, your job as a defender is an absolute nightmare. So having someone around here is helpful as well. Just a quick random tip, which doesn't really do anything for the setup guide. When you start the round, you're pretty much safe to be here for the time being until this hatch is open and this hatch is open. Listen how they open the hatches. If they go up to the roof and you hear a sledge and they sledge the hatches open, just run away. If they use a shotgun to open the hatches, just run away. 1 out of 5 games, I don't know that as an exact statistic, but roughly 1 in 5 games, you'll hear an attacker put a breaching charge on this hatch or this hatch first. If you sit here, you'll hear the breaching charge go on one of those 2 hatches. Soon as you hear it go on that hatch, go and get your C4 and put it on this hatch. If you're playing an operator with C4, don't throw a prox alarm up there. But go and put your C4 on that hatch and blow it straight away. Because what will happen is they place a breaching charge here, and then they go over here and place a breaching charge on this hatch. Or it'll be the other way around. But just stand here. I do this all the time because I play bandit on this site mostly. I just sit here, wait to hear a breaching charge. If it's a shotgun or a sledge, I just run away. If I hear a breaching charge go on this hatch first, I get ready on this hatch for the C4. Works all the time. Right, some more lines of sight that you need to know. Firstly, is this one. Never reinforce this wall. You don't get anything for reinforcing this wall. Like, there's no real benefits. This angle is really nice. Jump up onto this desk. You can now hold the cocktail door from there as well. All the attack... I've said cocktail door again. Why have I said cocktail door? That's the cigar shop door. If I say cocktail one more time, I'm going to donate a $5 to charity. So you stand on here and you can hold the cigar shop door from here. As an attacker, you're always looking towards... This is cocktail, so I can say cocktail now. I'm not talking about this area. You're always looking towards the cocktail double door, and as you walk in, you're worried about the rotate here and the door here. You're certainly not looking up here. Something else that I can't say is mine. I saw this on Twitter recently. With the introduction of the lineup, you know, like the gadget lines and throwable lines, we've just talked about how the default spot is behind that, or one of the default spots is behind that bar there. Playing a smoke here, you can now line a smoke up to go over the top of this reinforcement. I haven't actually tried it yet myself. Do you have to stand up? I'm concerned because that piece of debris shouldn't be there. I feel like this... we're going to do a bit of testing here whilst we're making the video. So it definitely goes over the wall. Where does it land? Oh my god, look at that. So from there, I was just stood up when I did that. So yeah, from there, over the top right hand side of the reinforcements. Wait until you see it at the top and then bring it down. Throw it over there. And that's the whole default plant spot. Completely smoked off. That is so, so good, man. That is an incredible, incredible strat. You would never be able to get that line up without the like you would spend ages learning the different pixels to get that over there. But look how easy that is to do now. So yeah, that's good. Quick one is the reading door underneath. You can always make a little hole. That's the reading door underneath. And again, the laundry door underneath is here. You can hold the laundry door if you need to. The reading one's probably a bit more important. Just be careful though, if you're making that hole, one of the few places you can stand in this side that's safe is behind this reinforcement. And if you're like stood here, like thinking, do I peek that door? Like, you know, you stand here to peek and somebody's on the reading door, you've made a line of sight for them as well. This is a really good site, really fun site to play. I enjoy it. Hopefully you do as well. And this gives you a bit of a hand. I think it's the strongest site on the map. It's definitely between this and kitchen. But I think top floor probably just edges it for me. So that was how to defend and set up top floor. Before we get into the kitchen, let me just say a massive thank you to Intel UK for sponsoring this video by sending me out a laptop before we went to 6 Invitational in Brazil, which enabled me to make content on the move, the vlog videos that you've seen on the channel whilst I was in Brazil, and also the solo queue video I did whilst I was out there in the hotel room as well, was all possible thanks to this bad boy. Sent by Intel, designed for making content and multitasking while on the move. Built for the next generation of gaming and content creation, Intel Core powered laptops are designed to deliver high performance experience you never thought was possible on a laptop. Game, create, and multitask without compromise, all powered by Intel's new performance hybrid architecture, which I can attest to. I was recording and playing Siege and editing on the laptop all at the same time, and multitasking was no problem at all. The link's in the description where you can get yours, and they're also available in local retailers also. Thank you ever so much once again to Intel UK. Okay, so we're downstairs in kitchen now, and we've used 8 reinforcements. There's a way more of a setup required down here than there is upstairs. So let's go through the 8 reinforcements very quickly. We've got 1 on the hatch, 2 and 3 on the freezer wall, 4 on the wall to red stairs, and maybe 5, but we'll talk about this in a second. 4 so far. 5, 6 on the bakery wall, 7 out here on the prep wall, and then 8 in the bakery to small bakery wall. So we've used 8 reinforcements. We haven't reinforced this wall here. Now, do you reinforce this wall or not? So let me show you what you do if you don't reinforce it. Okay, couple of things. 1, you don't reinforce this wall generally because you can now hold, you see the window for small bakery is there. So from there, you can now hold anyone that jumps in small bakery. You can also hold a different angle onto the double door if anyone comes through. You can also hold, this is coat check, you can also hold coat check from here, which is important. However, what's probably more of a reason to keep this wall open is if, let's just pretend this wall's reinforced and we're an attacker. And as an attacker, we fight our way through prep and we fight our way through the window and we get to this point here. And we know that there's nobody in this side of kitchen. We can now plant for free behind the bomb, and it can't really be stopped other than a big lucky C4 thrown from the other side of kitchen. There's nothing you can really do to stop anyone planting here. Granted, you can, you know, you can hold pixel peaks here, and you can hold this bomb, and there's a lot you can do to stop them getting to this point. But if they do get to this point, they take bakery, they take prep, and they get to this point here, you've pretty much lost the round because they can just plant behind the bomb. However, if we open this wall and you're on the other side of kitchen, you know, you're in here and you're like, oh, they're planting behind the bomb, I can't do anything about it. Now you have a way of stopping that plant. You can come around here and you can peek behind the bomb. You can hold prep from here. I don't really recommend playing in this corridor because it's the busiest part of the site. But in an extreme situation, you can get around to here. You can stop them planting behind there. The other thing you can do is play this area with mute. Put a mute jammer here. Put a mute jammer here. And just hold this area. If you go and have a look at a couple of my cafe solo queue videos, you'll see that I play castle around here sometimes. And now from here, you can hold the prep door so they can't even come out. And if they do come out and plant behind the bomb, you can stop it. Or you can throw a C4 to the other side of the site. I prefer having this wall open. But in lower ranks, what tends to happen is somebody's watched like Macy J do this, or somebody's watched another big streamer do this, or they've watched Pro League and they've done this, so they do it and then they run away and play somewhere else. This is only good if you've got somebody who's here or somebody who's going to actively play this area at the start of the round. If not, reinforce it off because it can end up causing you more trouble than it's worth, because
you get attackers like coming down to here, going prone and just holding across kitchen here. And if you're not prepared for it and you're not going to play these holes, then it can cause you a few problems. So I think what I would say is, depending on the rank you're in and depending what your gun skill is, and depending on how confident you are and having that wall open, and just bearing in mind that if you lose this part of the map, the plant goes down behind the bomb, there's not a lot you can do about it. Just think about if you want that open or not. In terms of more lines of sight, I always open this all the way across this wall. And that gives you then an angle where if you're on this side of kitchen, you can at least hold prep door from up here. Or prep window. And it also means that if that plant's going down where we just mentioned, you can C4 over the top and try and stop the plant going down. Other lines of sight that we need are across the bottom here, a prep wall. Just like that. The reason we do that is because if both of these walls are reinforced, all the attacker has to worry about is here and here and here when they come in. However, if this wall's open, or these feet holes are open, it's a real concern for the attackers that they have to worry about this area here. You might not even bother peeking it. You might not hold it actively, and I almost recommend you don't, because you don't want to give your life away early. But it's just another thing for the attackers to think about. You get a good angle from the window onto anyone's feet that came through from all the way back here. You can see the door there. But obviously just bear in mind the attackers can shoot you from there as well. In terms of other lines of sight, I also like opening just a quick hole at the top of here. Means you can just chuck a C4 over the top, or you can impact trick, so you can chuck an impact grenade at if they're putting like an ace charge or a thermite charge on the other side of this wall, throw an impact grenade over here so it explodes on the roof, and the explosion splash damage will destroy the hard breach that's on the other side. You can do the same here. You're not going to impact trick this obviously, but you can throw C4s over. This was always a nightmare of a C4 for me. I would always get my C4 caught on the roof there, but obviously now with the new lines that show you where the C4 is going, oh, it's landed there. Yeah, I probably need to work on that. You don't want that landing there. You want it landing like right there, which is possible. And that's about it, really. There are some vertical holes that you need to hold, if I'm honest with you. You do need to have somebody playing upstairs. I'll just touch on this quickly, because I know it's more of a site setup and it's not about roaming. But definitely have somebody playing upstairs and hold this angle here. That's, you see the prep angle? That's the wall to prep. They're the feet holes we were just talking about. And now you can hold anybody walking into prep from above as well. It's also a good place to stop them opening the hatch, which is here. No one coming through this window. Just a really solid place to play. Like, play with like a lesion. Put a goo mine just there. And put a goo mine on like the other side. And just a couple of goo mines there and there. And then also one on the window. And just cover yourself off. So almost play the lesion a bit like a nomad, where you're not really bothered about the damage the goo mine does. You just want the information that somebody's pushing you. There's a load of other verticals you can make as well. Like this is for outside the double door. Here as well. And you can look onto red stairs from here. Bottom of red, that's coat check there. Look at the bottom of red stairs from here if you want to. There's a ton of other vertical you can do. But in terms of just setting up the site, that's what I do. One thing I would say not to do just quickly is, I see it all the time, even in like the elo that I play at, which is like high diamond, low champ, is people doing this. The reason they do that is because they think you can then hold, which is kind of true, but you can then hold people walking in, so you can see their feet as they walk across and they can't see you from this angle, which is true. But you only need to make one hole. Like, just when you want to do that, just make one hole here. Leave the wall from here onwards solid. Like, don't shoot any of the rest of it. Just one hole here. All you need when you're holding this angle is to see their feet once, and you know where they're going to be. The reason why I don't recommend in a line that long is because an attacker can just sit here from relative safety and hold pretty much half of the side there. That's the window. You as a defender, you're probably going to be playing around that window to try and stop people getting into prep. You don't want to just have an attacker go prone here. But you see, if we leave the wall, if we make a hole like this and we leave the wall solid from there onwards, when the attacker's here, they can't see that window. They could only see it up to there. So yeah, definitely don't make that line as long as everybody makes it for some reason. And that's downstairs. I hope, again, that's helpful. Let's get on to the two remaining sites. Next site is Fireplace Reading. And you may notice I'm playing Castle because I'm going to show you what is the best strat in Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, certainly for Kafe anyway. I actually really like playing reading and fireplace. It's probably my favourite site on the map, even though I don't think it's as strong as upstairs. But for now, I'm going to show you the setup. So we've used 6 reinforcements, and you can see the castles as well. So I'll go over the reinforcements and the castles, then we'll do the rotating lines of sight. So 2 on the back of reading room. We've got the castle there on reading door. No other reinforcements downstairs. Castle on pixel door. 3, 4 reinforcements there. 5, 6 reinforcements there. Then we've got a castle on the cocktail double and a castle on the heaven door as well. Now, in terms of rotates and lines of sight, let's go downstairs first before we start talking about upstairs, because upstairs is just the way I hold it, but let me show you what you need to do downstairs. So firstly, make a line of sight all the way across this wall. And you want to make it slightly higher, because what you're going to do ultimately is you're going to be holding the fireplace from here at the end of the round usually. So if you only make the line of sight like this high, when you're holding here, you're not going to be able to see the fireplace. You want to open the hatch. You want to rotate in laundry. That's not good enough. Magic. Then we want feet holes all the way across this wall. And then we want feet holes all the way across here. And finally, feet holes all the way across here. Now, you're never really going to have anybody playing in fireplace because it's not really safe to do so. You also, sorry, I forgot to mention this. I want to rotate here. Can we get through that? No, we can't. Of course we can't. There we go. This is just so the fire... If someone can rappel on this window and they can just hold the fireplace, and it stops anyone getting from that room to this room. So being able to have this rotate here means that if anyone's in train, it means they can come through this rotate here safely, and they can fight onto the window without just being held from the fireplace. So no one's really going to play in fireplace, but it's generally where the plant's going to go down usually. However, because you've got those feet holes there, it means that way back in reading now, you can hold pretty much all the fireplace. You can hold anyone coming through the fireplace. You can hold anyone planting in the corner. You can go prone here and see the corner of that room, corner of this part of the room. You can stop anything going down in fireplace. And of course, like I said before, you've also got this line of sight here where you can see anything that's happening in the site as well. Now, in terms of upstairs, we've got a prox mine behind that. I haven't pinged the prox mine. That's embarrassing. Got a prox mine on the pixel door there. We'll hear the castle barricade go down. But if they make a rotate into bathroom using buck or sledge and then come out here, that's going to trigger as well. And then this is where I like to play as castle, is here in cocktail. We make a rotate here. Throw your pox mine on the back of that bar. So whenever anyone comes, generally someone's going to drop the hatch, or they're going to come from new hatch. Sorry, drop the skylight, or come from new hatch. They're going to come around here. You're going to think they're sneaking up on you here, and by the time they get to there, that prox mine goes, and you know someone's about to come through this rotate. You're playing sort of usually here, or usually here, just holding the rotate. As soon as you hear the prox, get ready and make the kill. And make the kill, get the kill. The lines of sight you want upstairs are on the reading door, which is directly underneath this door here, which you get by doing this. Now you can see the reading door. Make sure you can see behind this bookcase as well. So either do a hole here. So now you can see behind the bookcase. That's another common plant spot. And then finally, you also want a line of sight here, which is what we did when we were all talking about defending upstairs. So you can see the laundry door. So from here, you can see the laundry rotate. You can see the laundry door. You can see the reading door. You can see the default plant. And we can stop cocktail. And if you need to, if you know it's safe, you can push through cocktail. Come around to here, and you can hold the reading door from here as well. It's a real power position to be above the site. If you know that they're not pushing reading and they're going to try and plant fireplace, again, you come down wide stairs and you can hold fireplace from here. Or, of course, you could drop the hatch and hold fireplace from here as well. Go prone here, hold the fireplace. Tons of different ways you can hold that area of the map, but that's the setup for reading. I really like playing here. I know normally we use smoke and mute to show setups, but the castle setup is honestly goated. I can't believe I've just said goated. I'm 34, nearly 35. In fact, I'm 35 in 6 days' time, so don't all buy me a present at once, please. But that's reading and fireplace. Okay, so finally, we've got train and fireplace, or train and dining, but everyone calls it fireplace. I actually really don't like this site, and I would never play it if I could avoid it. I know it gets played a bit in casual. Obviously, you can't choose in casual, so I'll show you how to set it up. And I think, again, it's a bit like we talked about with other maps. If you've got a team of 5 who know what they're doing, then I guess you could make use of the site maybe, but I still think every other site is stronger personally. But basically what we're going to do is we'll show you the setup around this floor, but we're also going to be holding upstairs pretty much like we did when we defended top 4. So in terms of reinforcements, the first thing I want to talk about is I haven't reinforced white wall. So the wall that goes to white stairs wall. I feel that, a bit like what we said on the last site, I sometimes would either make a line of sight across here so you can hold it from white stairs, or just make feet holes so you can hold it if you're coming up white yourself. Bear in mind the attackers are also going to come up white as well. They're going to be holding this angle, so whether you do that or whether you do what we talked about before, where you make the line of sight across that side of the wall there and you can hold it from here. This is why I don't like the site. I just don't think this white wall is a helpful place. Like, when you're defending reading as well, you can just open it and not worry about it. But because you're going to be defending the room on this side rather than the room over here, I don't like it. Personally, I don't like reinforcing it either, because I feel that it gives them a bit more protection. Like, once they get into this room, they know they don't have to worry about this side. Whereas if you leave it soft, they do have to worry about it. But essentially what I'm saying is, I'm not sure what the best way to do that is, but I don't like reinforcing it, is the end of that. Then we go upstairs, and we've got reinforcements on the cocktail wall like we normally would. And I know I normally do reinforcements, then line of sight, but I'm just going to do reinforcement and line of sight upstairs, and then go downstairs, just so we don't have to talk about upstairs any longer. So the usual rotates like we did when we defended upstairs. The rotate here on cocktail to make our way through under the skylight. I don't need to repeat that again. Same line of sight here. And then same rotate into freezer. We've then got the same rotate from freezer into bathroom. And finally the same line of sight. Again, you're going to be playing someone here to hold this area and peek this side. We've also reinforced the 2 top red walls and the hatch here. Now let's get downstairs and talk about the site. So basically, you set the top floor up. Apart from reinforcing the hatch, you set the top floor up exactly the same. So coming down to the actual site, there's a couple of key things that you need to do. One, this wall must be reinforced. If this wall isn't reinforced, attackers outside can just open that wall and it cuts off the entire site. As you can probably imagine, you can see all this part from the window anyway, but then if you don't reinforce this wall, all of this is done as well, and they can even cut off the fireplace rotate as well. So you will definitely want to be cutting that, you definitely want to be reinforcing this wall here. You then need to make a rotate here, because you don't want the only way between site being that double door, this, which is easily cut off from that window. So you still need this as a way of sort of getting to this window to try and fight on it, throw C4s out of it, or even just to get between the 2 sites. And exactly the same way we talked about it on the other site, you need to do the same over here. Because if anyone ends up on that window, again, they can just cut off the fireplace and you can't get between the 2 sides. So those 2 rotates are imperative. Then we need to come over to this side. And we've got some rotates to make here as well. We're running out of shotgun shells. Line of sight all the way across here, and then your standard rotate here. And what I would then do as well is the set. I'm going to run out of shotgun shells, so I can't do it. I can't do all the setup, but I would make the same feet holes that we did when we were defending fireplace reading. So feet holes across there, and there, for the exact same reasons that you can then stop the plant and fireplace, either by going prone or going further back and looking those feet holes there. That's how you defend around the map. This rotate is obviously just to get between pillar, and if you're on pillar and you don't want to, what you don't want to be doing is like force through this door. If you force through this door, the windows here, the stairs are there. There's no real other way around. Well, now you can go through the rotate here, come around this way if you need to, and now you can come from this side of the door, which is a lot safer. You can face one angle and then take the other angle if you want to. In terms of being on site, definitely open the hatch, which I can't do anymore because I've got no shotgun shells, but you want to open that hatch so you can drop and place C4 if you need to for the post plant, or while when the plant's going down. Remember, all this floor above into piano is soft, so if they get piano control, it can be pretty dicey. Again, piano control was quite an easy thing to do as an attacker, so having piano control and then being able to open the entire top floor of the site is not ideal as a defender. Obviously, there's certain objects you can play in here to be a bit safe. You can play in this train, you can go into this train, This is a real power position here. You can watch the hopping from the window. You can see the double door. You could even make a hole here. Oh, I'm trying to make a hole. We've got no C4, shotgun shells. Make a hole there for C4 so you can throw it over to the default plant, which is generally here. Watch out for people opening this corner of the wall and just running straight through and trying to tuck plant here straight away. And also watch out for people jumping through the window and just running here to try and plant. It's difficult once they get to this position because you can't like come around here to stop them because you're going to get smoked by the window. You've got to make sure you use this rotate instead because it's much safer. That's pretty much it here. If you want to ever stop this sound, shoot the case or punch the case, up to you. Punch the case. That's one we haven't said before. Yeah, I don't like the sight personally. Oh yeah, we need line of sight here as well. We just haven't got the shotgun shells. You want a line of sight across here. And that means from here you can now hold top white if you need to, or you can even hold the fireplace walk-in door there from here if you need to as well. But again, if you're going to be playing here, you're probably going to get smoked by that window. I don't like it. That's how to set it up, or the most efficient way of setting it, with my humble opinion. I would play all the other 3 sites 55 times over before I played this site. But if you like it, up to you. That's why we love Siege, because everyone has an opinion. That's how I'd set it up. I hope it helps if you do decide to play down here. Start with the top 4 on Kanal then in server and control, and we've used 7 reinforcements. The first 4 are dead easy in the corner of server. 1, 2, 3, 4. The second one. The 5th one is over on the far left-hand side of the back server wall. And then the 6th and 7th ones are the main breach here. And we're going to do an 8th one here. We're going to talk about it when we get round to it. So, lines of sight and rotate. Your first line of sight is here. Never, ever, 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 ever reinforce this wall, because anyone that's coming down printer, this is called New Bridge or Printer Bridge. There's a printer just there. Most people call it New Bridge, but this area is printer, and then this is New Bridge. As they're coming down here, they'll generally be holding here, generally be holding here. They get to here, and all of a sudden, they can't see where you are, because you're going to have usually a bandit or another player playing around here who's going to be able to see their feet. And again, like we've talked about on all the other maps, when you see the legs, don't shoot the legs. Aim higher. You can still see the feet. Aim higher. Shoot them in the head. Also, this is a solid place to play here as well, because this is obviously a solid wall. Peek onto the breach, and you can hold printer from here as well, or New Bridge from here as well. Now, the next line of sight you want to do is here. And this is why we're going to talk about this wall. I've seen an argument to make feet holes all the way across here. And the reason we make feet holes is anyone that's standing on the door out here, when they want to walk in, the main areas they're going to have to worry about is here. When they want to walk in, they can't fight. You'd have to go prone to fight here, and in which case you'd see them way before they see you. But to walk in here, you're now going to see their feet where I am here. So if I walk around the other side, as a defender, you could just be prone here, holding that door, or prone here, or just crouching so you're not putting your head down in danger. You can just prone here and hold that. Now, you can make feet holes all the way across, and then you can hold right out there. You can be further back here. If you've got feet holes all the way across, you can hold it right back. However, I personally like reinforcing this one wall. And this just gives you a bit of protection. If you've got a Cade or a bandit playing in here, bandit tricking or Cade tricking, they can play in here a bit more, feel a bit safer, a bit more protected. But also, you can still get that angle round on the door as well. You can still see from there. Let me just make don't make this shotgun hole. I'm just doing this to show you. You can see from here, you can still see the door very, very easily. And obviously, you could go prone as well if you wanted to. I wouldn't recommend going prone, if I'm honest with you, because what a lot of attackers will do will also go prone. And it's kind of, yeah, you're more likely to win the gunfight, but you're also putting yourself at a bit of a disadvantage by putting your head on the floor going prone. So try and just crouch if you can. You're going to be able to see their feet as they come in. Obviously, bear in mind, this hole won't be there. But this is super important. Make sure you don't reinforce this wall. As an attacker, if you get to this area here and you see both of these walls reinforced, you're absolutely buzzing, because you know the only place you've got to worry about on the way in here is this door. If this is soft along here, like there's feet holes, by the time I get here, I'm really nervous because I might be getting shot from here. I don't know what's going on. It's also really helpful as a defender. If they planted and you come up red stairs, everyone expects you to come up red stairs and come through here. Whereas what you can do is you can come up here, you can go prone, you can get an angle on the guy that's going to be behind the desk. 99 times out of 10, way up, if the plant goes down, it's going to be around this area here, so you can get an angle on it from there. Something else you can do as well, which I'm not going to be able to show you now because the breach is reinforced, but if you can't get through these feet holes here, I do this all the time, is to run around here and go in the breach, just assuming the breach is open, of course. And by the time you get around there and go in the breach, you've not been outside long enough to be spotted, and all of a sudden you've got a free kill on the guy that's planted there. Really useful in like 1v1 and 1v2 scenarios. By the way, always use aim labs. Free aim labs on Kanal there to practice your aim before the start of the round. Right, more lines of sights and setups. We need a rotate here. And we need high head holes here as well. This is just to stop the C4 plant that goes on at the other end of that desk. And then finally, you want to make one head hole here. Now, the thing is with this head hole, this is hold on to top red. Standing on this desk, you can hold top red. And obviously, anyone walking in there, you can also hold the breach. And you can hold the plant. The problem is, everybody on the dog now knows this head hole exists. And people coming up red stairs, depending what elo you're in, will pre-fire that. I always do this. As I'm coming up here, I get ready here, and then pre-fire the head hole. I was actually nowhere near the head hole, but you know what I mean. Always pre-fire that. So just be careful. Don't just stick your head in there. Like, I wouldn't generally hold an angle here because you're going to get pre-fired off the face of the earth if you just stood there like this. So I would potentially use this as like a sort of later thing. But you can even throw C4 through here to top red as well. Go and pick that up because the C4 noise gives me mad anxiety. You definitely want to have somebody playing top green. This is a really, really important anchor spot. Obviously to hold green stairs, but also to hold this window and to hold this window. Now what you can do as well is make a cute little punch hole here on the floor. And then you can hold the printer bridge or new bridge. And there's no way anyone sees that from all the way back there, by the way. I've had so many one-tap kills from here, especially now ACOGs are back in the game, playing Malucio or Mai there. You know, if you're here, you know what I mean? You just can't even see it. So, yeah, the other thing to do is to play top red stairs. So you need someone top green. You've got to have somebody top red as well. Now, I highly recommend, and it's good that we're playing mute at the minute, is a mute on top red stairs. You can put a mute jammer there. You can put a mute jammer there. And you can put a mute jammer tight on this window here. And now any drone that comes along this corridor, as you can see, it goes all the way across to the other side of the corridor, and just play the shotgun here and just wait. Don't get too excited, which you see all the time. People like peeking this door, trying to get a kill. Don't do that. Just chill here. They aren't going to be able to drone you because of the obviously the mute jammers on the stairs. You're so safe here. Well, you're not safe. You're actually in a very precarious position, but you're safe from being droned. They're not going to know you're there. And obviously you can hold the breach if they walk in the breach as well. It's a really solid position. It's a fun place to play because it's very busy. There's a lot going on here, and it's a bit like I always liken positions like this to Albo on Oregon. It's like you're probably going to die, but hopefully you get a kill or two along the way, and you can use their drone, smash their drone economy as you go. That's top 4. I think it's a really solid place to defend. Let me just show you one thing, by the way. The default plant, which you're going to need to know for C4s, is here. We've already got the hatch open. That is right there. It's this side of the green wall you want to be. I mean, if you throw it here, it doesn't really matter which side of the wall they're on, to be honest with you. But that's the default plant. Don't forget as well, you can also drop below. If you're playing Bandit, always ask someone to open the hatch for you. Because if that hatch gets opened, if the breach gets open, sorry, you can drop down, you can play here, you can hold the breach from below. Of course, you can C4 there, but don't forget, you can also C4 this way as well. Really solid site. Look, I know Kanal isn't everyone's favorite map, and I get that. I started playing Siege once the Kanal rework was already in the game, so I never played old Kanal. But I do feel like Kanal suffers from the same sort of thing as Theme Park and as Skyscraper suffers from, that people didn't generally like it too much before the reworks. Now they have been reworked. I think they're pretty good. Just to add to this, by the way, I've swapped over to a Zami to show you a really nice one-way angle that I think a lot of people know now going on towards Printer. But it means you can play here. We've got 3 Kiba barriers. That's all we're going to need, and I can show you a tasty one-way angle. If you know this, I know a lot of people do. You can either throw your first Azami on this sign here that says West Wing, which is a bit safer, or you can line it up to be on this grid here, on this what looks like Unistrut. But you've got to make sure you're on the very bottom bit of the Unistrut, not in the middle, otherwise the Kiba barrier will just go in the middle of it. So you want to be in line with where someone's going to walk down here. And now obviously we've got these guidelines, it's a lot easier, but you don't want to be in the middle there or at the top. You want to come down until it flicks down, first pixel up,
throw it there. Now we're going to need a second one to make it even bigger, but now we can tuck in behind here. Then we're going to want to throw a second one here. And now you can see printer, and you can see anyone walking down, but they aren't going to see you. Oh, don't worry, you've got to worry about the breach. That's fine. We can also throw a Kiba barrier here on the bomb to protect you from the breach, which also, though, means you can push up on the Kiba and peek the breach either side of the Kiba if you want to, or you can make a head hole here. So you can be here, covered from the breach, holding printer, and also peek the breach that way if you want to. A nice angle underneath there, actually. This is really solid. Like, you can see all the way to printer there. As soon as someone's feet are there, you can see, or if they start walking there, let's go and stand on that one ping and see what we see from behind the desk. Do you know what I mean? We would have been literally stood there, and they can't see us. You can't crouch. You can't, even if you walk that way, you can't see us. If you're stood directly in line with this ping, behind this control desk, they cannot see you, and they would be like here. They'd be walking up here. Don't forget as well, you get 5 Kiba barriers. So I only had 3 left because I just used 2 to try and make the thumbnail. But don't tell anyone that. That's creative genius. Creative genius? Creative method? Whatever you want to call it anyway. But what I'm trying to say is if they destroy this, you've still got spare Kibas where you can just do it again if you want to as well. Now, like I say, you can put it on this sign as well. It just means the Kiba's a little bit closer to you and you don't get quite... Like, the angle that you see as you start seeing them about here instead of back there. So yeah, definitely practice getting it on the... If you can see, there's like the top layer of Unistrut, the middle bit of Unistrut, and then the bottom bit. You need to make sure you're on the bottom bit, because if you put it in the middle, it just gets like, all the Kiba just goes inside that bit and nothing drops down. But yeah, really, really solid angle. It's just going to help your whole printer. It's almost impossible to defeat, unless you've got like an Ash or a Zoth or a Gon 6 to destroy this. You can't fight this. And obviously then you've got the breach to look at as well. Really solid way of playing a Zami up in control. Moving on to the basement then, which is probably the second strongest site, I would say. Although I do like pretty much most sites on Kanal. Basement, we've used 5 reinforcements. Let's go through those. We've done the pipes wall. There's an argument to make feet holes here, because you can then watch them when they come through the trench door here. You can see through the feet holes, and if they walk in and go like this, you're going to see their feet. The problem is with making feet holes on a wall this close to an external door, all it takes is for an Ash or a Zephyr to be here, and you wouldn't see them here, to just fire an Ash Charge or a Zephyr impact at that wall, and then the whole wall's open, and you've made yourself a real nightmare. I actually believe that it sort of... The feet holes actually lends itself to how you would generally set up a site, because you would want to, as the attacker comes in, you would want them to be worried about here, here, and here. At the moment, if this is reinforced, they walk in, and the only place they have to worry about is here, which they can clear before they walk through the door, and then here, which is only one angle they need to worry about. But for me, I've tried the feet holes here, and I ended up having this wall open pretty quickly by an Ash and Zephyr, and it caused me more problems. So I don't advise doing that personally. We've then got the left-hand side of the supply room, and the left-hand side of kayaks. The left-hand side of this kayaks wall, and obviously we're going to go through why we're leaving half of these walls. Obviously, I'm not just... That's one thing I always want to try and explain to you, by the way, when I'm doing a video. I know people say I go on and on and on, and I make an half-an-hour video on how to set up a site, but I've watched other site videos in the past, and like, yeah, reinforce this. Anyway, move on. And you're like, well, wait, why am I not reinforcing this as well? So we'll get onto that in a second. Upstairs, we've got the site hatch reinforced, which is upstairs in Coast Guard. And then quite controversially, I don't reinforce, or I don't like reinforcing the gym hatch. And the reason I don't reinforce the gym hatch is I don't think it gives attackers that much of an advantage if that was to be opened. And it gives your roamers, you can have your Legion or your Alibi, whoever it is who's roaming above, it gives them a real chance to getting back in the fight. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a radio in here. Shoot the radio. It gives them a real chance of getting back in the fight from above, rather than having to come down the main stairs or down the yellow stairs, or obviously dropping the side hatch, assuming that's open, which is a nightmare because you just get shot from so many angles. When you're dropping this hatch, you've only got to worry about 2 angles. Down shower corridor, and obviously into site. Now, the other advantage of this is you can also hold locker window from above as well. But I actually quite like leaving this open. Don't open the hatch, leave it soft, assuming that your roamer's going to have a super shorty or a bailiff to be able to come in, or an impact, sorry, to be able to come down later on and get back in the fight. I think it just gives your roamers half a chance if they're above. In terms of lines of sights and rotates, have we been through all the reinforcements? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we have. In terms of lines of sights then, why do we leave this wall soft? It's because we make a line of sight here. And why do we make a line of sight there? Because when an attacker comes down yellow stairs or when an attacker comes through diving window, normally all they have to worry about is this angle here and that door. And you can cover that with one. You can cover both of those angles here doing this. By the time you get to here, which is the critical point, like whether you're just about to go into sight or you're just about to go down towards lockers or the corridor, by the time you get to here, you're faced with two angles. And an attacker can't hold this and hold this. If this is reinforced, the attacker just needs to hold this until it's clear and then hold this here. And they don't need to worry about two different angles. Opening that wall means you get here and they could be there or there. There's multiple ways you can fight, you can defend yourself. And it's also way easier as well. As a defender, you can hold that and then come back to there, or you can go back to there. You can hold both sides. You can even go around to here, or you can hold it from here. I wouldn't recommend holding from here, obviously, because you're in the corridor. But just dancing around this reinforcement here makes it so easy, or much easier to defend. If this was reinforced, the only place you could peek onto that was from here. This one is left soft because we make a hole for the main stairs. So now from the back of sight here, you can hold the main stairs. You can also obviously C4 through there as well. The same reason we leave this one soft as well. The exact same reason. Now from here, we can hold the main stairs as well. And this is a really solid angle, this. As soon as they turn that corner from main stairs, you can get rid of them there. In terms of vertical play, one thing I will always recommend you do on this site is you play Valkyrie. And I'll show you where to put the camera, but we're just going to have to pretend we're Valkyrie here. Just imagine, right? Oh, look, I'm Valkyrie. I'm got an MPX. Put a camera there on one ping. And what you're going to do is put a C4 there. And I'll show you where that is downstairs. It's in pipes. I do this. If anyone watches the stream, by the way, twitch.tv/A Littleton, live 3 times a week for 4 hours, do nothing but play ranked in Diamond and Champion lobbies. And you can ask me anything you want, or you can just come and call me bald and old if you want. I don't mind. Your C4 goes there. Now, that C4 is exactly where I just pinged it. So as Valkyrie, what I do every round is I come here, get rid of these, because now you can hold through this cabinet. Sit here on my cameras, wait for somebody to walk past, come off my camera and blow it up. I would say I get a kill, genuinely get a kill 90% of the time by putting a C4 there. It works all the time. Well, not all the time, because I said 90% of the time, and all the time will be 100% of the time. Try not to get yourself locked in pipes, because getting out of here is a nightmare. You can be held from the hatch, you can be held from all sorts of different places. People tend to sort of be in here and think, oh, I'm safe. You know, yeah, it's a soft floor above, but I'm reinforced here. There's only one way in. I'm pretty safe here. You are safe, but you're also not much use to your team, because you can't really hold much from here. You can't really do much. This is the best place to play in this site, around here or around here. But of course, you've got to have somebody upstairs, because all of this floor above is soft everywhere on this side. There's not one part of these sites where the floor isn't soft. So you've got to have someone above. If you, oh, well, sorry, I say there's not one part. There's this part, which isn't soft. If you don't have somebody above, a good team is just going to open this side from above and you've got nowhere to play. You'll be forced out of here to be playing in places like this. They're just then going to drop the side hatch and it's a free plant. Oh, sorry. One more rotate that we haven't talked about. Just there. Now, there is an argument as well to say reinforce this wall. A bit like what we did with that wall. You can then dance from here to here. I don't really particularly like reinforcing it. If you want to, you can make a small shotgun hole. And you could use that to peek around. You can still use a bit of solid wall here. Really solid sides. I just enjoy Kanal, man. Oh, a really good anchor point, by the way, is here. There's no vertical above you here. You get a nasty angle onto the trench door from here as well. And of course, you can hold the main stairs, hold the corridor. Really solid place to play. If you play Jaeger here with a couple of ADSs, it's a really, really solid anchor point. And of course, if you place one with a C4, you can start a C4 into side from here if you need to as well. I'll tell you what, I really like the lines at times, and then like for doing stuff like this. But if like it takes me longer to, I feel, to get the lineup right, whereas I used to just be able to just throw it through there without thinking about it. Now I spend an extra half a second looking if the lineup's right. Anyway, that's basements on Kanal. Right, then on to maps and security, and we've moved on to Maestro for this one, because whilst I'm going to show you the setup, I'm also going to show you a nice Maestro setup for this site, which won't take too long, and it'll be worth knowing. First things first, 7 reinforcements, although there's a controversial one that I've not reinforced, and this is like the gym hatch to me on this site. I'll come back to that in a second. So, in terms of reinforcements, starting on this side of the site and moving across, we've got one here on the corridor that's underneath 90 that goes from this little vestibule area that's apparently called security room still. I mean, I call it CCTV, but this little sort of vestibule here, that wall that goes externally there. We've then got, going into kitchen,
That's 1. We've then got 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the 2 hatches above. Let me show you where the hatches are, because you need to know, obviously, because you're going to have to come and reinforce them. So 1 hatch in the box here, and 1 hatch by the radar equipment over there. So, what we're going to do with this site, first of all, we're going to shoot the radio, which is just on this shelf here. Right, in terms of lines of sights and rotates, first of all, this area is important. Now, this hatch can be opened, and when I say the reason I don't reinforce it is because, like the gym one below, attackers don't get a great deal from having this hatch open, apart from being able to stand here and have an angle into about there, but not many defenders are going to be stood around here anyway, really. But it just gives your roamers, if they're stuck above, the only place they can come down is red and green or come from Old Bridge. So being able to drop a hatch is quite useful. If you're not happy with that and you're not playing anyone above, which you've really got to on this side, but you could reinforce that and I don't think anyone would hold it against you. One of the rotates that I don't see anyone do is to help yourself to defend kitchen here. So make a rotate just down in the bottom right corner of this wall. It only needs to be a little small one, but what this is here to do is... Let me get rid of that picture frame. What this is here to do is to use this wall as cover to hold from kitchen out into the corridor at bottom green area, into museum area. Now, as you can see, when you come through the door here, you don't even know that rotates here. But once again, talking about multiple angles, if you don't open this rotate, the only place you can hold kitchen from is here. 1 door, which could be held from the hatch if they open it, but 1 door here. If you open this, you've got multiple ways of peeking onto the kitchen, and it's a quick way of getting back inside the site, and you can hold onto here as well. Just a nice little rotate to have, and using this big concrete, essentially just a big shield that you can use, it's perfect to peek around. Use that there, and if this wall gets opened, you can also come back in. You can also use it to peek onto that wall as well. Next rotate is going to be onto this wall here. In fact, just use the impacts for this. Rotate there, and then we also want to rotate and we want a line of sight here. You don't want to make this vaultable, but you want to make it low enough about head height, and I'll show you why that is in a second. This rotate is obviously to be able to come through security without having to come through this door. You can come through here and hold on to the kitchen door. This rotate again, just get between sites. Nothing like incredible, nothing that's out of the ordinary with these. This line of sight that we made here is because playing in model, which is this area here, is a really good place to play because there's no vertical above. You're pretty much safe. You can hold Old Bridge, you can run to here and hold Museum and Green Stairs, and then from here you can get back into sight using the rotates that we just talked about. But one of the really useful parts about playing in model is using that line of sight we just made, and now you see the hatches there. If anyone drops that hatch, you absolutely know that, one, you can get them as they drop, but if you miss the shot, you know exactly where they've dropped, and you can just start plowing ammo, rounds, bullets, whatever you want to call it, into this area here. Now, you've got to play above. You should pretty much play above a bit like as if you were defending above, with the same rotates, like the line of sight we made there, the same rotate there. Reinforce these walls, which I haven't mentioned as well, but I would definitely reinforce these. I probably should have said that earlier. Definitely reinforce these. You've got 2 reinforcements left. At least 2 reinforcements left. We've got 3 left, but you could do these 2 walls, and that hatch that we said we weren't going to do, you could also reinforce that if you wanted to. But you want to be holding this much like you hold upstairs, because like we talked about on the basement, sorry, just had to cough, on the basement site, all of this is soft for across all of the sites. So from there and across into security as well, all soft for. So you've got to have somebody playing above to defend above. Like the basement, if you don't defend above, a good attacking team is just going to open all this floor and you've got nowhere to run and hide. You have to then leave the site. That then gives them the opportunity to drop the hatch, and then you've got to play the retake game, which is just not easy. So just have someone above. Even if you delay the time, that's what you want to be doing, really. In terms of why we picked Maestro, then, the 3 cameras are going to go here, here, and here. And these 3 cameras are mainly for... Obviously, you're going to get information on attackers, but it's mainly to get drones. Almost every drone that's going to go in that site is going to come along this corridor. It's either going to come up red, down red, through museum, through green stairs, around the back of museum there, or it's going to come along Old Bridge. Or even if you leave it a little bit too late and there's a drone in sight from kitchen, and there's a drone in sight already, you can use this cam. This cam is mainly for just getting information on if the plant's going down. Obviously, you won't be able to see security, but you would be able to hear security on this camera. But you're going to get so many drones with these 2 cameras, but it covers all of the site, basically. All of the ways into the site, apart from the hatch drops. Like that there, just all the way down this corridor. There's no other way into this site from this area, apart from the hatches. And again, all the way down there. What I recommend you do is go and barricade this door. And punch it twice at the bottom. Attackers aren't going to know that that's been punched twice, even though they'll see that at the bottom. But however, if your roamers are on the wrong side of the bridge and they need to get back quickly, they can run through, punch it once, and make their way through. Now, the reason we barricade it is just so we get an extra bit of sound to know that there's someone at the other end of the bridge. Gives us a chance to get on the camera and start doing what we need to do. Don't start using the camera. I mean, this is turning into a lesson about... Well, not a lesson. I'm not a teacher, but like a bit of a guide, if you want to call it that. Don't start using the Maestro cams unless there's like or to attack enemy players. Like, obviously get rid of drones and stuff, but don't start using it to start shooting players with the laser from the end of the corridor there, because you're going to get the camera destroyed. And doing 5 damage with a Maestro laser compared to the information of someone coming along the bridge is way more valuable. So yeah, I actually really like playing this site, but that's because I sort of just sit here on this angle. I watch this hatch drop, I watch this hatch drop, I watch Old Bridge, and I just set up my cameras, destroy drones, and when someone's coming down, you just swing this angle here. Make sure to crouch behind the table, don't swing it head height, make sure you use this as a bit of cover. Get that all the way down. The Alder is so good, man. Like, the destruction on it's insane. Such a good gun. And then obviously if no one's pushing Old Bridge, you can do the same thing, but holding the other way as well. And finally, onto Coast Guard and Gym, although it's actually called Lounge in-game for some reason, if you look at the compass. Like, I don't know why it's called Lounge. Don't forget, shoot the radio. So, tell you just while we're on the subjects of radio, what's quite ironic is we're in radio room, and there's a radio in the corner that you can't stop. You know the whole shoot the radio? Well, this is the ultimate radio. It's undefeatable. You can shoot as much as you want, and you can't shut it up, and I really wish you could. So at Ubisoft, at John Ubisoft, please can you make this so I can like shoot this light and it goes off, please. Thank you. Right then, this site is interesting because this is another one of those that we've talked about before where if you're in an organized 5, this is really, really solid, but if you're not in an organized 5, this is difficult to defend. Now, I've recently started playing with a couple of new lads in a different stack, so shout out George, Addy, Clue, and Mazzy. And they play this side quite a lot, and to a really, really high level. They hold. I think George told me his win rate was like 80-90% on this site. One, because they know how to set it up, but 2, the attackers don't really know how to attack it really. So I've set it up differently to what they do, but I'm going to show you what I do, and if you want to know what they do, get in touch. I can put you in touch with George. I'm sure I could make a video how he would do it as well if you want to. But anyway, and it is fun, by the way, playing tertiary sites, because it also almost feels like it's a new game, because you'd never play this site. So learning how to do this, it keeps it fresh. Anyway, reinforcements, we've used 6. 1 on the left side of the Coast Guard, 1 on the right side of the Coast Guard. We're going to come on to Y. That's 2. We've then got 3 right side gym wall. 4, 5 in radio, and excuse me, back into gym. 1 at the back of gym, which makes 6. Now, why have we made these, and what are we going to do to play around them? So, first things first, feet holes along here. Same reason we've always talked about. When an attacker walks down a long printer, you're going to be playing in this area here. Make sure that you're not going over onto the soft wall. Stay behind the reinforcements. You can hold this here and shoot the feet as they come in, or you can be behind the bomb and do the same thing. Now for them, again, I know I've shown you this a million times on every setup we've done, but for them, as they come in, they've got to worry about this angle, that door, and now they get here, or they're going to get shot in the feet, who knows? Do they have to go prone? And if they go prone, it's an even easier kill for you. Very, very... What you don't want to do is keep these solid. Then an attacker, all he has to do is grenade behind there, so the person behind there has to get flushed out, and all of a sudden they've got printer. You can do exactly the same thing that we did on basement, by the way. Put a vault cam here, place your C4 downstairs and pipes here, and you'll get another free kill. Always open the hatch. You always want to... That took 3 shotgun shots. That's embarrassing. You always want an escape from sight. As a defender, you know, if you're here and you're getting pushed and you see 3 people come down here, you could just drop down to sight, come up main stairs. You always need an escape, really. We've then got exactly the same feet holes here, although you've got to be super careful with these because the main stairs is right here,
and then it means that an attack can come up main stairs and hold this kind of angle and hold a bit into sight. Unfortunately, this desk is here, so you don't see too much through the sight. You've just got to be wary that that's the case. However, don't worry, because you're always going to have a player playing down in basement for the verticals, C4s, and what have you, and also just generally defending basement. Because coming through, a common thing to do here is come through trench, straight up these stairs, and no one's expecting anything. Before you know it, you've got an attacker inside. So just be careful with those feet holes. But what are they for? Exactly the same thing these are for. So when you're standing here, anyone crosses this wall to start walking into either gym or into Coast Guard, you're going to be able to see the feet. We've also then got a rotate out the back of gym as far over to the right side of this wall as you can, which I know not everybody likes, but I think if you're in gym, your only way out of gym is either here or the hatch. Being able to go through here and then fight into the corridor is huge, and we're going to use this wall for that as well. And also, anyone coming down yellow stairs, which, again, you'll need somebody playing around this area, because this is another common thing to do, is jump in here and just walk down these stairs. They don't know that the rotate's there, and even if they do know it's there, they don't get any information from, or any like advantage of being able to fire into the side. You can see that much, you know what I mean? So yes, they could hold the rotate, but you're going to know about that anyway, because you're going to have your player playing around this area. You've got to watch these stairs as well. But your basement player who's looking over on main stairs on basement will also be covering this area. Just going to be playing around here, basically, just going sort of from here, holding down to there, holding here, just making sure no one comes up either these stairs or the yellow stairs. There's 2 more head holes we need to make. The first one is here. And the second one is here. Exactly the same reasons for both. So the first one, oh, by the way, you can also get a nice angle here onto main stairs if you want to. And then down the corridor as well. The first one is so you can come out of this door and you can hold then in towards printer and the side door. Come down here and C4 if the plant's going down behind the bomb, because they've got control of printer, means you can do that from there. Otherwise, the only place you can come through is this door, and every attacker is going to be holding this door. Just gives you another angle to be able to pop through here, take a bit of cover here, throw a C4, tuck back in. Same reason we make these holes, really, is to be able to, this position here is super strong, be able to be in gym with all the lines of sight we've made. You can see the printer door from here. Really nice. You wouldn't do this with an SMG-11. You want to be like Wamai with an ACOG or Malusi with an ACOG from here. In fact, Malusi would be a really good play here, because you could put a Banshee on the top of these stairs, on the side of these stairs, and you know you could play in here. Until you hear that Banshee go, you know you're safe from behind. So actually, Malusi would be a really good shout here. You've got your ACOG to hold that long angle, and your ACOG to hold this long angle as well. Be a really solid shout, actually. But yeah, leaving this open doesn't give attackers any more benefit, really, but it just means you can hold through the sights, and you can hold through onto the top of the old bridge there, which comes out of reception through this door. There's no real way of stopping them coming through this door here, so by the time they get here, at least they can be held from further back. And the more I'm talking about this, the more I'm like, you know what, actually, maybe George and the gang are onto something here, because this is a fun site to play, and I've played this site with them maybe 2 or 3 times now, and I've enjoyed it each time, so maybe I'm going to start playing this in my own ranked games as well. But that's how I set up Coast Guard and Lounge, even though it should be gym. Also, yeah, again, I haven't said this, but like the other hatch, open that, and then you've got an escape out of gym if you need to. Obviously, we've got this rotate here, but if you need to, you can drop here. And you think, oh, they are planting over there, actually. Let's go for the C4. No worries. Oh, where are they? Behind the bomb chassis? Yeah, no worries. There we go. Boom. Thanks very much. Anyway, that's the Coast Guard and gym. And that's Kanal done. So let's get started on labs with top floor, server, and command. So the first walls you're going to reinforce are the 2 walls in connector. Not everybody does this. Please make sure you do. Trust me. We'll come on to why shortly. 2 walls in connector. Going back through electrical, back into server. You want to do the right-hand side of the server wall through to connector. Don't reinforce the left side. You then want to do the right-hand side of command wall through to top aqua stairs, fish stairs, CC stairs, whatever you want to call those stairs these days. Right-hand side of that. You want to then do the 2 right-hand walls of the 3 in command, looking out towards rafters, and the left-hand side of the other wall in command that looks back in towards server, so this side. You then got the 2 reinforcements out on the IT breach. That there is 9 reinforcements. You've got 1 left. You could maybe go down and do 1 of the breaches. If you don't end up reinforcing any of these walls and you've got 2 left, then go and do those 2 down there. However, there's no reason not to reinforce everything we've just shown there. So let's just go through why, starting with the command center through to top fish stairs. You're going to make feet holes here, and the reason you do this is because you don't really get a great angle as an attacker if you're going to go prone here. You don't really see a great deal.
From there, the desk covers a lot of it. But as a defender, you can literally hold this angle here, and every attacker that walks in is going to get smoked by you, and you're going to see them before they see you. You can even go a bit further back. Just hold the angle here. You're always going to win that fight. Remember, when you see the legs here, don't shoot the legs. Aim higher because the head's going to be just above the legs. Then we've got this whole area here, which is an interesting area to play and one of my favorite areas. We make head holes along this wall and head holes along this wall. Now, what this enables us to do from this area here, this one bit of the map here is incredibly strong. You can hold rafters in general. You can hold the rafters door. You can hold the IT door. You can hold the IT breach. Or you could just hold IT passively. Or you can move around and hold IT from this door here. This is an incredibly strong anchor spot to be able to hold sort of 3 or 4 pressure positions. And of course, you've got fish stairs behind you as well. But this spot here is incredibly strong. Don't reinforce these 3 walls. Otherwise, the attackers get this door for free. And we don't want to give anything for free. Also, don't reinforce this. Otherwise, the only place... If we reinforce that wall, the only place attackers have to worry about from IT breach is this door and anyone swinging this door. Like, this whole angle going all the way back is a nightmare for attackers to have to worry about. Again, we've got the feet holes just at the bottom here. Don't make a rotate, but just make feet holes. And again, you can hold the feet if you want to. Some people don't make head holes here because they don't like having the head holes into sight. Like, if an attacker's on this door... They don't like giving the head holes into sight. I think that's better because from here you can now hold that door. Whereas if you just do the feet holes, you can't hold the door. So I quite like that angle. Right, coming over to... let's just talk about IT breach quickly. If you're bandit tricking or cage tricking, make sure you make a hole here. And then this is the storage window below, so you can hold anyone who's... What normally happens is you get a Zephyr or an Ash at the very start of the round. Just come and Ash charge at the bottom of here to get rid of the bandit batteries. Make a little line of sight there, hold it, and get an easy kill on the Ash at the start of the round. We then move over to the other side of the map, and this is another favorite. I really enjoy playing this side. This is another favorite part of me to defend. Always make a rotate here. Now, I make a vaultable rotate because if you do lose this area, when an attacker pushes, you're usually going to have someone who's left in this position here. They're holding electrical and they're holding the breach. If you make a vaultable rotate, it means that the attackers are locked in an animation as they vault over, and you can see what happens to the crosshair as you go over. The crosshair moves up and down. It makes it more difficult to aim as you go through a vaultable rotate. So what we do here is we make feet holes in meeting. Ideally, you're going to want a bandit or a mute or something on this wall to try and protect it. 99 times out of 10, this wall's going to get opened. But we're trying to just delay things as long as possible. The way I try and describe this room is a little bit like Elbow on Oregon. You know, downstairs and basement, where you hold onto the elbow as long as you can, and then eventually you retreat back inside and reinforce. That's sort of what you're doing here. What you want to do, though, is make sure the attackers have to expend a bit of hard breach on this wall, and they don't have it all left for this wall. One thing to bear in mind is, I should have left this wall soft to try and show you, but what people will do will make a hole at the top of this wall, and then they'll go outside. I'm going to show you. We're not in a rush. Get comfy. We're going to be here for a while. Which I know is not the right thing to say in like content in 2024, because everyone wants things to be short and snappy, but unfortunately that's not how I do things. They're going to make a hole in the wall here, and the reason they do that is they rappel up onto this roof, go and stand on this balcony here, and they hold an angle through into that room, and it's a nightmare to defend. You'll never win the fight, so don't try. You're fighting attackers with ACOGs, and you've got an SMG-11 with a little hole on. You're trying to hold pixels onto that balcony area that we just looked at. So that will happen generally, so you want to just hold on to this room for as long as you can. Get a little bit aggressive at the start of the round and shoot the drones that come down this corridor. You've got a default cam here to support you. To shoot the default cam, shoot the drones as they come down the corridor. You'll probably get 2 drones usually at the start of a round. Retreat to here. You can hold the jump in for meeting. The window that most people come through in meeting is just there. So we make the feet holes again. So this far back, we're going to see their ankles. They aren't going to see us. We know their ankles are there, so the head must be there. So aim for the head, of course. Or at least center mass, and then the recoil will go up. Some cool things to do in this room, by the way, just before we move on, is place a bulletproof camera on here. As if you play Frost. Place Frost. Place a bulletproof camera on here and place a frostmite in there. It works every time. Every Egger bird, someone vaults on here to shoot the bulletproof camera, and it's gone. What is even better than that is putting the bulletproof camera on this wall here. And what people will do is vault on this to get across to this to punch it. If you put the bulletproof camera on there, the enemy can shoot it from the side. You put the bulletproof camera in the corner there, you can't get the angle to shoot it from the side, so you have to vault up to move around to punch it, and they walk into the frost mat on there all the time. When you're talking electrical, this is, again, it's a fun place to play, but it's tricky. Mainly because you can have nades and flashes thrown over the top of this unit here from the window. The attackers are on this window and they chuck things up and over there. As you can see, the C4 goes. Don't forget that works the same for you. You can also throw C4s over there, which is made even easier now with the arc throw. That would have gone lovely outside the window. Ignore that it hit the frame. Just pretend it would have gone outside the window. So remember as well, in this door, that hole that's going to be up there is what they're going to be holding this door with. So you can't really peek this door once this wall's open. But the idea is you hold on to this for as long as possible, use as much, soak up as much utility as possible, and then reinforce back into the site and protect yourself from there. The other things to consider is rafters. Treat rafters like Clubhouse rafters. You've got to have somebody playing rafters, generally much like Clubhouse and Azami. And what you can do is you can put a Kiba barrier here to protect yourself from the door, and you can put a Kiba barrier here on this side so it goes out that way, so you can tuck in from the breach and you don't have to worry about the breach. It means you can come further back, peek the door from here, but peek the breach from here. You can hold below, you can hold this door, which everybody likes coming in. I always recommend barricading this, by the way. Just make it more difficult for the attacker so they don't just open that door and then they can start peeking rafters. Make it so they're going to make it really obvious, like they're going to make a lot of sound if they want to start peeking rafters from there. You're never going to go in there as a defender generally anyway, unless you're spawn peeking. So even if you are spawn peeking, just reinforce it on the way, barricade it on the way out. So yeah, you've got to have somebody playing rafters. Again, not the easiest place because you've got to hold the window, the breach, and the door, and possibly below. So it's a bit like Clubhouse where it's an unforgiving place to play. You're probably going to get killed, but you're just there to waste as much time as possible. And as I say, this is the key position here. This is where most people are going to win most of the rounds from. Being able to fight those 4 different angles, 5 different angles from there. And also, of course, hold the electrical door or hold the breach if it gets open that side. A really fun side to play. I mean, you can't argue that Nighthaven Labs is not right up there in the minute as a map. It is so fun to play, really well balanced. I think this might be up there as my favourite site on the map. So down in the basement now then, and we'll go through the 3 hatches first. So your first hatch is here in Animus. Your second hatch is here at the bottom of cargo stairs. And your third hatch is way on the other side in exosuit. And it's really important to get at least the exosuit and the Animus hatch. The cargo hatch, not so much, but it's still important. That's 3 reinforcements. We've then got 4 and 5 on the assembly breach, 6 on the Animus breach, 7 from tank to facing cargo stairs, 8 from nano facing assembly breach, and 9 from nano facing the bottom of exo stairs. Now, lines of sights and rotates are important on this side. So what we're going to do is make head holes here. Let me go back in this side and do it from the outside in. For the inside out, sorry. Make head holes in nano, and this is to hold exo stairs, which is here. You can also hold the exo hatch. You're then going to make a line of sight on the same thing on this wall. Now, there's an argument to say this reinforcement should go on this side, and then to make head holes this side, which is absolutely fine. It makes no odds which way you want to do it. I quite like doing it this side because I like putting holes here to then throw C4 over to the breach. Now, the only problem with putting it on this side means that I can't just easily cross over to that wall. If I was defending behind this reinforcement here, and we were peeking on the breach and this wall was soft, I'm this side of the wall so I can easily get over here to defend that side. Obviously, if you're this side, you can't just run across this line of sight because you'll get smoke from the breach. However, luckily, we've got this thing behind us. So if you are here and you're defending onto the breach and you want to go across the other side, just reverse, back up across here. There's a gap here, but there's much less chance of you being shot as you cross this tiny gap here than there is if you run across the front of it. So you can still get across, defend that side. Just remember, when you're coming back, you've got to do the same thing, but it's less favourable on the way back because there's more of you on show. It's easier to see. Then on this side, like we said, just make a C4 hole able to deny the plant towards the breach. Then we've got this area here, which I really like doing the setup for this because it makes complete sense. First off, we want head holes right high up to watch the hatch, and you can also see the top of the stairs from here. You then want feet holes at the bottom. You don't want to rotate, but you want feet holes at the bottom. Now what we can do, when I play this site, I like playing around this pillar here, holding exo stairs, exo hatch. You can also come and defend the breach from here, like that as well. But what I like about this position is from here, you can hold the cargo hatch drop. Not only can you see when they drop the hatch, but you're also going to be able to see the feet when they do actually drop. But then more importantly is you can hold this angle here, which means that anyone coming down cargo stairs, once they come down and round the bottom of the stairs, you've got such a nice angle on the bottom of their feet again. You know the feet are there, so you know the head's going to be there. But you're going to see them, they're just not going to see you, basically. We've then got something I always recommend doing is a line of sight here. And this is to watch this window jump in. What is sometimes free is if you stand under here at the beginning of the round, you'll see a drone jump through this window. And it's at that point, you know, you can C4 out the window, and there's probably going to be a player stood there who's droning, and jumped his drone through the window. He's droning above EXO here, and you can just get a free C4 by throwing it out the window. Just like that. I think I'm going to use this for the thumbnail image of the video. Spoiler alert. I say spoiler alert, you'll have already seen the thumbnail because hopefully you've clicked on the video. Over here on this side of the site, we need feet holes here for the same reason that we always make feet holes. You can now be further back here or wherever you want to be here, holding anyone that walks through that breach. Remember, where that ping is there is right where the breach is. So anyone that walks in through the breach turns right, they just can't go right. They have to go left, and then you can hold them from the window. The other area you want to make feet holes is right here. And this again is to watch the cargo stairs, but because this sort of area sinks down a little bit towards the tank, you can actually get a really nice prone angle as they're coming down the stairs from there, or you can be here once they get to the bottom, or of course you can hold it from here. But those feet holes are really favourable. You can even go further back and hold the feet holes from back here. The end of the stairs is right there. So if you're back here and holding that angle there, they're definitely going to walk past you there. Really, really nice angle. And of course, they're not going to see you. Remember, you've got to watch for this hatch, and a nice C4 over the top of there, over onto the outside of that breach always goes down well. But another site that's fun to play, you've got to play somebody upstairs though, because all of this floor over the site is soft. And it's the same this side as well. This bit's solid, but all of this is soft. You've got to make sure you play somebody upstairs, because if you give them vertical control, it's a nightmare to try and retake vertical control. It's not easy to do. So yeah, another fun site to play. Just remember, this wall, you could make an argument to put it on the left. It depends how you want to play it, whether you want to use the C4 or whether you want to play on this wall, peeking there, and then obviously run over to the side as well. Up to you how you want to do it. That's the way I set it up. Hopefully it helps you as well. Oh, by the way, wouldn't it be cool to be able to get into this tank? Like, if you could, like, climb in there. If there's, like, you could shoot that, or you could press a button here, and then this goes, and then you can, like, stand in there. That'd be unreal. Anyway, that's basement. So, moving swiftly on to kitchen, we've used 5 reinforcements. Again, another fun site. I just really like this map, if I'm honest with you. 5 reinforcements used. 1, 2 on the cafe out to lobby/reception area wall. We've then got 1 used, but we'll come back to this in a second, on the cafe out to games room wall. Lounge, sorry. I always call it games room because there's a pool table and there's a football table. That's 3. And then finally, we've got a reinforcement upstairs on connector, which is above us, basically, slightly off. But I'll go and have a look at that. You sort of want to set... You've got to defend upstairs again on this side because there's so much vertical. So you've got to make sure you've got a presence upstairs. But these are the 2 connector walls. 1, 2... And then obviously upstairs you want to be playing around electrical, playing around command and server, and we'll come on to rotates and whatnot in a second. So let's go downstairs to the site first, and the lines of sight that you want to be making here. So, head holes across this wall, which enables you to stand on here, and you can hold the door from there or the breach from here. Really strong place to stand. Again, when it comes to there's loads of angles like that around this side. This is a proper ratty spot here. Like, you can hold here and you can hold onto the breach. From here you can hold the door. You can even hold out towards the vending machine area. My mind's gone blank there. What's that called out there? I've gone completely blind there. I know that's exo stairs. Vending. Oh, it is vending, yeah. I just completely forgot what this area was called then. Then lines of sight here. You want to make feet holes here. You want to reinforce this hatch. I haven't reinforced the hatch. Let's go and talk about the hatch. I completely forgot about that. So let's go back to reinforcements. I'm sorry, this is a bit disjointed. Completely forgot about the hatch. So at the start of the round, you can safely get out the window and get to the hatch and get it reinforced, and then come back into the map. So as soon as the action phase starts, but you've got to be here waiting as soon as the action phase starts. Get outside, reinforce the hatch, and get straight back in. Don't mess about outside. I have been told apparently there's a way that you can kill the person who's reinforcing the hatch. I'm yet to see it though, so if anyone knows how to do that, do please let me know. Another nice little feature here is feet holes here. And this is just so someone can play this area here to hold meeting. The jump in here, and can hold this door, play in the top of these stairs. You're going to get pressure from reception below. You can't peek reception below, which I think is a very good addition to the map. Being able to see over here will be too strong. So you've got to listen for if anyone's pushing there. If they're not pushing there, obviously you do what you need to do up here and get down that way. If not, you've sort of got to play your life at the top of there or try and fight your way down through the different windows and stuff at reception. Although typically you're just going to try and play your life and get a kill or two before you end up dying. So over on vending machine, this is another area where people seem to open this hatch, by the way, just so you've always got an escape route if you need it. This is an area that people reinforce this all the time. Do not ever reinforce it, ever. Make feet holes all the way across it, and what I do is make almost a rotate, but not a rotate. And I can then put, I typically play Tachanka here with a shield here, and then I can hold on to into games, hold the side door, and obviously more importantly, I can hold the back kitchen area from here. I can also hold the hatch drop if anyone drops. This hatch gets opened all the time because it's completely safe with it being outside. So being able to hold the drop from here is really, really important. The reason I said we'll talk about this wall later is I've seen a strat where people open this wall and sort of defend into games, or lounge as it's called. I'm still going to call it games. Defend into games, and then sort of later in the round again come back and then reinforce this like we talked about on other sites. It's completely viable, I think, because this room is a nice room to play in. There's nice bits of cover you can play around there, like nice little angles to hold out towards sort of storage and the warehouse area. Obviously down towards fish stairs, there's a window here as well that you can hold. And it gives you that opportunity to flank around back towards reception, because there's going to be a lot of traffic around here, around this door, and around that breach over there. So it just sort of gives you the opportunity to come back round as well. I don't think it gives the attackers too much if you were to lose this area. Like, you've got to think when you extend a site, if I extend the site into here and I die, how does that affect the team? Like, does the defending team, like, really lose out by having a little rotate there? I'm not sure. I don't think they do. But that's just what I like doing. Of course, if you want to, you can just reinforce it. Completely up to you. But just remember, as we talked about before, reinforcing everything doesn't mean it's better. So that's Kitchen Cafe. Remember, you've got to play upstairs. I like playing here. It's a really fun place to play, holding this angle out towards games there. Remember the people, and when you're attacking this site, by the way, I do this all the time. Take sledge or book, just run straight down to the basement, book open or sledge open that wall, and then come up here, just start crouching about here, crouch walk up the stairs. And as you get to the top of the stairs, you're always going to get a free kill with someone still setting up site here. It works all the time. And obviously, if they haven't reinforced this, then you can move into here and get kills in kitchen as well. So if you are playing this area, make sure you have some information like there, like a prox mine, or put a banshee down there, Fenrir, legion mines, whatever you want to do, Ella mines, just to get the information that is down there. Barbed wire, up to you. We all know the different gadgets we can use. So, yeah, fun site again to defend. Remember, of course, one of the key areas you're going to have to defend is the side window, and a real power position to be playing on this site is this corner here. You've just got to be careful of the rats that go prone outside this drone hole. Those rats also include me, by the way. I'm not looking down on people that do that, because from that drone hole you can get a decent, especially with a good scope on, with an ACOG, you can get like you can see quite far into the site. Like, you can see all the way over to there. So as a defender, just be conscious that you can be seen up to there. So if you want to play like a little bit further on the bomb here, you shouldn't be seen unless can you rappel over the side? You can't, can you? I don't think you can. No, you definitely can't. Thinking like if you could rappel over here, and then you could like go down and see through this little gap, that would be actually unreal if you could do that. But I'm pretty confident you can't. In fact, I'm certain you can't. So yeah, this area here is a super power position behind the bomb, holding the breach, holding the door, holding the vending area, and obviously the kitchen window as well. That angle, that pixel angle there is so good. Yeah, another fun site, and then finally we'll get on to storage. And last but by no means least is control and storage. Another one of those sites that we've talked about when we've been doing these, where I say it's actually a very good site, but you need to be coordinated, and that is very much what control and storage is. Another really strong site, but if the 5 of you aren't in tune what all 5 of you are doing, it's easy to attack, but very difficult to defend when you know what you're doing. So in terms of reinforcements, we used all 10. We've got 1 on the control room to the bottom of fish stairs, 1 from the control room out into storage. 2 on the bottom warehouse double garage. That's 4. 5, the single wall from storage to games. 6, 7 is from games or lounge into kitchen. And the final 3 are upstairs. Now, there is an argument to say that there's 2 downstairs that you don't necessarily need and you can use them upstairs instead. But 1 is here from command center through to servers, and then we've done the IT breach out here. Shoot the fucking radio. We were a bit behind on the beep there, weren't we? Not really particularly great timing. Yeah, the 2 IT breaches. Now, there is an argument to say that you want to do these 2, and to do those 2, you don't reinforce that one and that one, and you can then reinforce the 2 upstairs. And it's not a bad argument, to be honest, because upstairs, again, like we talked about on pretty much most sites on Nighthaven, apart from the top floor itself, is key to holding the size. So, let's talk about rotates. First one is going to go here. Make sure this is tall enough so you can see if you stood up as well. That window here, oh, hello. That window in storage over there is going to be a common entry point. So you want to be able to hold an angle over to that area if you need to. You don't want to have to be crouching it. Obviously, if you can only crouch it, the attackers know where your head's going to be every time. Whereas if you could stand up, your head might be there or your head might be there. So don't make the game easy by only having a crouch rotate and then they know exactly where it's going to be. Obviously, you can use this cover to come through, which is going to hide you pretty well as you come through the rotate. We've then got exactly the same thing, but behind. Doesn't really matter about having a standing rotate here because you don't really need to peek a particular angle. That's just to give you easy access from upstairs to downstairs, and also to cover this corridor here, which means you can come round and back around into storage the other side. We've then got over this direction. I could have just gone the other way around then, it would have been a lot faster. Over here we've got the reinforcements here. You can make a rotate into kitchen here, tight with this wall, because your roam is going to be doing a bit of work around here. Going to be certainly one room is going to be around kitchen, delaying as much time as they can from the front door, the lobby area, and meeting above. And then if they want to have an easier path to site, they can sneak through here and then come back through rather than having to go out the kitchen door over there, which is going to be a bit of a nightmare. Upstairs is pretty much defended like we talked about on the first site, but just with slightly less reinforcements. So obviously you can see where the bombs are, so you know the vertical that you've got to cover. That IT breach is pretty critical. This room here is pretty strong as well because it's almost above the site. And then obviously the rafters is another key part, but you're going to have these windows are going to be busy. There's another one just further down the corridor. Another busy area. Whenever I play this site, that window is just below that ping. And whenever I play this site, I play around this area. Watch the stairs, people coming up from below, people jumping through the fish window, which is here, that corridor. Obviously holding that window and holding this window here, and then you can hold the stairs, hold the breach. You can also peek this onto the breach as well. But just bear in mind that if this window gets opened, like this whole area, you can't really play in it because the window's open. So when I play this site, I tend to play castle. I castle that off, castle this window off, castle that door off, and then castle somewhere else that the teammates want. But obviously playing here, if that window does get opened, you can retreat to behind this bit of cover here. You can always go back in sight and round this way to hold that window if you need to. Another fun site, I love this map, but another fun site to play. This site is like a way of doing something really, really creative, and people generally struggle with attacking it. They usually do the basic stuff of coming through this window, coming through this breach, coming through this door here. What's that? I don't actually know what this room's called the other side of here. Warehouse entrance. Okay, interesting. It's probably just got a warehouse door. I don't think I've ever made a call out for that door. But that's what they tend to do, or they come from above on the rafters door, or they'll come through IT breach. So it means you can just generally be a bit more creative with the defense and sort of confuse the attackers a little bit. If you've got a 5-stack, this site is well worth learning because it's solid, but you've just got to know what you're doing with each other. Right then, on to the top floor, which, by the way, I don't think is the strongest site, but it's by far the most popular sites. We'll start here. 5 reinforcements, the main breach, 1 and 2. Out onto the operational wall left side, 3. And then the mezzanine corridor into the main breach is 4. And then finally, 1 more reinforcement from R6 room through into, I think this is armory in here. Is this called armory? Storage, sorry, storage. Stores guns, though, so I'm calling that armory. No, I'm not really. Call it storage. Right then, in terms of how you play this site and lines of sight, because there's many of them to be made here. Firstly, this room here is called operational. This is a key room when it comes to defending 2 sites on this map, and this site is one of them. You really have to spend some time trying to stop them getting control of this room within the first 30-40 seconds of the round. And you do that by playing behind this reinforcement here. You can hold onto the door. You got the window. Peeking the door there. You can play a mirror here, obviously. Watch that drone hole at the end there. But giving up operational early on will cause you problems because the attackers will have control all the way up to about here. And you can be in master, like holding this angle. But you're giving them control all the way up to the side door, essentially. So you've got to try and delay this as long as possible. A mute on this door, 1 each side, or even 1 high up here. 1 covering the drone hole, which will get shot immediately from the door, but at least give them a job to do. Make them think why they can't get a drone in straight away. And then another jammer somewhere around like here to stop drones coming down this side and coming down this side. You don't want them, you want to give them as little information as possible. Now, as an attacker, you can start again, Andy, put your teeth in. As an attacker, you can take control of this room really efficiently with a Monty and a Ying, and you just push the guy who's defending here away. But you've got to try and at least defend it for as long as possible. You also want head holes here. And then you can play behind this reinforcement and behind this reinforcement for the breach and for the operational door. If the breach is open and they're pushing the operational door as well, you've got to get out of there, basically. But you don't want to really have this one open because otherwise you can't really hide anywhere. You have to like sort of take cover from, like, you couldn't go past halfway here because this wall would be soft. Like, you'd be trapped in a line along the floor like that, if you know what I mean. But this area here is key. Don't forget, all the floor in here is soft, so you can pre-place C4s underneath if you want to. Over on this side of the map, you definitely want head holes in master here. And that's going to enable you to hold... Just reload the old shotgun here. It's going to enable you to hold this angle from the breach. And enable you to throw C4s in the plant spot, which most people have been going with recently, which is like over here. Means you can be able to throw smokes, C4s, whatever it might be, over into that plant spot. I think a rotate here is a good idea. I did say when I first made the guide for this map that I wanted to rotate on the other side. I've now changed my mind a little bit. But you want to have a rotate here because if they start pushing down this corridor to here, there's not much you can do when you're in this room. Whereas if you've got a way out, you can push in and go around and put some pressure on from behind if you need to. But also, I would start by defending this room. A little bit like we talked about operational on the other side. I would start by defending this room onto this door and then down to this corridor. And when the pressure gets too much, you can fall back in. And if you want to, after you've fallen in, you can reinforce it after if you want to. Over on this side of the site, you definitely need to rotate into server here. There's no other way into server other than through the double door over there. So you definitely need a way in here. I talked about this on the other video as well, but head holes along here. High up, though, is nice, and 1 here. So now from standing up on here, you can hold the breach. And anyone coming in from Mez, you can also hold the door out there towards the storage room. Also want to rotate. It's a nightmare to set this site up, by the way. You've seen there's rotates and lines of sight everywhere. Rotate out into... Is it called Memorial? Display room. My call-outs on Lair are still pretty rusty. But yeah, rotate out into display room. I said on the other video that this room there's not a lot going on really. It's solid floors. There's a window and that's about it, and a doorway down. A corridor down to a doorway at the staircase, so not a lot going on. But you definitely need a way out. From here, obviously, you can throw the C4s if you want to. You can smokes are really effective from in here. Being able to just throw smokes towards the breach to stop them coming in. Drop down if you need to. Make a little punch hole. Cheeky little rat angle. I'm all about... Oh, hello. Oh, there's a bench there, isn't there? Let's go back there instead. Cheeky little rat angle. Love a rat angle. Always recommend... is that... I've just seen a butterfly there. What's that doing? But then it disappears if you move there. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Always recommend as well holding the bridge on the north side of the map. This bridge here is what gives you the peek out onto the breach if anyone's pushing the breach. But trying to keep control of this for, again, a period of time if you can. This is the door here that goes out opposite the operational. We've just gone in a big circle here. Operational door is over there. So you want to just hold on to this for as long as you can. Probably place somewhere near these stairs. Kill the drones that come around. Take as much time as you can. Maybe even play the stairs. But yeah, don't give up control of this straight away. You don't want somebody just down on the breach knowing that they've got free control there. You want them worried that you might be on these windows. So you've sort of... The way to play this site, in my opinion, is to like sort of extend out and then slowly creep back in when the attackers put too much pressure on you. You know, don't give your life up. Don't hold on to that corridor and make... Oh, I'm not moving here until I die. Like, if there's too much pressure here, just tuck back in. And then your next protocol is defending this area. Let the defenders use utility and drones to then clear out of this area. Come back in, reinforce it. Then you got this door to defend. Some nice angles you can hold on that door. Let the attackers then use utility to clear out of that area. And by the time they've had to take the bridge and they've had to take storage, they haven't got much left to actually aggress onto the site. So, yeah. That's about it, really. Key areas are operational and north side bridge. You've also got to watch out for the sneaky little backstab up the stairs here. That's an external door. So quite often you'll just get an Ash charge in that, and Ash can be like literally at the top of these stairs within 25 seconds or so of the round. It's not a terrible site. It's just not as good, in my opinion, as the basement or weapons, personally. That's just my opinion. Down in the basement then, which I believe is probably the strongest site on the map. We've used 8 reinforcements, sorry. And the 2 are lab exit, like the sort of little cubby between sites here, which is 2. We've then used 1 over on the left-hand side wall of lockers. There's 3. We've then got the 2 warehouse walls, 4, 5. We've then got the missile wall, 6. Toxin hatch, 7. Then all the way back around to lab support hatch here, 8. Now, again, there's a lot of lines of sight and rotates to make here, and it's also, because the map's so big, again, holding away from the site and slowly falling back. So first things first, again, why do I say that? You want to rotate between sites. I think that's fairly obvious. You want to be able to get from lab to lab support. Then you also want to be able to get into toxin. Like this, and by using the middle of the wall here, you don't expose yourself to either of the 2 doors to sight. You can also, while you're here, make a line of sight here and here. And that means that all the way from back here, you can watch the toxin hatch drop. So you can see, I've just pinged there, the angle that we have. You can see that that's where the hatch is. If anyone was to drop, they would drop in front of that angle. Rotates and lines of sight over this side are just feet holes and lockers. And this is just if any attackers are pushing through this way here from electrical. By the time they get to this door between electrical and barrels, you can see down on the bottom of the feet holes here, if anyone was to go through there, you'd see them through the feet holes. Holding on to warehouse is pretty important. Again, it's a massive area. It's a huge room, but there's lots of cover. As long as that breach doesn't get opened, you can hold on to the door there. You can hold on to the barrels window there. If the breach does get opened, you've still got plenty of time to just chill around this area to destroy a few drones before you need to move back either into lockers or move back either into missile. Definitely hold on for that as long as you can. One area you definitely need to watch out for is over in this neck of the woods, and it's this door here in stock. This is a common sort of area where people think they can just get a bit of a backstab into sight. They can come straight into stock. People are not expecting it. Before they know it, they're in the middle of the site from being... You know, you can... The external door's there. You can plan here. So it's what, like 6 meters away, 7 meters away. So you've got to watch for this. You definitely need like a prox mine or a trap of like Fenrir, Malusi, something to let you know if somebody comes in that door. I personally like playing in this area. I play smoke here. I will mute, and I'll just hold on to this door as tight as I can. Don't forget, you've got the shotgun to watch it with as well. From here, you can watch the toxin drop if anyone drops this hatch. You can also watch if anyone drops the lab support hatch. You just got to watch out because someone could make vert here. You can see that the beams run vertically, so they can see like into this area here. Just be a bit careful there. If someone was to make vertical like here, they'd be able to see from there into this door, so you've got to be careful to see what vert they're doing. But the beauty of this is it's hard ceiling apart from when you get to there. So you're in a pretty safe spot here if this door isn't open as well. And from here, you can defend lab support. Obviously, Toxin. Come round from Toxin. Hold into lockers. There's loads of places to defend here. If this hatch doesn't get open, Toxin's probably the strongest place to play on this whole site. Holding into lockers. Holding into lab. Holding into lab support from me. You can see the door all the way over there. Really strong place to play. But that's why as an attacker, you want to get this hatch open, really. The other thing you've got to bear in mind is you definitely want to be having a presence upstairs. You don't just want to give vertical control for free. So, nearly turn right there. So, get up here, make yourself active. A soloist would be unbelievable, although maybe not next season after the nerf. But getting on someone who's a decent roamer around this part of the map here, making yourself a nuisance around here, stopping them getting the hatches, or if they do get the hatches, just make sure they know you're knocking about, destroy a few drones. You could even play right up on the top floor. And don't forget, you can see down from the mez there, you can see the hatch if anyone was playing the hatch just there. So yeah, really solid place to play. The one hatch is there. The other hatch is just around the corner. Here, I've already shot the radio. That's the basement. I quite like the basement. I think it's probably the best site on the map. There's a lot of sites set up to do, and there's definitely a lot of, like we talked about upstairs, where you've got to sort of defend away from the site and then slowly fall back. So defend into warehouse, fall back down in towards missile. Start by defending barrels and electrical, and then slowly fall away into lockers. And again, just each time that they push you out of that room, they've got to use more utility to push you out of here, and eventually fall back in the site. Again, a lot of this site ceiling is soft. So you've got to make sure you don't let them get full control of above, because a couple of rams and a buck and you've got serious trouble below. On to what is, I think, the second best site on the map, although people don't play it. People tend to play it third, sometimes even not at all. It's bunks and briefing. We've used 9 reinforcements, so you've got the main breach as 2. You then got the 2 back walls of briefing, makes 4. The right side wall of briefing into CCTV or security, makes 5. 6, 7 for the security wall out into the top yellow area. And then you've got the site hatch for 9. Now, in terms of line to sight and rotations, I always used to reinforce this wall, but I don't anymore. So I'll make a rotate here. And this is just for sneaking between the 2 rooms, obviously. And then I also now think just a small rotate here is a good idea as well. And this enables you to peek this door onto the door out into the corridor here. So this is a really common egress point. Green corridor, bunk corridor, whatever you want to call it. Really common. Do I keep saying egress? I feel like egress is exit. What I'm trying to say is like like where people enter. You have egress and what's the opposite egress? There's 2. There's like entrance and exit. It's like egress and something else. Anyway, it's a really common point of entrance. So being able to peek through here onto that door, and then also peek here onto that door is important. Definitely bandit trick this site, by the way. And you can also make this rotate here to hold the door into security. I'm going to sneeze. Hang on. Excuse me. Excuse me. Right. So I'm keeping that in. I should edit that out if I was any good, but I'm not. So next rotate is here. If I reloaded the shotgun, we'd be better off. And this is to hold security. You've got the door here, which goes... If anyone doesn't know, I'll show you anyway. This door here goes out to the breach. That's the main breach we were just talking about bandit tricking. So this, again, is another common entry point. You want to hold this for as long as you can. Bear in mind, there's a hatch here above. Oh, by the way, that's the... I didn't talk about that reinforcement. That's the 9th reinforcement. They're both... One's in server, one's in R6 room. But you want to hold this onto the door. You can also then peek onto the door there. You can also then use this as cover. So if this was reinforced, you'd have to go back through the door to get out. Whereas you can just like sneak up here, peek onto the door, get back in. Again, like we talked about up in our 6 room and storage, if you get a bit of pressure, you can just come back and reinforce this if you want to. But you definitely want to have multiple ways of peeking this door. Because like we talked about on other maps, if an attacker gets control of this room, the only place he has to worry about is this one angle there. There's one like this set of pixels there. You can just walk in worrying about that. With this here now, and with this wall soft, you can even make a little line of sight there if you want. And now they've got to worry about, are you going to peek there again? Oh no, I peeked here again. You know what I mean? You've got to keep him guessing. Again, you definitely need a presence upstairs. A mirror castle setup works really, really well upstairs because all of this is soft ceiling across all of this site. So definitely having a presence upstairs is huge. There's just something about this site that works really, really well once you've got it down. Being able to bandit trick this because it's solid floor, so you don't have to worry about being like bucked out from below. If you've got your mates above, you don't have to worry about being shot from above as well. There's just great cover almost everywhere. Like you've got this like half wall here on the bunks to be able to like peek up onto the door, and you've got natural cover to be able to peek both sides here. Don't know which side they're peeking, throwing C4 over from above, a bit like Border, I guess this reminds me of a little bit. Although the breach is behind us and not there. But just, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I can't really put my finger on why it's a solid site. I just really, really like it. You've just got some like also nice anchor points. Like, it's not a great anchor point being trapped in the corner of a room, but you can take cover in the corner of this room here. And you can like peek onto the door from here if you want to. Or you can peek the door from there, or you can use the rotate here. It's just a solid place to play. And again, you've got cover behind here as well. Natural cover that you can use. You can bring your head up high by standing on this. Or if you reinforce that, you can just play behind here. You could put a shield on top of this, if we had a shield. You put a shield there, and you could play here to play behind the shield. Now, as anything in Siege, there's a counter to it. You know, if you open this wall, nobody can play here. And that's probably the way to attack this site, is to open this wall, then get control of security, and then just do like a door plant. Or even like, if you can open this wall as well, just come and tuck and plant in here. And if you've got this wall open, you know no one can be behind there. And all you need to do is just somebody watch the door then. Once you're tucked in and planting here, the only place your teammate has to watch is that door. That's about it, really. Solid site. I rate it. I would play basement and then bunks briefing before I played top floor. Onto armory and weapons. And let's do the right thing. Shoot the radio. So, yeah, armory weapons maintenance. It's horrific. I'll show you why it's horrific. I need this hatch open to show you why, though. So I'll do it. Once I've shown you the setup, I'll show you why I think it's poo. But reinforcements, we've used 4. The 2 that go into the corridor here from armory. 1 hatch. And the left-hand side of weapons maintenance into, like, range, I think it's called. Range exit, yeah. Range exit, range booth. So, this area here is key to defending the site, although it's really tough to hold. Because you've got a window, a double door, and another door. So it's really tough to hold. Castle is probably your man you want to be playing around here. Lines of sight here, and just a little rotate at the bottom to get back in. Just means that you've got another way through in rather than just going through that door. Because the vertical on this site is a shambles. I think this might be the easiest side to attack, personally, if you know what you're doing. Then we've got this triple wall here, which is a bit of a nightmare. I don't really enforce any of it. But what's tough is, from above, the beams run this direction. So from above, you can just, like, buck out the top of that wall. And from there, you can see, like, all the way back into this area of this room here in armory. So, do you reinforce one side of it so you've got some cover, or just the middle? Maybe. This is why I just... maybe there, and then you've got a bit of cover here, but if Buck bucks out here, even if that's there, he's still going to be able to see you back here. Then I mean, you could put a little rotate in here. Don't get me wrong. You're not going to be able to use it, because the attackers will have control of above, looking down at that rotate any second. But I guess at least then you can move around into range. But that gives you a bit of flexibility. Definitely want to rotate into medical over here. For sure. Put it on the right side. You can use this like bed surround as a bit of cover if you need to. This gives you the ability to go round to the armory door to try and get a bit of a flank on if you need to. You know, you can hold here, and then if you panic, you can get back into the site by coming back through medical. And you're back in the site again. If you reinforce this off, you're just trapped in this one room. And there's not a lot of movement you can do. So I would recommend actually defending into medical. Like we talked about before, you defend away from the site. So start by defending here. Putting a bit of pressure on this side. Keeping control of medical for as long as you can, and it gives you way more movement and way more flexibility. you've got to defend upstairs. So let me show you where that hatch is. That's in operational upstairs. Remember when we were talking about the top floor site and I said it's critical for defending 2 sites? Well, it's critical for defending top floor and it's critical for defending the site we're talking about now. So that's your hatch there. Now the problem you've got is all of this floor here, you can see where we were making the holes. This is where I was saying Buck can just hold like way back into armory. Although this shotgun isn't the best for opening vertical lines of sight. There we go. Like you can see, look how far back we can see. It's a shambles. So attackers can get control of operational really easily. And all of this vertical here is over the site. So once they've got control of this room, which is just the first room they come to, and also a really difficult room to hold on to, I would recommend doing what we did when we defended the top floor. And just do a bit of this. And then a little bit of this. And again, just hold on to this for as long as you can. Maybe even keep the hatch soft so you can drop if you need to. It's just not a good sight, man. So, let me just nip back downstairs. That's what you need to do. But all of that floor above operational, that pretty much is exactly the footprint of this room below. And if you come here, you can even see the door in the corner. So you can hold the door from below. Maybe like throw a C4 through the door if you think someone's going to be waiting outside droning. So what I'll do now is I'll start this round again and we'll load back into the site. I'll open this hatch and I'll show you why it's an easy attack. Right, new round then. So let me show you why, if you do ever play this site, how easy it is to attack. So I'm assuming as well, let's put the same rotates in that we did, and let's assume that the people you're playing know what they're doing when it comes to defending. If this is reinforced, if this wall and this wall's reinforced, it's even easier. Where's that projector? Is it? No, it's there. I'm sure couldn't you turn that off? I don't know why, I feel like you could turn that off at some point. So, the first thing you want to do is open this door and get control of range. Shouldn't be too difficult. You've got the doors and the windows like we just talked about. You don't actually need anyone in here, you just need no defenders in here. You don't necessarily need to be here, although it can help. Then, upstairs, we get control of operational, which again, a Ying and a Monty, you can do it within 15 seconds. Once we've got control of operational, which is right here, we then want to make vertical for holding the door into range, which is where we just got control of. So in case there's any defenders there, you then want to make vertical for the triple wall that we talked about before to make sure no one comes through there. And then finally, you can make vertical for the door. And with a book, you can do all of this in around 10 seconds. There's the door. So, all you need to do as an attacker is drop, tuck and plant right there, and the defenders can do absolutely nothing about it if you have somebody who drops the plant and somebody who holds here. They can't do anything about it. Also, bear in mind, you've got the pressure from opening this wall. They can't stand close on that wall unless they fully reinforce it. So somebody just stands here, holds that wall. Somebody just stands here, make sure nobody walks up towards the door. Somebody drops. They drop and shoot the radio. And they just drop and plant here. And the defenders can't stop it. No one's there or there because we've got control of range. You can't get an angle to shoot them from there. And even if you can, you're being watched from above here. And then if you do try and peek the door to stop the planter, you get shot from the hatch. It's the easiest site to attack. You get control of operational within 20 seconds. You can open this wall and this wall with even less time. And if they've reinforced this, it's even easier. You've only got to watch this door. You haven't even got to worry about this. The only thing you've got to worry about is if someone does that. Well, not that, actually. That's embarrassing. Is if someone goes like that. That's the only thing that can stop it. But if you bring the operators to smoke out, like if you were to Ying through into here as you dropped and planted, they wouldn't even know you were planting. It's so easy to attack. I don't think if you've got a coordinated 3 of you, possibly even 2 of you, but if you've got a coordinated 3, you can definitely win this site every time. But I just don't rate it. So in my opinion, it goes basement, bunks briefing, top floor, and then weapons maintenance and armory. It sounds like I've got a vendetta against the site. I just don't think it's very good at all. First things first, shoot the radio. Right, that is genuinely the first thing you should do on the upstairs site on Oregon. Right then, so I've done the reinforcements already. I've only used 4 because there's some areas of the map that we're going to talk about quickly But then obviously we'll use the rest of the reinforcements as we go. There is only 2 more we need to use. You need to use a total of 6, but it depends how you want to set the site up. First thing I want to talk about is this main breach. Now, what you see in Pro League is a rotate that is used here right at the very start of the round. You put it right up against the left-hand side of the wall, so if anyone's on the door outside, they can't see the rotate from there. And what you do with this rotate is you wait here early in the round and you try and get a couple of drones or just put some pressure onto this door early in the round, and you can back off and reinforce. Or you can play mute and you can put a mute jammer there, and you can put a mute jammer here, and you can play in here. And they can't drone you because your mute jammers are going to stop the drones. You're going to need a couple of ADSs on that wall, no doubt. It's a very dangerous place to play, but you can potentially kill the enemy's hard breach because generally Ace, Habana, Thermite are going to come to this area here to open this wall. If you can get a pick onto them at the start of the round and then back up through here and reinforce, it would be insane. But it's a dangerous place to play, and of course, if you die here, it means that this hole is going to be in the wall. But the idea, or the ideal scenario, is you get a couple of drones, back off, and reinforce. So that leaves the main wall fully reinforced. Now, one thing we can show you is I just need to find where it is below. There it is. Now, you can actually impact trick this wall. And what you need to do is you need to throw an impact grenade underneath here onto the fan. And the fan is actually, like if we stand here, you can see the fan is actually the other side of the wall. You can impact trick this wall by throwing an impact trick onto that fan, and it'll explode through the floor on the other side of the wall, destroying any hard breach that's on the other side. So you can impact trick this wall as well. Of course, you could play underneath, down in classroom, and get things off the wall from underneath as well, which is also viable. The next area that we're going to talk about is here in Trophy. Now, this line of sight is made all the time because it's what you see in Pro League. I know I've just talked about that rotate over here being in Pro League, but what you see in Pro League isn't always the best thing for ranked, and I actually don't like these holes here at all. These holes are so you can hold the master door like this. And if you're playing that master door and you're going to hold that door, then fine, make these holes. And then maybe reinforce later in the round if you need to. But what ends up happening is the person in attic who will be playing around here because they're trying to stop people coming from attic. They're trying to hold the breach from here as well. You can hold wide stairs on an angle from there. There's going to be a rotate here that you can go through as well. This is a busy area, but what always happens when you make these head holes is an attacker will make the way up main stairs. They'll hold this angle here, and now you can see the rotate into kids. So now you can't get through that rotate either if someone's at the top of the stairs here. I don't think it works very well in ranked. Personally, for me, get that reinforced. Obviously, it's up to you. I've shown you why you do it. It's because you can hold the master bulk door, and you can hold top main stairs from here. For me, it's not a lot of use because this wall in attic gets open nearly all the time anyway. So playing in this position here is not viable. You end up having to be here to hold on to this. And by the time you're looking here, you're about to get smoke from that area there. So for me, I don't like it. Get it reinforced. But again, I aren't your boss. You can do whatever you like that makes you feel comfortable. So we reinforce the 2 main breach walls, 1, 2. We reinforce the trophy walls, 1, 2. And as you can see at the other end, we reinforce the attic walls, 1 and 2. Always open the attic hatch. There's never a bad reason to open the attic hatch. It gives you 2 options. One is that you can, if you're playing in attic and you feel a bit of pressure coming whichever direction, you can dip out if you want to. But the other thing you can do is if you've got any roamers below who've managed to find their way into meeting, they can hold this angle here for anyone pushing through attic. You have to be in a very, very high rank for people on attack to notice that the hatch is open and they might get shot from below. I would say if you're playing in Emerald and below, you could generally get a free pick from you whenever anyone pushes through attic. See this like wooden pile here? Everybody goes round to the side of that anyway. You can see the edge of the pile there, so you can hold an angle like this. It's an absolute free kill. So always open the attic hatch. Something else you can do from the attic hatch as well, if I just nip back up there very quickly. All in one take. I'm not cutting this out of the video. Enjoy the trip around Oregon. You can also then hold the meeting door if you want. If this wall's still closed, you can hold the meeting door. Sometimes you'll find an ash will come through this direction here because they want to ash this this floor from below to get rid of the denial. You can also hold that from here as well. The next area we're going to look at is this wall here. Now there is always going to be a rotate there. I personally like making a standing rotate. I see no benefit for a crouch rotate. It just makes things more awkward when you want to try and get through. A little line of sight you can make, which is handy, is directly here. You've then got the door that goes to green corridor from kitchen underneath, and you'll quite often get people pushing through big tower, coming through kitchen because they want to go around to the bottom of white stairs. hold this here, you'll get a free kill 1 out of 3 games. This wall is interesting because a lot of people reinforce this side as well. There's not a great deal of importance about doing that, apart from if you don't reinforce it. I don't really want to open that because it'll ruin the rest of the setup, but you can see big window is through here, double window, and you can see if you don't reinforce that, it means that they could put pressure on from big window all the way into attic. But don't forget, things work both ways. I like to make a hole like this, and it means I can now, from behind the bomb, also hold big window here. So all of a sudden, this power position here is holding the breach, it's holding the games window, it's holding trophy, it's holding attic, maybe trophy from here as well if you've got the hole, the head holes, and big window. It is such an incredibly good position. There's just a lot going on when you play there. So you can reinforce this wall. I understand if you do. I personally don't like doing it. I like having an angle onto big window from there. Right, what do we do at big window? So we make feet holes along the right-hand side of this wall, and then a small rotate on the end. It only needs to be big enough just to sneak through. That's perfect. So from here now, we can hold the jump in. It's a one-way angle because when they jump in the window, they aren't going to be able to see you. Of course, don't shoot their ankles when they jump in. When you see their ankles, you know the head's going to be here. So just hold this, watching for any drones that come in, or any candalas if you can shoot them before they go off, etc, etc. But you can hold that from there. Remember, when you're playing here, your feet are absolutely exposed under this bed. So what I tend to do if I want to attack, when I prone drop here and get a kill by people standing behind that bed, it happens all the time. If you drop off this and press prone before you land, you'll land in prone, and you can get kills there by shooting people's ankles. So whenever you're playing this area as a defender, you've got to make sure that you're just constantly watching that, or you're standing somewhere that's not behind the bed, because obviously you can't fire back there. So yeah, we're going to hold big window from here. The other thing is around big window is you can make holes for the jump in. You should always do this. This doesn't benefit the attackers whatsoever, and you should always make holes for the jump in, especially when you're playing a shotgun operator. Let's just say you are a bandit and you know they're going to jump in big window, and you've got an MP7 and you might have a C4, but you don't really want to be using C4 to make a line of sight, or you're an operator that hasn't got the means of making holes in the floor. As the operator with a shotgun, Legion, Smoke, Castle, whoever you're playing mute, needs to make these holes. Also make these holes. This now covers bottom white. Let's go downstairs and have a quick look at that. Don't forget, vertical holes work both ways. So that's the holes that you can see onto bottom white and to cover bottom white window. But don't forget, as an attacker, if you get to here and you see these holes, absolutely peek this like that, and you're probably going to get someone's face right in the middle of the floor there. The other holes were for security, which are in here. This is for big window. So now from here, you can just hold anyone jumping in the big window. Obviously, of course, there's only one way in and one way out of this room, so just be careful you don't get droned or stuck in there. Other than that, the areas that you need to be concerned about in terms of default plants is this area here. You know what works here really, really well is a frost mat. A frost mat in this area works super well because nobody drones it, and the hard breach support player just runs through and tries to plant and genuinely will run into a frost mat there. Or they tend to jump on here, like go like this, and then fall into the frost mat. It really does work that well. Another good option is to put a Valkyrie camera on the inside of this light here. That gives you a really good view of the area. You can see that the light shade is like kind of see-through at the top. So when you put the camera here, you can actually see through the back of it to look at the breach as well. It's really, really good Valkyrie cam. But this is where the plant's going to usually aim to go down. The plant can also go down here, and the plant generally will also go down over here if they jump in big window. So they're the 3 areas you've got to concern yourself about. That's how I set it up. Don't use a lot of reinforcements. We've got 4 left. Remember, the first thing to do is shoot the radio, and that's what I do on top 4. Welcome to basement. We've used 5 reinforcements. We've used 1 here. We've used 1 here, and then we've got the freezer hatch reinforced, the laundry hatch reinforced, and finally the E-box hatch also reinforced. Right, in terms of lines of sight and rotates, we want to make a rotate here. Only needs to be a crouch rotate, although because making rotates in these walls is an absolute pleasure, you can usually just walk through the ones that you think are going to be crouch rotates. Rotate here. This doubles up as 2 things. One, it doubles up as an escape route if someone gets trapped in small box. Remember, this is small box. That's E-box. So electrical box, and this is small box. People also call it supply or supply box as well. Generally call it small box. But that acts as a way out for defenders if they get stuck in here. And also, when you make the lines of sight, for freezer, it also means that you can be back here. And you can hold that grey bar there, if you can see the grey strip. That's the bottom of freezer stairs. So now you can hold the bottom of freezer stairs from here and bob across to there. And then peek it from there as well. Then want to be making a line of sight here, or just a couple of holes. It doesn't have to be all the way across. A line of sight here. And that pretty much sums up the lines of sight and rotates. Now, you can reinforce these two walls. There's nothing wrong with that. And the reason you do that is because this here is a real power position. You can hold the stairs, you can hold the drop if anyone drops, and you can also hold blue double door. So if these two walls are left soft, what good teams will do is open the hatch and then make like lines of sight across here using ash or whoever they use to make holes in this wall, and it means that a defender can no longer stand here, which is a power position. So I understand if you want to reinforce these. However, what I also like to do is make a line of sight from here to here, and it means that if you're playing elbow and nobody pushes blue, from here now you can at least be useful holding big stairs. So it depends how you want to play. At big stairs, big tower stairs. So if nobody is playing here, I would leave these soft and make this hole. It also means that if you're here, you can peek blue double door from this side as well. So you can peek like that side and then peek that side. Depends how you want to play. Again, it also depends on your elo. If you're in champ and maybe diamond elo, this hatch gets open and then this wall gets shot through. So anyone standing here just gets splattered across that wall. So the places you want to be holding is, of course, elbow. You'll notice... Oh, I haven't made the rotate here. That's embarrassing. Making rotates in these walls is a literal dream. You absolutely want to be holding elbow. This is elbow here. People say, oh, if you shoot out the blue tarps on the floor, it means that you hear better sound. Yes, it does, but it also takes about 2 weeks to shoot all of this out. Like, I just used 4 shotgun shells, so I'm going to use 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 25 shotgun shells to shoot out this bit of floor. Not worth doing, in my opinion. You'll hear the sound difference. Just listen to me running on the concrete, then listen to me running on the blue. You see how it's muffled? But really, does it make that much difference to start shooting that out? I don't think it does. It's a bit of a waste of time, in my humble opinion. But put a prox on this door and hold elbow like you used to behind a shield. You'd never really use the shield anyway. Everyone just used to wide peek it away from the shield. A beautiful thing to do, and I've got so many clips of me doing this because I love doing it, is people come down into blue and then just sit behind barrels and drone. So just throw a smoke there, set the smoke off, and when they run out of blue, it's a free kill as they run out. I absolutely love doing that. So that's playing elbow. Now, a lot of people also reinforce this wall, and then when they lose elbow control, they'll come back through and reinforce this wall, meaning this is doubly reinforced and completely reinforced off, which is fine. You absolutely can do it that way. I actually like just making a shotgun hole here, and it means I can now hold elbow, but it also means if someone pushes laundry, I can now hold laundry from here as well. Generally, the push doesn't come from blue and laundry. It normally comes blue early and then comes like freezer. You can still hold a bit of freezer here as well. But being able to hold laundry from here is absolutely invaluable, because it can be a tough place to hold, especially from small box here. So if you want to reinforce this wall and then reinforce this wall as well, you absolutely can. I don't like doing that. I would rather just like fight and die, or at least die trying. But I get if you want to reinforce off and then retreat a little bit and give that space up, no problem. In E-box, again, like we said, a small box, sorry, even I just got it wrong then, I do it all the time. Like we said, we can hold freezer, we can also hold laundry from here, make a tiny little punch hole right next to the wall. You can also hold laundry as soon as they come in. When they come through that laundry door there, the first place they're going to look is this massive hole in the wall. They're not going to be looking down at this ratty little punch hole, so that works quite well as well. In terms of freezer, don't make that rotatable. I just did that so I didn't have to run around. In terms of freezer, definitely actively play freezer. So if you've got especially a shotgun, a smoke is absolutely perfect. I don't know if any of you watch Pro League, but there used to be a player for Elevate, Up the Elevator. Up the Elevator? I used to be a content creator for Elevate. Absolutely fantastic org. Up Justin. And Up Sparks. 2 great people from Elevate. Anyway, the reason I'm talking about Elevate is... used to be a player called Sapper, who still now plays for a different team. They've just... Has he got a Galida Esports? I think they've just formed a team. Anyway, Sapper plays freezer stairs like you've never seen before. He was absolutely incredible. Smoke gives you so many options. Generally, when you're in pro play, the push comes from freezer and laundry more than it does blue. It still happens in Freezer and Blue, though. Sorry, still happens in Freezer and Ranked. But you can now hold Freezer here with smokes so easily. Like, this shotgun's winning any fight at close range. You've got the prox mine to let you know when they're there. And obviously, you've got the smokes you can throw just to the top of the stairs to stop them coming in. Remember, even if you throw it there, it's going to fill this area with toxic vape gas. And basically what you can do as well is just get 2 or 3 drones and then retreat and come down. Just remember that if they open the hatch, your cutoff is pretty much ruined. So if you hear them opening the hatch, like maybe smoke it, try and get a bit of try and destroy 1 more drone, and try and retreat. Otherwise, you're stuck here and you're gonna have to play the hatch and the stairs as well. But you should definitely actively play Freezer. Don't start peeking it aggressively. Don't start doing this or doing this. But just definitely kill a couple of drones and then make your way back down. If you want to be a bit more aggressive, you can barricade this. And if you go prone on the stairs, you can peek Z, or I call it Z because I'm not from America. Though that's the Z area there, so you can hold Z from this kind of angle. You can see the angle he can get around there. That's almost looking a split door. But it's a bit ratty because you're proning under the door. So that's Freezer. In terms of laundry, not the easiest place to hold, but I would recommend, again, if you know the push is coming laundry, try and kill a few drones on the stairs, move back. If you hear the hatch opening, definitely move back, otherwise you're not going to be able to get out. But you can play laundry from here. Obviously, you've got to watch Freezer as well. Or, of course, you can play laundry from small box and smoke off the door in and what have you. That's the way I play downstairs. I do think slightly differently with this wall by not reinforcing it. And I think you should definitely be more active on Freezer stairs and laundry stairs where you can. If you think about this site, there's Blue, which is 1, Big Tower Stairs, which is 2, Freezer, which is 3, and Laundry, which is 4. That means you've got 4 players downstairs watching those 4 areas and a 5th player upstairs roaming, ideally a soulless, destroying drones, etc. So, what I hate when you're playing downstairs, right, is you always get one of your teammates who goes, oh, they're on Big Tower Stairs. Well, yeah, they probably are, because that's a decent way to push down into this site. But if you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 ways down and you've got 5 players, there's no reason to not have a player looking at each of those 4 areas. Also, these head holes here that I haven't mentioned are, of course, just to put pressure onto tower stairs so they can't just walk down for free. Let me just set the smoke off. Of course, playing smoke as well, you can smoke tower stairs from here as well. Smoke is such a goated operator on this site. He's absolutely class. We haven't mentioned these head holes, but I think this is fairly obvious. He's for peeking into Blue. You can get a bit ratty again, like we talked about on the small box door. You can do that here. When they first come down there, the first thing they're going to be looking at are these head holes, so you can get away with a cheeky rat angle. Of course, if they've droned it and they see your punch hole, run away. But that's pretty much how I play downstairs. Hope that helped. So we're on to kitchen and meeting now, which is a way better site than what everybody else plays, which is kitchen and dining. Kitchen dining is a difficult site to hold. And honestly, it's one of the worst sites I feel in ranked, but everybody plays this site 3rd rather than kitchen meeting. Kitchen meeting is like a little bit more difficult to learn how to play, but when you learn how to play it, it's way, way easier. So, reinforcements, we've got the right-hand side at the top there. Why do we do that? We make feet holes along here, and it means from here you can now watch the walk-in from green. It also means you can hold attic stairs. Basement stairs if you need to. Also means that if they're opening this wall, you play an operator here with impacts. They can come up here, an impact trick here, or they can be stand down here, an impact trick there, and it enables them to stop the hard breach that's going on. You also want to open this hatch, and if you lose site control and you've got a C4, everyone tries to plant on the stage generally, and a C4 up and over that table will generally land on its mark. In terms of the kitchen area, you absolutely need some information here. A prox mine is fine, but what happens sometimes is somebody rushes this door, runs down here, and gets control of kitchen straight away. Early in the round, you've got to have somebody here holding this and holding this. Obviously, you've got to watch for the small tower entrance down at the bottom, though, as well. So, ideally, someone down there as well. You want to rotate between the sides, between kitchen here, and then you want to rotate here. Only a small one. And you want to main rotate here as well. Now, a lot of what's going to go on in this site actually goes on upstairs, so that's what you want to set up downstairs. Remember, all of this here is the kids area, basically, upstairs, and then this area here is the attic area upstairs. So a lot of the holding that we're going to do is above on this site, so let's just nip upstairs quickly. We've used 2 more reinforcements here. We've shot the radio, and basically upstairs you're going to set this... Wait, have we shot the radio? Yeah, we have. We're going to set this up essentially like how we set it up when we're defending upstairs. You're going to want to make these holes. You're definitely going to want to make this hole to hold that door. And we're also going to want to hold big window. You don't necessarily need to make the rotate this time because you're going to hold big window and then back off. And when you're in attic, you're going to want to open this hatch, and you're definitely going to want to reinforce these walls. Now what's really useful here is a cade. Now cade's useful here because these two walls are directly above these two walls. So you can throw your cade here and it'll reinforce, electrify these two walls and whichever one of these two walls that you reinforce, even if you do both, which I don't recommend, but even if you do, it'll get those two walls as well. So cade's super useful up here. This angle is tremendous, stopping anyone coming through there. Obviously, you can watch the walkthrough for anyone coming through if they get this breach open. You've just got to be super careful of anyone pushing you from behind there or here. This is why we reinforce these two walls, though, because if you didn't reinforce those two walls, an attacker could just come straight into master bedroom, shoot through this wall to make a hole, and cut off the entirety of attic, which obviously we don't want. The other thing you've got to be well aware of when you're playing this site is a push from garage, making a hard breach hole here, and then just planting tucked right in the wall here, like really, really quickly. Sometimes you'll see a Monty with hard breach charges, like hard breach here, come in, put his back so the shield's facing over there, plant in the corner here and get away with it. It works quite well. So you've got to be aware of that. So from here, you definitely want to have someone at the back of meeting, holding this area here, holding that area. This is a real power position, tucked in here. Don't stand in front of the drone hole, but you can tuck in here. Anyone pushing attic, you can cover. Obviously, anyone who's pushing on stage, you can cover. C4s over the top of here work really, really well. You've got to cover, as I say, green corridor at the start of the round. And you've also got to watch for the lurk that nearly always comes through small tower. Having a player playing around showers, like make a rotate here. Just have a player playing around showers, destroying drones at the start of the round. And then if they need to, they can back off through here. Oh, watch out. And go back into kitchen. Just bear in mind, you've got to have that player upstairs as well because the vert here is immense. Obviously, the hatch, you got to make sure you cover everything off because all they need to do upstairs, if you give control of kids straight away, they make vertical here to watch this rotate, vertical here or vertical there to watch these rotates. They can then drop the hatch, plant here, and you can't deny the plant because you're going to come through that rotate or through this door and get shot from above. But I personally think this site is way, way better than kitchen meeting. I will do... sorry, kitchen meeting. This is kitchen meeting. I think it's way, way better than kitchen dining. We will talk about kitchen dining next, and I'll tell you why I think it's rubbish. But I'm going to get more into why not to play this site rather than how to defend it, even though I'll still talk about how to defend it, obviously. But yeah, definitely play kitchen... Well, I say play kitchen meeting. Learn kitchen meeting first. If you're in solo queue, you're struggling because everyone's going to play kitchen dining. But if you're in a stack of 3 or more at least, maybe even 2 or more, then yeah, definitely get on kitchen meeting. So we've come to one of the worst sites in ranked, in my humble opinion. It's kitchen dining in Oregon. I think this site is absolutely dreadful. I'll show you how to defend it, and then I'll tell you why I think it's dreadful and how you can try and not let it be as dreadful, or you can try and counter things. In terms of reinforcements, we've used 6, although we will use more upstairs. So we've used 2 at the back here from kitchen to meeting, 1 from kitchen to security. Never reinforce this wall, ever, ever, ever. And we've used 2 here, which is 4 and 5. And then the 6th one is the right-hand side shower wall when you're looking from showers out. So when you're looking showers out, the right-hand side. So in terms of lines of sights and rotate, head holes here, rotate here, or you can make head holes as well. I prefer a rotate and then a rotate here. Now this rotate needs to be on this side of the wall, not that side of the wall, because the other side of the wall can be held from the window. So you don't want to be rotating that side of the wall. It needs to be tucked in here. That way, if you need to, you can rotate out of here, tuck in tight to the wall so you won't be seen by the window, and make your way around here if you need to. The whole point of this sort of setup in showers is to hold showers. It's actually a bit of a fortress. There's no vertical. You can't be shot from above. You've got this window to worry about, and then obviously all small tower, the door here and the window here. And then you can also hold, if they cross you there, you can also hold onto here as well. It's a really strong place to hold. I recommend a Wamai in here so you can't get moved from flashes and throwables. just chuck all your Wamais into the corner here or down here and just use these lockers as cover. Really fun place to play, although it's busy, so make sure you have your gunner in this location. In terms of small tower, I'm only going to touch on it quickly when it comes to defending. I do recommend you hold small tower. Again, not an enjoyable, well, it is actually an enjoyable place to play because it's very busy, but you're probably going to die, and you're going to have 2 or 3 people push you. One from this window, one from this window, and one from below, likely. But what you can do, if you ever watched Leon Gids when he played for, I think it was Rogue before they became Koi, he held small tower and Pro League using his army by putting in his army barrier here and then his army barrier here and just playing this area. Peeking around the armies to shoot down here and to cover this area. You're definitely going to need a couple of ADSs or a Wamai magnet somewhere to protect you from nades. You're probably going to get yinged out or flashed out at some point. But if you can knock a minute and a half, 2 minutes off the clock whilst you're playing here, maybe even get a kill as well if you're feeling fruity, it would be incredible. So you also deny the thermite doing what every thermite does, which we're going to come on to shortly. In terms of upstairs, again, very similar setup to what we just did when we were defending meeting and kitchen. So upstairs again, remember all of kids. Oh, we haven't shut the radio. Hello. Remember all of kids, this basically just covers kitchen all the way across. And then you've got dining, which is covered by small tower. So you do want to be playing up here. You can open this hatch. You can open the very top of this wall here. And you can actually get a pixel onto, that's the top of the sofa there. So you'll quite often see people planting behind there. I recommend playing a castle up here because you can just castle yourself into this area. Castle off top white, castle off big window, and castle off games. Trophy, sorry. And you can just sort of chill in here. Castling off top white can be a bit risky because if you ever need to rotate down, like you've castled yourself off. So think about that before you do it if you want to do that. Yeah, holding this angle with planting behind the sofa is a good place to hold. Right, so why is it a rubbish place to defend? 2 reasons. 1, thermite can just go above in small tower, and no one ever really holds small tower, so you get small tower for free. You can just hold small tower. Thermite goes in small tower. He places his thermite charge above this wall because it's a soft floor, and it blows a hole into this wall straight away, no matter what wall denial you put on here. Then from there, all you need to do is an attack. Oh, by the way, you definitely want head holes here. And that way, from further back behind kitchen, you can hold if this breach is open, or you can hold the door into small tower. Once this breach is open as an attacker, all you need to do is smoke off these head holes and this door, and you can do that with 1 smoke that lands there. Obviously, we're playing attacker smoke here now, right? So that covers those. You can then tuck in here and plant, but if there's somebody on the hatch, they'll be able to see you. So if they're not playing the hatch, you can plant here for free almost immediately. The other thing that's good from thermite's point of view for this site is if you attack from the other side, you can place a thermite charge right here. And as you can see, that's the kitchen wall there that leads to meeting room. So if we just nip downstairs to meeting, that thermite charge then goes off here and it will open this wall. And what that means is then you do it the opposite way around. You smoke kitchen instead. I can't come through the wall, obviously it's reinforced now, but it makes a thermite hole here, and these boxes are just great for planting behind. So instead you throw 2 smokes, one that side, jump this wall, tuck in behind here and plant. Obviously you've got might be team upstairs covering you from various different angles, but it's just there are 2 easy attacks from both sides of the map. I don't recommend playing this site. Yes, it's easier to learn how to defend, but it's actually harder to defend than if you were to be playing meeting and kitchen. So definitely learn meeting, but that's what I'd do on this site, although I don't recommend playing here at all.
On to Outback, and we're playing piano laundry, and we've used 7 reinforcements. So we'll go through the reinforcements first, then we'll do the rotates and lines of sight. So the first 2 are going to be the 2 right-hand side walls of piano through to the games room. We've then got the right-hand side wall of showers through to the games room. We've then got the right-hand side wall of laundry through to the top end of showers. The 2 main breach walls. And then the left-hand side from laundry through to the sort of laundry corridor over there. Now, the reasons we make these reinforcements, I'll go through in a second, but let's just do the rotates first. So this rotate here that you want into laundry needs to be behind the bomb, but also not in the way of this door. So you want to come through this rotate without being seen by this door, but whilst being behind this box and this bomb. So have a look at just sort of lining it up. If you were to come through, right, now I'm hidden from the door. I'm still behind the box. Come back a little bit. It's pretty much bang in the middle of the wall. So it means now I can come through here whilst crouched, hidden from the box. And you do just catch a little bit at the door, but not too much. But you don't want to be putting it here, because then you're going to be seen by the door easily. We want a rotate here, but only a little one. This is just for getting out of the laundry to the side. Oh, hang on a minute, we're missing something. This is just for getting out of the side of laundry, but you've got to be super careful that this window isn't being held. If this barricade's up, obviously you're fine. If the barricade's not up, you can't really use this. You've just got to make sure that there's no one on that window. But for late in the round, when somebody's planting piano, and you know that they're holding you from this door, being able to just nip around here and appear from this angle instead is invaluable. And likewise, when they're in kids late in the round and you're trapped in laundry, just gives you that way out and be able to then push around this way if need be. The other reinforcements and line of sights that we're going to use are here. We're going to make head holes across here. And this is so... I definitely recommend somebody playing in games, and I would probably say it's going to need to be in a Zami, where you put a Kiba barrier here, so you're hidden from this window, and holding this area here onto this and through this barbecue area is invaluable. You want a line of sight across here too. Means you can hold on to that door and this door from here. Again, you probably want to be playing around sort of this area to hold these different angles, but as soon as somebody appears in bull, or as soon as someone starts really pressuring this window, it's time to fall off really. But you really need to hold games for as long as you can, but not die. I know that sounds ridiculous, but that's the best way of explaining it really, is just to kill 3 or 4 drones, take up a couple of flashbangs or whatever it is that they use to try and turf you out. But don't overstay your welcome. If you can get a kill, great. But you can't just give games away for free. Like, you can't just let an attacker jump through this window within 20 seconds of the round starting, because they've got so much control from this one room. Like, you can hold showers, you can hold laundry, you can hold piano. It's really, really strong. So try and stay in here for as long as you can. Like I say, probably ideally as army. Then we want the head holes across showers wall. And this is so you can, once you've fallen back from games, you can then come back to showers and hold showers with the different angles that we've just talked about. Also, it means from this door, you can hold the games door from this door as well. It's a really tight angle, but you can hold that from there. Obviously, whilst you're in showers, you've got this area of the map that you need to worry about as well, because this is the breach that most people end up opening. Please don't die from this window. So that window, you can be seen here and here. You can't be seen here. So this is your safest point if you don't want to die to that window. Obviously, this is a nice angle. What I like to do on this is wait until you've got the pixel on the side of the window and then just crouch. Hold that angle until you hear them on the window and then sort of pre-fire it. But you can line it up before you crouch and then just go for it. Another line of sight that you want to make is up here. Stand on the washing machine and just make one hole there. Now you can hold the breach and shower window. Shower window is tricky because sometimes you fall off, so don't go too far. But yeah, it's really nice for holding a tight angle. Let me just move that other piece a minute. Hang on. Can you? Thank you. It's really nice for holding a tight angle on the breach so no one can come in. Like, that's a nasty angle. And also then shower window. You definitely need, and this is a mistake I see people do all the time, you've got to put something on these stairs, like a prox mine here, an owl mine, a banshee here, or wherever you decide to put it, but you need some info on these stairs. Another little random tip is you can actually stand on this sort of banister here. Don't punch this pot, but just shoot it once. And then the pot stays intact. You can walk up onto the pot, up onto the banister. Oh, not like that though. Try that again. You can go up onto the pot, up onto the banister. You can now hold the bottom of the stairs. No enemy is thinking you're going to be holding that angle. Everyone's going to be looking at this angle. And you're up here. That's a nice little thing to do. I'm not sure, I don't really like things like that in the game. Like, I think it's like, I would say that's more of an exploit, but it's not really, because you've shot a flower pot and you can stand on it. Some vertical that you want to be making is just here. And this is more toward, that's the bottom of the laundry stairs that we were just looking at. This is more towards the late round, really. Obviously, you don't want to be standing here in the middle of the round, because this window is a really busy window. Back over to this side of the map. I haven't reinforced Games Wall, but if you've got the time, I would probably recommend reinforcing Games Wall as well. This wall and this wall. Because once someone's got into Bull, you don't really want them just making like sledge holes or buck holes across there, really. You want to force them through this door. You don't want to give them the opportunity to go through the wall. Force them through one point, and then you only have one angle to worry about. So the key areas you want to defend... Oh, sorry, I haven't made a hole there. Definitely want that hatch open. So if you end up in a perilous position in piano, you can just drop the hatch and come back up shark stairs. I always want to call those stairs bull stairs, not shark stairs. I don't know why. But this is your main anchor point, really, on this side of the site. And then if they start pushing games and they're not pushing barbecue, you can push around this side and use the head holes this side to your advantage instead. This, by the way, is called terrace, I believe. Yeah, covered terrace in the game, but I always call it barbecue. And I think most people call it barbecue as well. And then in terms of your anchor spot on this side, you're going to be around this area here. So you can use this reinforcement for cover. You can peek the breach if you want to, or you got the window as well. You don't really want to be... Being in dorms is a pretty tricky place to be. Like, you want to be holding dorms from further back in showers. You know, somewhere here. Make sure you don't get shot from the window, obviously. Watching the walk-in from the breach. You can't really spend too long in dorms. It's in dorms. It's too easy to get turfed out of here. This is a really solid anchor point as well. Put a shield across there, and then play the shield for the window, and then you can move around to this angle, still behind the shield, and play the breach as well. I don't think this is a particularly good site. I think it's quite easy to attack. I would much prefer to play games and office. Games and party. No, party and office. I always call that games as well. Callouts and Outback need some work. I would always rather play party and office before I play this site. But as I've set it up, it's generally you need a decent roam game. Someone, definitely anchoring in games to start with. Although someone roaming around Bull, office, party, and around Top Shark is also pretty necessary as well. Holding those yellow stairs, holding that breach. I don't like the site personally. I don't think it's great, but that's how I set it up anyway. Onto office and party then. This is probably my favourite site on the map, and we've used all 10 reinforcements, so you definitely need to get your team on board with what we reinforce here. The first thing to say, and nobody ever does this, is definitely reinforce the bottom 2 garage walls. It's just a free way in for the enemy if you don't reinforce that. They can make the way I play this site on attack is I just buck open the bottom of the wall here, like just sneak around the bottom underneath the rafters, and then I'm at the top of garage stairs. It's what I always works all the time, but just make sure you reinforce it. We've then got 2 more reinforcements to make 4 on the breach. The right-hand side of the office through into garage. This is like office supply. I normally call it supply. Into the garage. That's 5. We've then got 6, 7 as the middle 2 walls of the party through to Bull area. The right-hand single wall, like I say single, it's not a single wall, it's a quad wall, but just one of the walls needs reinforcing from party through into office, and I'll tell you why in a minute. And finally, the 2 walls that go from Bull into games, into here. Now, in terms of rotates and lines of sight, your first rotate goes here. A line of sight goes here and here. Alright, so rotate's obvious. It's so we can get between sites. We can go between the rooms. Otherwise, there's no way from getting from party back into office other than going all the way around electrical. Through supply into here. So, make sure we get that rotate in. The reason we leave the 2 side walls soft, and it's like what we spoke about on Theme Park, it's so you can peek this side onto either the door or the window. You can also peek this side. And it gives it gives attackers something to worry about from both sides. If that isn't there, if you fully reinforce those 4 walls, when I walk out of this door as an attacker, I need to worry about that angle, and that angle. And I can stop that with 1 drone. I can just fire a drone out. If no one's there and no one's there, I can walk into Bull, and it's absolutely free cheese. What I have to worry about now is, yes, I have to worry about this angle, and that angle, but I've now also got to worry about here, and I've also got to worry about here. And the bomb's there as well, so they could be peeking from behind the bomb here, which is a nice angle that I use sometimes. So it's not a nice place to push into now all of a sudden. And there's generally going to be a player in party. Now, the only thing you've got to worry about with these head holes is, it means from here, the attackers could technically cut off a lot of the site by just holding this angle.
However, what you're generally going to have, or what you should have, is somebody starting the round over in games, and probably even over in the laundry and showers, to make things difficult for the attackers. To make sure that there's drones being destroyed. They can't just take all the way up to this site for free, all the way up to this part of the map for free. One thing you tend to see is defenders just defend their half of the map, and no one worries about this end of the map. They're like, well, don't worry about this. The site's over there, so we don't need to care about this. Well, you do, because you just don't want to give it to the attackers for free for nothing. So make sure you're over here just for 30 seconds at the start of the round, because they will be droning it out. If you destroy a drone and then move off, that causes a real problem, because they know someone's there, but they don't know where you've gone. So, back into sight. That angle from behind the bomb is here. Nice little angle onto the door. Don't forget, though, if they are holding that angle there, you can also peek it from here as well. The other line of sight that we want to make is here. And but don't make it high up, make it quite low to the ground if you can. Just to get you a little cheeky angle onto the top of Shark Stairs. You don't want to make it too big, because you don't want to make them have a good angle onto you as well. Just a nice little angle onto Shark Stairs. In garage, we want to rotate here in supply to get between garage and back into supply without having to just use one door. This is a really solid anchor point here. This part here, you can hold the stairs, you can hold the window, you can hold this window, and you can hold the breach as well. You can make a nice angle on the breach by destroying these papers, boxes, whatever they are, and then just tuck in here onto the breach as well, and just hide you from the these shelves a little bit. Make sure you don't shoot the shelf, obviously. Make sure you shoot the breach. Another angle that we're going to need is similar to what we just did over on the Shark Stairs. But this time we're going to do it on garage stairs. Again, now from here we can just hold garage stairs for anyone coming up. I would also argue that a rotate here wouldn't be a bad shout. Just so if they're in garage in the late round, you know, and they're holding this angle or something, you can get a little bit more aggressive and you can pop out here and start fighting into garage from here. The only thing to think about is this box on old Outback never used to exist, so the rotate here was an obvious choice. But now, because you can go up the box and you can vault up, well, I could vault up if I made the rotate bigger, and you can vault up as an attacker. Maybe we just discovered something there. Maybe if you make the rotate low enough so that you can sort of peek out, but also low enough that they can't vault in. Maybe there's an art to that. Maybe I'll work on that. But yeah, being able to fight into garage from here is helpful at times. But you just got to make yourself aware that somebody could just vault through there. Right, in terms of a little setup that I always use for this site, I always play mute. I always mute this drone hole. This is imperative, because it gives info for all of site. And then mute this door. And this one's really important. I mute from the games door coming out into Bull, because this is where most of the attack's going to come through if it's not the main breach. So denying them the info of being able to go out here and know what's left and right of here is absolutely crucial. And it'll just stall the attackers so much. And then the final one, it goes on either side of this door. It doesn't matter which side of the door you put it on. Probably the right side for me. Just so when people come up the garage stairs, it's not going to be right there for them to shoot. Again, just denies them the knowledge of what's going on in office. I then play here. By the way, this reinforcement is just so whoever's playing behind this reinforcement doesn't get smoked from garage door. You can even make a line of sight there, and then you can hold garage door from there as well, but you can also take the cover behind this reinforcement. But this is a real power position here, and also what's a cheeky little thing to do is line yourself up with the door, go prone, make a punch hole. You can now hold the door from here, but because of this big holes above, everyone's looking at the big hole before they see the punch hole. Like, don't just stay there the whole round, you're going to get found eventually. But it's nice for, like, you normally get like an Ash or someone who thinks they know what they're doing by just rushing through laundry and through showers, and they'll get to this point in the map. It's a freebie kill. Another thing you can do as well is you can see open above here, so you can see four over the top. Also, you can get on this, and it makes your head just obviously a ridiculous height. Anyone that's peeking around Bull here isn't going to be looking this high. You can also then take cover. You know, if you were in... can I get through there? No. Okay, bear with me. Might as well walk around. If you were in Bull, there's absolutely no way that when you get here, you're looking up there. Do you know what I mean? There's no way. In fact, so much so that with somebody's sight, your head's almost blocked by this site housing. Like, you can't see that you're up there. I much prefer this site. There's a bit more to it. You've got to do a bit more setup, and you've got to worry about a few more things. But I think overall, it's way more solid than laundry. Onto green and red bedroom then. This might be actually my favourite site on the map. If not, it's a very, very close second to party and office, but I really like this site. So in terms of reinforcements, we'll start with the ones on site. There's a couple upstairs, but we'll do the ones on site, and then we'll talk about upstairs after. So the first two are from closet out into the... actually, what is that area called? What's that door called? Sorry, this is off topic already, but let me just check. What would you call this? Reptile hallway door? Coffee door, because of the coffee machine. Maybe call it coffee door. I've never really made a call out for this door. That reptile hallway to me is like this area here. I don't think that reptile hallway door is a good shout. I think probably coffee door or vending door is probably a better shout. Anyway, less of that. Back to what we were talking about. Start the reinforcements again. The two walls from closet through to reptile hallway door or vending door or coffee door. We've then got the two from red bedroom out towards the bottom of yellow stairs or laundry stairs. Two from red bedroom out to actual reptile hallway, although there is an argument to say leave one of these soft and make a rotate, and I'll talk about that in a second. That's 6. And then finally upstairs, we've got the two dorms walls like we did on the previous site. Now, holding upstairs is super, super important on this site. Basically, the two rooms that you're defending are kind of a footprint above. So this is above green bedroom, this is above red bedroom. And so is piano. Give or take. This area here is like the reptile hallway area. But the reason we want to do this is because you can hold above really, really easily. Now, I prefer playing a castle on this site, and you castle off this door, castle off this door, castle off this window, and castle off that window. And basically just turtle yourself in upstairs. Ideally, you want to be doing it with somebody else as well. Open the hatch for an escape route if you want to get back down to site. Then also make your vertical holes prior to the round starting. Or, well, whenever you can, really. Now you can hold the bathroom door from above if anyone was to come through bathroom. Similarly, you can do the same thing over... where's the bathroom door now? It's like here somewhere. Yeah, there we go. There's the other bathroom door. But the key bit of vertical that you need to make is right here. The reason this is the key bit of vertical to make is because what most attacking teams will do is open this breach, smoke off here, and then go and plant tucked in this corner. And as a defender downstairs, you can't really do anything about it. Let me show you what I mean. Let me just stop. It'll be much easier to show you. So they open this wall with an ace, usually. Smoke off this area here. And then as an attacker, you run in through this corner of the breach, you run to here, and you plant in this corner. And as a defender, there's not a great deal you can do because you can't really get around here because there's going to be somebody holding you from the breach. So you can't just swing around here. It's really tricky to defend, so that's why holding from above is key. But obviously, if they were to do that, you've got the holes in place already to be able to stop them from doing that. You've then got a couple of other holes to make. You can now hold the reptile hallway to bottom yellow door. And you can do it vice versa the other way around as well. This is a really nice angle. You can hold people coming at you all the way back here. You can hold people coming in from the bottom yellow door there. Really nice angle. Obviously, you just got to watch behind you if anyone's coming through the breach. So hold upstairs with all your life. Downstairs. Rotates and lines of sight. You want 2 rotates at either end of this wall. To be able to get through. And also... a line of sight across the middle. Generally, green bedroom is safe. I'm going to sneeze. Bear with me. This is not ideal. Excuse me. Excuse me. Right, they're staying in. Generally, green bedroom is going to be safe. It's usually the push comes from red side. But make some lines of sight so you can hold the door. Obviously, peek from the rotate as well. It's nice to be able on this rotate, by the way. You can crouch through, and you're generally safe to hide behind these flight cases. Back through this side. Now, one thing you can do, which I can't really show you because I don't have impact grenades, is you can impact this. In fact, you know what? Let's just show you. Pretend this is an impact grenade, but C4 works as well. Get rid of that cabinet, okay? You can't... whistling was a bit creepy. You can't shotgun out the cabinet. You have to impact it, or as you've just seen, C4 it. Obviously, you'd much prefer to impact it. What you can then do is make a hole here, climb up on here, and you can now vault. Hang on a minute, I think I've left some wood at the bottom, that's the problem. And you can now vault over the top of there. So it's kind of like a rotate onto Reptile Hallway. So if you know they're on Reptile Hallway, like here, and you're trapped in the closet and you can't go anywhere, or if they're in Reptile Hallway over there and you need a way out of the site, up here, vault over that, and now you're away, and you can start putting pressure onto a Reptile Hallway. Now, just a quick one about the reinforcements that I've done here. There's an argument to say that there should be a rotate going in there for the same reason that I just mentioned. If you are under pressure from that side of Reptile Hallway, you would be able to get through here and appear here in behind this tank and then put pressure this side as well. Now, the idea would be that you'd be playing around here. Like, you wouldn't just make that rotate and then disappear. Like, you've got to be careful with it. A lot of the rotates and lines of sights that you make are reliant on people playing there as a defender. Like, you would not make a rotate there and be like, right, lads, anyway, I'm off over this side of the map. Because an attacker would just be like, oh, lovely, I found a rotate into sight, nice. And as a defender, you might not be used to there being a rotate there and it causes problems. So if you do make a rotate there, you've got to make sure you're playing around this area and just holding this and into reception, down into bottom shark, etc. If not, reinforce it off. I really like this site. You've seen the vertical you can make. Obviously, you can make verticals onto this door above as well. You'd make it here, excuse me, here, and just hold down onto that door. Basically, you can hold everywhere from above. There's no way you can't hold. A nice little angle as well, although it's a bit more obvious these days. Make a hole in that wardrobe. Move the bolt. You can now hold the door through. Oh, that's not very good. Hang on, bear with me. You can now hold the door through the wardrobe. This is a key point you've got to watch out for. You definitely need like a Prox Mine or a Melusi Banshee here to make sure if anyone just decides to launch themselves through a bathroom window, you know about it. But other than that, this is a fairly safe place to play because the vertical doesn't really extend into bathroom. So yeah, being able to play here onto the door and then hold a breach. I think I'm just trying to think about how you could hold this area as a defender. I don't think you can. I think you'd maybe if you put a shield like right here, and then you could come out here. I don't think you can. Like, it's just this bit here is an attacker's dream. Like, all you've got to do is breach that wall. The door is right there anyway. Come through that door, breach that wall, plant here pretty much for free. I guess actually making that rotate over there would mean that you could also hold this angle for free from Reptile as well. Like, you'd be able to stand here, reinforce this side, and you'd be able to stand here and hold that angle. Obviously, you're at the mercy of this door. It's an interesting... I think that just the best way of doing this is using those holes above like I talked about and just holding it from there. You usually get a free kill because someone tries to rush in and plant. That's green and red bedroom, and the more I'm setting it up, the more I think it might be my favourite site. Okay, and finally onto mechanic and kitchen, and I think this site has a bit of potential, but you never see it played. One thing I will say, and this is really controversial for anyone who's watched my videos, I'm not a big jukebox fan, but the tunes that come out of this one and Outback aren't that bad. So by all means, still shoot the jukebox. But the tunes that come out of there are actually much better than most of the maps. Anyway, right then, back to into mechanic and kitchen then. We've used 8 reinforcements, 4 are downstairs and 4 are upstairs. So the 4 downstairs are the 2 from mechanic through into the crashed vehicle room. I don't know what you call this, waiting room. I always call it lorry. I don't know if that's probably not a call out that was used across the world, but there's a lorry crashing into the side there. It's actually called waiting. So from mechanics into waiting. And then we've used 2 reinforcements on the lower garage. Going upstairs, we've used 2 reinforcements on the supply or electrical breach. And then 2 reinforcements on the middle party walls for the exact same reason we talked about when we were setting this part up. So this is upstairs is going to be set up pretty much the same. Line of sight there, rotate here. Rotate here. Line of sight to watch the garage stairs. Rotate if you want, like we talked about before. And then finally, a line of sight to watch shark stairs. Now, I haven't made a couple of the same reinforcements that I've done. So when we reinforced up here before we reinforced this wall, you can do that if you want to. And we also reinforce this wall, which again, you can do if you want to. I probably would do that wall, to be honest. So the reason we hold upstairs is much like we just talked about on green red bedroom. You've got all the vert above. You can see the above the bomb here is soft. Above the bomb here is soft. You definitely want to open this hatch as a way of getting back down into sight. When you hold upstairs for long enough and then you need to drop back down into sight, the hatch is open for you. So hold upstairs with all your life, but don't die up there. Like we talked about before, take as much time as you can. Downstairs, you want to make a rotate here into kitchen and here into kitchen. Be able to get through both sides of the wall if you need to. And also, controversially, people normally reinforce this wall. I am going to say don't reinforce this wall. I'm going to tell you why. So I would say make a rotate here. Be able to get out from kitchen. If you're in, you can't really play kitchen that well because there's 2 doors. But if you're in kitchen and you need to get out, this gives you a great way. Instead of coming through these 2 site rotates, which might be being watched from garage, now you can get through here and start aggressing onto garage if you need to, or vice versa, aggressing into reptile hallway. I would also say, not a bad idea, and this, again, this would need a team who knows what they're doing. A rotate here would be a great shout as well. So this door can be held from over there, yeah, like on the lobby door to Shark. So being able to come through here and then aggress onto this door or back onto that door as well, you can hold this angle. Then before you know it, you can be back into sight and they haven't got a clue where you are. Now you're coming back from this door here, or you can re-hold that door there. Wow, not there, sorry. There. I like the flexibility and maneuverability of being able to get through here and be able to get through into reptile hallway as well. Or you can, it just gives you so much, you can see how much of a, what's the right word? You know, the amount of maneuverability it gives you. And I don't think it gives you that much as an attacker. If you're an attacker and you get here, like, you can't really see anything, just the corner of kitchen. And if you're an attacker, you get here. I mean, you know, if you get here, you've got real problems as a defender. You want to be holding this area anyway, but by the time they get here, I think you've got somebody here defending anyway. You've got really nice natural cover to play behind here as well. I really like doing those rotates, but I completely understand that if you're solo queuing and you're not playing down here, that's probably not the play. Back over in mechanics. You've got to hold... This door is critical as well, to hold that window and then to hold down onto reception. Really key area. Also, the reason when you want to be upstairs is because you don't want to let the attackers just open up the vert above you, because it's a nightmare then. Like, if the attackers just open up vert there and just stop you coming through this door, it just restricts all your movement as a defender. It's a nightmare. And obviously you've got the reception desk or the mechanics desk, whatever you want to call it, to play behind as well, which is a lovely place to be able to take cover from. Hold angles with an ACOG through onto that door. Hold around onto garage. I actually quite like this side. I think it needs a little bit of work, like as in, as a defender, when you're playing it, you need to understand what you're doing. You can't just walk into it. It's like office and party, I feel like it's fairly straightforward. You can just walk into the site and play it. I feel like with this, you need to have a bit of a recce with your teammates beforehand and have an idea of who's holding where. I actually quite like the site though. So let's get things kicked off with tea and karaoke, and there are quite a few variations of the setup for this site, but I'll show you what I like to do and what I think strong, and then obviously you can make your own mind up from there. So starting with reinforcements, we've got 3 in karaoke. The right-hand wall that goes from karaoke to black stairs, the left-hand wall that goes to the black stairs door, which is this here, and then the left-hand wall that goes from karaoke towards geisha corridor. That's 3 in karaoke. We've then got just the geisha external wall over in the corner just here, and we'll talk about this wall shortly. That's 4. We've got the left-hand wall back at T. That's 5. And coming over to the other side of the map, over to the east side, you've then got 6 on the VIP single wall, and then 7 and 8 on the office main breach on the other side. But shoot the radio, and there's also that's over here. Let's shoot the other radio. So the reason just to talk about these before we go over, sorry, I thought I still heard the radio there, but it's this walkie-talkie that you can never silence. I thought we were talking about sorry, let me start again. I'm talking nonsense here because the walkie-talkies throw me off. Before we go back over to the site, we're going to talk about the east side of the map, which is where we are now. Now, as you'll probably know, this is the other bomb site if you play the other floor on the top, the other site on the top floor. But you've got to defend this site. If you don't defend this side of the map, you're going to struggle when the attackers get hold of Terrace, which is here. Once the attackers get hold of Terrace and get hold of Shrine, which is or Dragon, sorry, which is the other side of this wall, like, defending from here is really tough because you're all clustered onto this side of the map. Usually attackers are going to want to come through here, they're going to want to come through here, and they're going to want to come through the single wall in VIP, and also this samurai window. This is called samurai window, by the way, if you never know what to call this. Some people call it display window because that's what's on the compass. Most people I know call it samurai window. Don't really know why, probably because of these lads here. Who, by the way, trick me every... I don't know if you guys ever do this, but when you peek a corner and you see one of them, I automatically go like that every time, especially with, like, the Rengoku skins that were added into Siege. Anyway, enough about that. Enough waffling. Let's get back on with the setup. In short, you need to defend this side of the map. Mute is an excellent option. You want to do a quick mute setup on this side of the map, reinforce the VIP single, mute it off. Come over to this drone hole here and put your mute jammer on this side of the wall so it's protected from that window. Reinforce the double office breach and mute jam the bottom of there. And come over to this door here and mute here as well. Now, if you've got enough reinforcements, you can also reinforce the lounge or small bar wall here as well. It just stops people being able to... stops attackers being able to just come here and just clear out behind the bar for free. So, if you've got the spare reinforcements, depending on what your team are doing, I would reinforce that if you're playing over here. What I would do as well, just quickly, is make a quick hole here. And we'll do this again for when we defend this side, just so you can hold the window from here. But also make a quick hole here. So anyone pushing in or jumping in through the terrace window, you've got an angle onto that there. As you'll see, the terrace window is right there. So it just gives you a few different angles and different places where they're not expecting. One more line of sight you can make this side of the map is to watch the walk-in through closet below, which is this door here. That leads to this little area right here. So that covers the east side of the map. Let's go over to the main site, and there's plenty of lines of sights and rotates we need to do over there. But you must hold that east side. So, right, back over here then. We're going to start in karaoke. We need to rotate through to black stairs. Now, bear in mind, there's a lot of setup to do here, so I definitely recommend you have at least... I mean, if you do it on your own, you've got your work cut out. You have a rotate opposite that goes from karaoke through to the geisha hall. And one line of sight that just watches the bathroom jumping. That's the bathroom window there. You'll get a kill from this, especially in lower elo where people don't play vertically. If you make this line of sight, you're going to get a kill from the Ash that always rushes through bathroom because she wants to come up black stairs. Put a hole there, you'll get a kill every egg a bird. I'm telling you, it's free cheese. Right, what else you want to do in karaoke is to make a line of sight across the wall. Now, I'm going to run out of shotgun shells here, so I'm going to make sort of the line of sight as sparing as I can. The reason we reinforce this wall, by the way, is to not give the attackers the ability to be stood here and then just shoot a hole in this soft wall, and it just cuts off the entire right-hand side of that side. We do the same thing for that other wall as well, so they can't just get an angle into the rotate there. So now you've got a safe place to play as a defender to an extent, and obviously you can get shot vertically here, but this is a relatively safe place to play, where you can hold T-door through this wall if you want to, or from this door. You can hold onto the black stairs door, or you can go through the rotate and hold black stairs as well. But if this wall isn't here, you can't play anywhere here. And being able to defend against Geisha, which you're going to have to do, you definitely need to stand here. So I like reinforcing this wall. People don't like reinforcing it because it gives the attackers, if they get into this area here, gives the attackers like a safe place to plant as well. Because you can't deny the plant from the other side. If this wall's soft, you can deny the plant from there. But it's like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, isn't it? All right, we'll leave that wall soft, and it just means defenders can't stand there. Or reinforce the wall, it means attackers can now stand there. You know, you can't win both ways, so you've just got to figure out how you want to play it. A nice little angle, by the way, is behind this bomb here. You can get a little angle into Geisha. That's the cases there in Geisha. So you can see to the right of those cases. Right, this is another wall that I wanted to talk about. If you plan on playing in Geisha and you plan on denying this breach with your life, you can reinforce this wall and then play this area here to defend the window. Obviously, you can't play behind here if this isn't reinforced. The problem with being here is if this wall gets opened, you've got no way out. Your only way out is here. And obviously, then you're going to get shot from the window. But if you can deny, if you're playing Cade and you're able to Cade trick at distance from here, or you've got a bandit who's also playing here with you, then playing here is really strong to deny Geisha. This is probably the most critical part of this site, is making feet holes from Geisha into drum. By the way, I've never ever seen on the map, in the compass at the bottom there, this is called makeup room. This is called geisha. But everyone just calls both geisha. I've never seen that that's called makeup room before. You must make these feet holes. The reason you make these feet holes is because the only place that you can really deny or hold geisha from is behind these boxes. Once that wall's open. Oh, by the way, if this wall's reinforced as well, it means that when this wall's open, it means you're protected here as well, which is really, really helpful. So once that wall gets opened, there's not really many places you can hold geisha from. And bear in mind, if they've got geisha, all they've got to do is smoke deep. And they can come in and plant here in the corner. Or you can repel, and they can hold you from the window as well, which is tough. So holding geisha is really important. And the way that we do that is by making those feet holes in drum. And then holding drum. So we hold here instead. Now, anyone that comes through the breach or anyone that comes through that window is easily held from here. The angle is so favorable for you. Your head glitching. They've got to come in and turn right. Don't obviously hold this like aggressively here, because that benefits the attackers, but be tight on the angle here. And you should stop people coming into geisha. There's a few other things we need to do in geisha. We need to make a couple of holes to be able to hold drum door. And then one for the stairs. So now from back geisha, we can hold the drum door. Obviously run out and hold the drum door that way as well if you want. Really, really useful angle to be able to hold. You can fight there, and then you can swap over and fight there, and you can do both ways. And also, obviously, if you know they're coming up the stairs, a really solid angle to be able to hold the stairs there. Geisha is one of probably the most important rooms to hold on this side. Finally, when we're over in T, we want to make head holes all the way along here. Bear with me a second. Just like this. This enables you to hold karaoke from here. You've got to be super careful of the karaoke window, a very popular rappel spot. But it means whenever the attackers get hold of karaoke, you're able to defend it from here if you need to. And vice versa. If the attack comes from the other side, and they're pushing in T, you can now hold T door from here. You can push, you can hold the drum door if you want to get that angle. Really, really solid way of holding both sides. Also, finally, a rotate here. Now, I've talked about this type of tactic. A couple of times on different videos. We make this rotate with the intention of if things start getting a bit fruity, if things start getting a bit spicy, you can dab back in and then reinforce this. A little bit like you do on Oregon Elbow, and we spoke about it on various other sites, but being able to have a rotate there means that it's not just free for attackers to worry about this door on that side of the map and worry about this door or this area, shrine here down into Dragon, on this side of the map. Having that rotate there means when an attacker gets here, it pretty much cuts off so much of the map. Like, you wouldn't be able to get back around to drum if you were a defender and you had an attacker holding this door and an attacker holding this door. Like, you wouldn't be able to do anything. You just trap from both sides. But that rotate just gives you an extra angle to be able to fight back with. However, if control is massively lost and you're in like a 3v5 or a 2v4, then probably back up, get this reinforced, and try and hold your angles. Or, I mean, to be honest, in a 3v5, 2v4, you're probably going to have to get a little bit aggressive. More so in a 2v4. 3v5 isn't too bad. But in a 2v4, you're going to have to get aggressive and get a couple of kills before 4 people descend on 2 people. So yeah, you can always just back off and reinforce later on. Now, a little hole I like to make is here. And the reason for this is when they come through drum door here on the left, you're going to be able to hold an angle like this. See ankles, shoot heads. Just remember, these are the stairs. So you generally... A lot of these setups, and if you're solo queue, like, you would never do this. If you're solo queue, you would never do this. But a lot of this is based on teammates that have an understanding of what's going on, which I know isn't always the case for many people. But even if you're stacking in a 2 or a 3, this is fine. But the reason you've got to be careful is if you've got to have someone that comes up the stairs and then now they just cut off all of T room through those feet holes. So why I say you need your teammates is you're generally going to have a teammate playing these stairs. Defending these stairs, defending drum, defending geisha if you lose it. This is a really solid spot to play. But if you don't have anyone playing stairs, do not make these feet holes. Because all it takes is that Ash that rushed through bathroom to come and stand here, and now anyone playing in T, pretty much anywhere apart from tucked into that little cubby that we made the rotate, is absolutely buggered. So, but they are solid. That if you have got someone on the stairs and someone pushes drum, you can be further back or you can be tucked in. You see the ankles, we shoot their head. That's the site. A really solid site. There's a lot of vertical that you can do if you're attacking, a lot of vertical you can do for defending for C4s. The key to winning the site is getting geisha control and then obviously taking shrine and then taking drum. Once you've got that, you're pretty much okay. A lot of pro league teams push in from the black door side here, which is, if you play a Monty, this is a really solid spot for a Monty. Because of all the head holes that generally get made around the site, you can use a Monty here just as essentially a drone. Just calling out, if your team is pushing from geisha and you've got a Monty here and you can call out that there's someone holding in various parts here, it's really, really strong. Just make sure you've got like a Twitch or something maybe to take like the Fenrir F-Nats or the Alamines, Goo Mines that'll end up on this door. You don't want Monty getting in here and getting F-Natted out of his mine. Obviously, there's generally going to be a player here as well, so you just got to be careful of that. We've swapped to talking about attacking here. We're supposed to be talking about defending. So yeah, these stairs are, again, another solid place to play. It's helpful because you can do the run out onto karaoke from here. You jump out here, you can do the run out on karaoke. But you can also then hold the black stairs from here. Really solid place for smoke to play because you can just play further down, start throwing your smokes up to the door to stop anyone coming in. Just a solid place to play there. And that is T Karaoke. Okay, so we're now in office and exhibition, and we've used 7 reinforcements. The first 3 go onto the main office breach, and then the left-hand side of the triple wall that goes through to small bar. That's small bar there. We've then got the middle of the triple wall between office and exhibition. That's 4. We've then got the single wall in VIP, which is 6. 7 on the right side of the exhibition wall into Dragon. And 8, oh, I mouse tap there, ignore that. And 8, the left-hand side wall that goes into Terrace. Now, let me just show you just a quick thing over on the opposite side of the map. When we were talking about TN Karaoke, I made it quite fairly clear that you need to defend this side of the map when you're defending TN Karaoke. The same is almost... no, wait, the same can almost be said, is what I'm trying to say there. The same can almost be said for this site, although it's not quite as imperative. When you're defending TN Karaoke, the attack will mostly, depending what elo you're in, will mostly come from this side of the map because getting drum and getting shrine, like we talked about before, is important. When you come in the other way, it's nowhere near as important because of this main breach in office. Shoot the radio. And because of this samurai window here, and also punch the walkie-talkie. That's a new one. Punch the walkie-talkie. So, when it comes to defending this side of the map, what you would want to do, really, in my opinion, is something called a shallow roam, which is where you don't roam too far away. You don't like overextend to the other side of the map. You just sort of play this area, try and get 2 or 3 drones. If you can get a kill, absolutely unreal. But just let them know you're here and then back off to safety. This is a solid place to play. You've got to watch the window, obviously. And obviously, this is one of my favourite places to play in all of this site. And we're going to talk about this wall in a second. But that's the other side of the map. In terms of lines of sights, rotations, etc., first one you want to do is what we did before when we talked about the head holes when you're defending this side of the site. So the head hole here and here. Now you can stand on this on this table and look over towards Samurai window. You can also hold terrace. Obviously, you won't be standing on it if this gets open. What I would also do is make a line of sight for the window jump in. I don't know if you can quite see the barricade. You can't. That there is the window jump in for bathroom. Sorry, no, it's not. I'm lying to you. Let me try that again. That there is the window jump in for closet. There's no, you can see the barricade there. Sorry, that's bathroom. I don't know what I'm talking about there. The window jump in for closet is right there. You can hold that from here. It's a nice little angle to hold. Just bear in mind if you're playing here, what people will generally do is go down to this window and then Ash charge or Zoth charge this floor to get rid of the bandit battery. So just be careful with that. You can also shoot the hatch and hold that window from the hatch as well. Obviously, if you're stood here, you've got to really watch out for this window. People will come to this window all the time. So that covers office. Over in exhibition, you want to make the line of sight for the closet walk-in below, like we did before. And then you've got these 2 walls which you've left soft here, which is a really interesting point. So you should always make head holes here, at least. Always make the head holes. Now, I would argue that I would make a small rotate here as well. Because if the attackers get control of the breach here, and they start planting, the only way to take control back is through this door. So if they start planting, and then there's an attacker that just holds this, you're kind of screwed unless you can make a hero play through the soft wall. If you were to make a rotate, you could get out. Excuse me. Hello? Okay, bear with me. Let's try that. You could get out, come around, and then attack from the side, which I think would give you more chance. Now, obviously, you run the risk of... Why is it such a bad rotate? Obviously, you run the risk of attackers taking advantage of it, but the head holes are a must. The head holes mean you can hold drum door. Also means that you can hold onto the terrace door and terrace window as well. Same goes for over this side. So it means from here now you can hold dragon. Really tight angle there. As an attacker, coming into this area of the map is absolutely gross because there can be players everywhere. When you come through this door, there can be players tight left, tight right, tucked in here, tucked in here, tucked in here, and then you get down to dragon. They can be tucked in here. This is a horrible angle to fight against. And also, you can use the dragon to pixel peek up to there as well, which is gross. Like, a fighting dragon coming from T is absolutely gross. There's so many places you can get a shot from. But obviously then we open that line of sight and we make another available angle to get a shot. Is that the right thing to say? I don't know. Also then means if you do lose the sight, it makes it a bit easier to retake. You're not just forced through doors, you've got other angles to think about. This area here and this wall is something I wanted to talk about. What is worth doing is at the start of the round, make a why am I rotating so bad? What the hell's going on? Make a rotate here. Don't go outside. Wait until you can see you're being marked and then just step in. And then just hang on here for about 10-15 seconds. And rather than running out the door, because you'll get marked by the time you get here, you can run out here and you can peek before you're even marked. I wouldn't keep this rotate here all round. I would just like try and get a couple of drones. What Nomad will quite often do is Nomad will rappel here or will walk along here and put an air jab at top of the door there. If you leave this soft for a while, you can then get the air jab that she puts on top of the door. Then reinforce this, but use this early round to try and get a nasty peek on there or to kill some drones, come back in and then make it safe. You've then got this angle here which will get opened up. You don't need to open this angle with a shotgun because this will get opened up throughout the course of the round. When the attackers open the breach, they'll always be shooting this soft wall. Obviously you'll be tucked in here. This is such a nice angle. It's like an off angle for when the attackers push in to try and plant behind the table. And obviously you can get aggressive if you want to onto the breach as well. Really solid place to play. This area here is also nice to play. A mirror on here goes really, really well to face the breach. You've just got to watch Samurai window. You need to put the mirror on the far side of this middle wall and it'll be okay. And then you can peek right of the mirror or left of the mirror. Obviously you've got to be super careful of the Samurai window. You've then got house stairs to contend with, although you generally want to be putting a prox mine on there. You need something to let you know someone's coming up house. There are two cameras that cover house stairs. The one on the stairs themselves and the one below. And that pretty much covers the site. You want to do a shallow roam on the opposite side. Make these lines of sights and rotates we talked about. This is actually my preferred site to defend over Tea and Karaoke. The main thing is this breach. And there's a lot of sites like that across Siege, isn't there? Like when you think about Oregon with the closet wall upstairs, or Clubhouse with the CC breach, and Gym with the jacuzzi breach, etc. There's a lot of sites which are dependent on getting this wall open. If this wall does get open, don't forget the most common plant spot is here. And if you need to, I'll show you where that is. It's just behind. I use this light as a reference. It's just behind the light. So if you ever need to drop quickly and then deploy your C4 in the default plant location, aim just behind the light and that'll cover you. As you can see there, it's generally a free kill that as well, if you can get a C4 there somewhat towards the end of the round. The other place is here behind the bomb, but it just depends where they're planting. Obviously try and get some info on that. That is office, I nearly said tea karaoke there. That's office and exhibition box stuff. Down into kitchen barbecue then, and obviously first things first, shoot the radio. That one's a bit of a sneaky one. I forget that one exists sometimes. I actually think this site's pretty underrated. I really like playing here because I like holding vertically on a lot of sites. You probably noticed me talk about that a lot. But I actually rate this site possibly even more than Karaoke Tea. But let's get started with the reinforcements. I'm going to start upstairs. And we pretty much set upstairs the same as when we were defending Tea and Karaoke, give or take. So when we get to the top of Black Stairs, we're going to have a look into Karaoke. And we've got the same two walls that we reinforced when we were defending Tea and Karaoke. The right side wall looking out towards the Black Stairs, and the left side wall looking out towards the Black Stairs door. Over into Geisha. And we've reinforced that same Geisha external wall. And then when it comes to lines of sight here, we're going to open the hatch. We're going to open a line of sight here for the window below to hold if anyone jumps in there. Now, as you can probably tell by the setup already, we're 100% holding upstairs. You're going to have a player in geisha and a player in karaoke. You have to hold upstairs. We're going to make these same feet holes here. And this is only if you're going to be having someone in drum. Again, if you're going to have someone in drum, they can hold these feet holes here. The only thing this time is we are a little bit further away from site. So what you can do if you want to is if you're like holding geisha aggressively, you could reinforce that wall and just hold in here with your life. I don't recommend that because, as we talked about before, as soon as this wall's open, holding geisha gets really, really tough. But I would do the same setup as before. So now, obviously, with this hatch open, you can hold the door into sight if they take below and they don't take above. And again, we can watch that jump in through the window if you need to. Over into karaoke. Same rotate into karaoke. And the same rotate out of karaoke. That same bathroom jump-in hole. And pretty much play the upstairs exactly as if you were holding T in karaoke, but with just a little bit less emphasis on T. Like, you don't really need to worry about this room too much. You don't want to give this up for free by any means, but obviously you don't need to defend this area. So over here we want to defend, really. Now just remember, there's a load of vertical all over all of this site. I actually got a really good clip when I was defending this site. If I can find the clip, I'll play the clip. I think I actually got an insane flick. And then stopped I came to here, and the guy was planting below, and I'm pretty sure I threw an impact grenade and killed the guy planting below. I mean, I better find the clip now. I'm going to post the clip now. Hopefully you just saw a clip, although if there wasn't a clip there, I couldn't find the clip, but I promise it happened. Right, anyway, back on track. Definitely hold upstairs, like I just said. Downstairs, there's a couple of interesting conversations to be had downstairs. The first one is this wall. This wall goes right through to the bathroom window. Do you reinforce this wall or not? Well, if you do reinforce this wall, it means they can pretty much jump into bathroom for free, because you can't hold through this wall because it'd be reinforced. Obviously, you'd be holding above, perhaps. So I actually think you should reinforce this wall. The reason why some people don't is because they might make head holes, and now you can hold that window from here. I think, personally, you're much better off holding that window from above. What you don't want is the attackers just having an angle to make a hole through this soft wall and just have an angle, or this soft wall I'm looking at here, and then just have an angle all the way through sight. So we're going to be leaving this soft as well. You want an angle all the way through sight just from that window. So in my opinion, we reinforce this. But I understand if you want to play this a different way, you don't necessarily have to reinforce that if you're going to be getting aggressive around bathroom. Next, we're going to make a rotate here. This again is also controversial, because the argument is, well, that just gives attackers a line of sight through the site. Well, it does, but it actually doesn't, because if you can see from the top of the stairs here, you can't really see much unless you were to make a hole through here. The reason we put that there is if somebody comes into bathroom or restaurant in this area here, it means that we've got a way out of the site. We're not just forced through this one door. We can play here and hold that angle, and then hold that angle. Now, it also means it gives you a bit of a safe point in the site as well. Like, this is reinforced. This is solid. Like, you can hide here if you need to. You can hold a tight angle onto this wall. If this side's reinforced, obviously it means the attackers can't just shoot you as they're coming down. It just gives you... I like playing here. I play aggressive there, onto there, and then also come through here. This is assuming, again, that we've got players above. If you haven't got control of these black stairs, you absolutely would not put the rotate here. If you know that you're losing control of upstairs, I would possibly even just back up and reinforce this later on in the round if you want to. But as long as you've got upstairs control, you definitely want this rotate here. You probably want some kind of information on the stairs to let you know someone's coming down, though. Like here would be perfect for a prox mine or an LMI, Malusi Banshee, etc., etc. Just to give you the idea that someone's coming down those stairs, so you might need to start worrying about it. Over this side of the site, we make another rotate here. Let me just reload the old shotgun here. Excuse me a second. Talk amongst yourselves. Make a rotate here, just for getting between sites. We make a line of sight here. This just means that you can hold the other side of the site from here. If you need to, the door that comes into the other side of the site over there. The reason we reinforce this wall is because you don't want to give attackers a line all the way through the site. By being in this area here, which will be taken by the attackers eventually, I know they can get the angle there, but they have to go a bit tighter that way, obviously. What you don't want to really do is give them that angle there, because playing at the back around here, not being in the way of the window, obviously, but around here is a strong place to be, peeking both sides of that wall into the restaurant. We've then got this area where we reinforce the right side. We leave the left side soft. And we've spoke about this a million times. This is just so the attackers are not expecting you to peek from one angle. If you're an attacker and these are both reinforced and you're on your way down here, you're absolutely safe at this angle. You're absolutely safe on this door. It's only when you get to here you need to worry about the door, and it's only one angle for you to worry about. As an attacker, if you're here, are they on the door? Are they behind this reinforcement? Are they behind the bomb? Are they over there? I don't know where they are. And it just gives you two different angles to fight that area. Now, you've got this soft wall here as well. And I understand, again, if you want to reinforce this, it makes complete sense to me. Because what you don't want to do, potentially, I actually prefer doing this, is make a line of sight all the way through restaurants. I actually prefer doing that. I play a little bit further back. So now we can hold there, or there, obviously, from here. Being a little bit further back, don't stand right here, because then you're going to get cut off from that angle. Holding from here gives you an angle on the stairs. Also means you can hold into restaurant a little bit as well. And this angle gets you so many kills on this double door, because no one expects you to be here. Everyone who's over on that double door, look how tight of an angle it is. You would never ever look there. If you're on this door, you're looking at that head height, those head holes. You're looking at this door, you're looking at this side door. You're absolutely not looking at this gap here, which is where we just were. I think this is a really solid site. It really, really hangs on holding above. Don't forget the holes that were made above to look onto this window can then also be used by the same person below to hold geisha window. If we lose geisha, we can now hold that from above as well. There's loads of C4 opportunity from here as well, and you can C4 out towards the soft wall. There's the soft wall. Now we've got the lineups, it's even easier. You can C4 out towards the soft wall if you think someone's coming in. This here is underneath the soft wall. You can make an angle underneath, so when people walk in, you're going to be able to hold it there as well. I think this site is really, really good, but it takes a bit of creativity to be solid. Again, you've got to... I can't get this across enough. Get upstairs and hold upstairs with at least two, and the rest of you be below. With one probably doing a shallow roam over towards delivery and stock, and then two of you towards the site. And I would probably play exhibition office, then this site, and then tea and karaoke if it was up to me. Well, that's just my opinion. And you can hold the front door from here as well. I've just found that out. I didn't realise that angle went all the way through to the front door. That there is the delivery door or service door. All the way through pantry. Through to delivery. That angle goes all the way from there. That's insane. Imagine playing with I or Malusi with an ACOG and just holding that angle all the way from there. This is the beauty of Siege, right? I know we're going to go off track a little bit here. I've never held that angle before. I didn't realise you could get all the way through to the door there. But even when you're playing like upstairs, people use the delivery door all the time. You could just make a line of sight in the middle of that second wall there, the middle of the left-hand side of that wall. Just hold that there with an ACOG. Absolutely outrageous angle. The beauty of Siege. I played this game for, what, nearly 5 years now, I think. It started when Wamai and Cali came out, which is Shifting Tides. I've probably played 5,000 hours, and I've just learned that you can see the door from there. I'm sure other people are like, well, yeah, I've known that for years, mate. Well, I didn't, and that's the beauty of Siege. You keep learning. Right, let's get on with the last site. Finally, then, we've got bedroom and bathroom, which I think we can comfortably say is by far the worst site on the map. I'll go through why in a bit when it comes to attacking it, but no one really plays this site, and for good reason. In terms of reinforcements, we'll start upstairs. And much like barbecue and kitchen, we've got to be holding upstairs as much as we have down in this situation. So we've got the single wall for VIP, the middle wall between exhibition and office, and then the main office breach. Now this is almost like the way we set up when we defended office and exhibition. It's almost as if there are ways to do it, much like there was geisha karaoke tea when we defended barbecue kitchen. But it's very much the same. And again, we're going to do the same things. We're going to make this head hole here. We're going to make this head hole here. We're going to hold that window. We're going to hold the terrace door. Again, all the floor above here is soft, except over a bathroom. But over bedroom, it's very much soft. We're going to make the same hole for walk-in. I always call it closet, but it's not actually called closet. But we're going to make the same hole here above, and we're going to hold that area. Again, we're just holding the same part. Look, look where the sites are. We're going to be definitely holding below office and also holding below exhibition. Don't want to go over this too much because I don't think you should ever really play this site, to be honest. But that is what you want to be doing, much like we talked about when we were defending barbecue kitchen, like we talked about around geisha and karaoke. So we hold above, much like we held above when we defended exhibition office. Downstairs, we've used the reinforcements on the left side of the closet. I call it closet entrance because this is closet and the entrance is the other side. But left side closet wall. And then also the left side walk-in wall if you're looking from this window. If you're inside looking out, we reinforce the right-hand side wall. And then finally over in bathroom, the left side wall from bathroom looking through to delivery. Now, you can get an angle on the door, obviously, from behind these, what are they? Laundry baskets, I guess. But in terms of rotates and lines of sight, we only reinforce the left. So we then make a line of sight here. Now we can hold the door, but also hold that corridor down through pantry. Obviously, the window goes both ways as well. You can look into reception that way. We want a rotate between sites in line with this reinforcement. Can I get through that? Lovely. You can put it all the way over to the wall if you wanted to. Just be able to get between the sites. That means also you can go behind this reinforcement. We want a line of sight here into walk-in. Just means from here now you can hold that window, come around here, and then hold a different angle onto the window. The reason, just by the way, before we go on about light, the reason I don't think it's a good site to defend is you can get in here really easily unless you leave this open. Most teams will reinforce this and this, and it just means that when you jump in here, all you've got to worry about is the hatch, and then just this door here, and obviously that door there. But, you know, you throw a flash that way, and you can just jump in straight away, and you're right next to the site for free. And then this entrance here just doesn't lend itself to a particularly easy thing to defend. So a line of sight here on the right side, and it's exactly the same reason. You're going to be wanting to hold the closet door. What is it actually called? Let's learn that quickly. It's actually called side entrance. Oh, okay. You want to be holding the side entrance. That doesn't sound right, but side entrance door from here. Again, you don't want to be reinforcing this, because if you do reinforce that, the only place you can hold this from is here, and this is not a safe place to be playing at all. You can hold that much safer, even further back here from that kind of angle. Now, the reason we reinforce the left side here and not the right side is because it gives the attackers a less favorable angle. So because we've opened that, if the attackers are here, all they can see is from this wall to the left. They can't really see much else. Yes, you can see into walk in there, but you can't see through into like the site behind this reinforcement. You just see a sort of a useless bit of the site where no one's really going to be standing unless you were peeking this wall. Like, you know, you're not just going to be stood here for any reason, are you? You wouldn't really be stood here. It's just not a place to stand, and it's the same thing here. That's why we reinforce the right side of this wall, because the only angle the attackers then get is like looking back towards the bomb, a place that you wouldn't really be standing. Like, you wouldn't really be over here at any point either. It'd never really be stood here. Whereas if you were to leave this side soft, obviously from that window they'd be able to cut off the whole site. So yeah, from here, a good anchor spot this to be able to go that way, that way, that way. I mean, you can see here, look at the angles that you're like up against. Even one of the strongest anchor points on the site, it's soft above. You've got this window to worry about. You've got this window here to worry about. Got the door here to worry about. You've got the line of sight there, even though we made that ourselves, and also the door over there, plus house stairs you can get an angle onto from here as well. Just a really difficult site to play. This is obviously the strongest anchor point around here because there's no verticality. You can make head holes, oh sorry, C4 holes across the top of this wall to try and deny a plant if you want to. As you can probably tell, by my tone of voice, to be honest with you, I just don't think it's a very good site at all. And you get backed into a corner here. Oh, it's a Japanese toilet. Look, it's got the buttons on the side. That one wipes your arse, I think. Wonder what that one was flush. Never thought I'd be talking about the possibilities of a Japanese toilet on YouTube. Anyway, that's what I think of this site. Don't play it, in my humble opinion. Unless, of course, 5 of you know what you're doing and you know exactly what each other are going to be doing. Because no one, bear in mind, no one knows how to attack this site either, because no one ever attacks it. So if you can come up with a decent strat, then by all means get it used. But just for your general rank games, I don't think it's a particularly good site. Get started with what I think is the strongest site to defend in all of ranked in Rainbow Six. I think this is the hardest side to attack and the easiest side to defend. So we've used 7 reinforcements. We've got the 2 walls that go from back throne to maintenance, the 2 walls that go from back throne into barrels, the 2 walls that go from armory onto the bottom yellow stairs area. That's 6. Then finally the split hatch. This area here is called split, by the way, because when you go in you can go left or right. That's why it's called split. I don't know why I'm saying that. I'm sure everybody knows that, but I'll tell you anyway. Split hatch. Now, when it comes to lines and sights and rotates, on this site, there's really not that many. The site setup is super easy, but there's one thing that I see everybody make the mistake of, and I don't think you should do it. But everybody puts feet holes all the way along here. Now, feet holes is the right thing to do here, and I'll tell you why in a second. but not all the way along. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what to do first, and then I'm going to show you what not to do. But please don't do what not to do. So first things first is feet holes like this. Let me just make sure I don't take too much of that away. That there is perfect. So why is this good, and why is what I'm going to show you in a minute is bad? This is good because you can now stand back here, obviously providing this wall's not open and providing there's no vertical above you. Because this side, by the way, this side of the site is soft to here. This bit isn't soft. This is soft. But then this side over in throne, all this is hard floor. None of this is soft floor. So you can, one of the reasons why it's one of the strongest sides is you can stand back here and it's one of the strongest anchor points. If this wall's open, you go behind here. If that wall's open, you'd go behind there. If this wall's open, you just go behind here. It's a really strong anchor point. This feet hole scenario. So you're here. You're now going to be able to see someone's ankles walk in. And obviously we see ankles, we shoot heads, right? If you open it all the way, and let me just show you what the attackers see from here as well. Okay, you get to here. The attackers were to go prone and peek it. The attackers have to really peek around, and all they see is the pillar, which is there. What I see people... This isn't what not to do. Please don't do this. What I see people do is make feet all the way across. Now, what benefit does that give you? Literally nothing when you're holding this angle. Because you're going to see their ankles here and shoot heads at this point anyway. So this whole area here is not necessary. All this does is gives the attackers a long prone angle from here right the way into back furnace, all the way back there. And this is a strong anchor point as well. So right the way back here. There's no vertical here. You can play here and be safe. You're safe in the vertical. You can hold this breach. You can hold split. You can hold the dragon walking if you were to go here, like where these feet holes would normally be. But if you make them all the way across, the attackers can go prone here. Oh, go prone here. And just see back furnace there. And you can't really do anything about it. As a defender, like this angle here, like it's not like they have to go here and do it, where they're a bit more exposed. It's going to literally be way back here. Don't do it. Don't go that far over. Just go halfway along that wall to about there. That's perfectly fine. If you go any longer, it just detriments the guy who's probably going to be playing down by furnace there. In terms of other lines of sides and rotates, you want to make a C4 hole just here. And then a C4 hole just here. Reason being is if this yellow wall gets opened, the main plant spot then is up on here, tucked in behind this pillar, or even just tucked here behind these boxes. If you make that C4 hole, it gives you the opportunity from here to be able to throw a C4 over to where that default plant spot's going to be and try and deny the plant from there. If they get the yellow wall open and they get into sight behind this pillar, it's almost impossible to stop the plant, depending on what they're holding, obviously. I did do a video on how to attack this site, and if you go like A. Littleton how to attack theme park throne room, I'm sure it'll come up on YouTube. And there is a methodical way of doing it, but everyone opens this wall and this wall, but the much easier way of doing it is opening this wall because there's vertical above it, so you can clear out people who would be holding that area. You can't clear out this back area. So like I say, you open this wall and someone just sits behind there. Anyway, enough about how to attack. This is how we set it up defensively. Another thing you want to do is make holes above each wall to be able to impact trick. Impact tricking, for those of you that don't know, is where you have an impact grenade and somebody puts a thermite charge. I say somebody. Thermite puts a thermite charge on the other side of this wall. If you throw an impact grenade directly where I was going to try and show you with the C4, but it doesn't really work as well. If you were to throw an impact grenade right there, the explosion splash damage would splash down onto the thermite charge and destroy the thermite charge. So when they put the thermite charge on, throw an impact at the top of the wall there, and it'll destroy the thermite charge on the other side. Same goes for Habana, same goes for Ace. With Ace, you can be anti-impact trick. You can throw it really far down. Obviously, with Thermite, the lowest you can put it down is about there. So it gets Thermites almost every time, depending on, like, if they put the Thermite there and you throw it up here, you're not going to get it. So you've just got to listen for the sound and then chuck it up. You're definitely going to have to play somebody off-site. You can't give all this area away for free. Somebody upstairs is generally the play, because even if you're late coming back from a roam, like you get back to here, you can still be upstairs here, and because of the balcony, you can have a drastic effect on what happens on Dragon Door late into the round. A really nice angle that gets you a kill, honestly, almost every time, is a head hole here. And people run in from Gong there, and they never check this angle. So that door there is what leads to Gong here. This door. They never, ever check this angle. So at the start of the round, first 20-30 seconds, stand there, wait for the guy to rush in gong, get a free kill. What else is worth mentioning on this site? You definitely need at least one, maybe two people upstairs. You can't give away, like, they could be here within 30 seconds if you don't have anyone upstairs, or you don't have anyone roaming, and you just can't give that away. The other thing to think about is the other side of the site, which goes towards drug, and sometimes I make feet holes just along the corner here. Just means from split, if anyone starts coming through drug, I wouldn't go prone, because if you go prone, if you go prone, you're prone to being headshot. If they see your feet, they know the heads are the same level. So you can like hold this type of angle here. So anyone that comes through drug, which is here, walks into lab. You know, they're looking at this area, looking at barrels. By the time they get to here, you can have an angle. You can have an angle on them on for split door there. So obviously be careful. They can also do the same with you because they're further away from this angle as well. But they're not usually expecting it. But that's thrown. And I think it's the strongest site in the game. There's a few banners you can shoot if you want to do a bit of aim warming up. I think it's the strongest site in the game. Did I mention that head hole is exactly the same for throwing C4 onto the default plant? But yeah, I think that's about it. Let's get on to the next one. On to bunk and daycare then, and this is the next best site in my opinion. I know a lot of people prefer initiation and office. I don't mind that site. I think this one's slightly better, so my channel, my rules. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. Right, let's look at the reinforcements. We've used 8, so we've got 2 here on the bunk wall that goes through to initiation. The left-hand side of the bunk wall that goes through to break room. We've then got the single waiting, well, one, I say single, it's a double wall, but we've reinforced one side of it. So the right-hand side of the waiting room through to office. We've then done the 2 daycare walls at the bottom of daycare that goes through to cafe. The left-hand side and right-hand side are left soft. I'll go through why shortly. And finally, we've got the 2 walls that go through into office that come out to top yellow stairs. They're both reinforced as well. So, in terms of lines of sights and rotates, your first rotate's going to go at the back here. This is going to give you a rotate from break through to upper arcade. And this goes here because if you end up in break room here and someone goes on this rappel or this rappel, there's no way out other than this door. So being able to get out that way is nice. Also gives you an angle towards waiting room from here. And if you get pushed from there, bear in mind, if they go on waiting room, they can also just hold this door. So if you're at this side of the door, you can come out, come around and fight on a different angle that you might need to do. If that rotate's not there and you're just stuck in break here, the only way out is through this door, and they can just hold from this double door here. So you always want to make this rotate. You've then got a rotate in sight. To be honest, it doesn't make a great deal of difference where you put the rotate in sight here. The only thing you don't want to do is put it in line of that window. You don't want to leave it so someone can just come through the rotate here and get picked off from this window. You want to make it so you can come in and out without getting through that window. That's the only thing, really. You can put it more to the left if you want to. We're then going to make feet holes on either side of this wall here. So, cafe is probably the most popular place to push for this site. The 2 places you're going to mainly have to watch is cafe double and waiting double, which is over here. This is called waiting room because there's some benches in there. And it's also called waiting room on the map as well. I never really looked at that before. So yeah, coming out of cafe here, reinforcing these 2 double doors stops the enemy. It's double doors, what? These 2 double walls stops the attackers looking all the way through sight if they were to just have if this was left soft. Now the reason we make the 2 side walls soft is because if they were to open this or they were to open this, they don't really get an angle on anything. Like, oh, you can see that wall from there. Like, oh, you can see that door and that wall from there. Not really like an angle you need to worry about as a defender. But it means when they come out of cafe, and if they turn right, you can shoot them through the feet holes. And obviously, if they turn left, you can also shoot them through the feet holes. Now, to take advantage of those feet holes, you're generally going to have someone behind the bomb who's playing around this area. And as soon as they see him come out the cafe there, again, see ankles, shoot heads. And again, see ankles, shoot heads. So that just gives you a way of stopping. If all 4 walls of these 4 at the bottom of here are reinforced, they can just walk out of cafe and go whichever direction they want free of charge without getting contested. Always want to open this hatch, and then you can hold down into barrels window because that's usually a good rush point as well. Someone either comes bottom arcade on the window down there, or will come round from barrels as well, so you can just hold that from here. It also means later in the round, if you're getting pushed from like hit this angle here and you need to drop and C4, bear in mind only half of the floor is C4able. C4able? I don't know if that's a word, but you know what I mean. Where this floor starts here, these wood panels, that's where it becomes C4able from. And that is where throne room starts as well. So this is the edge of barrel walls here. I'll just show you. Remember we were talking about on that previous side when we were saying in throne, there's no soft wall. So this is the barrels wall here. So as soon as you step over here, we're now above throne. As soon as you step above here, we're still above barrel. So if you need to drop and C4 barrels, you can. And don't forget, all of daycare is soft floor as well. So you can drop and C4 from there. Other lines of sights that you need to consider about, or why we've reinforced this, actually. Let's get on to this next. If you don't reinforce this, I'm not really going to be able to show you what the effects are because I've already reinforced it. But they could be in this room here. You could open a line of sight there. And that there means they can cut off most of bunks. Yeah, I don't like that this is called bunks, by the way. This is, I'm going off on a tangent here, but why is this called bunks? Like, there's no bunks here. There's a mattress on the deck. I mean, nobody wants to be sleeping on that. I can smell that mattress by looking at it. But there's no bunks. I don't know why it's called bunks. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, if you were to do that, if you leave that soft, there's an angle that can be cut all the way through the site there from that reinforcement there. Don't get me wrong, they could hard breach if they want to. But you're just making things difficult for them by reinforcing it. And, you know, you've got the spare reinforcements anyway. Now, one reinforcement that I tend to like to do is on this soft wall, which goes from Cafe, and this soft wall, which goes into Vault as well. Now, a little trick here is you can actually, or I don't know if you can anymore. I haven't done it for a little while. I used to be able to. Can you still vault on this? Used to be able to vault on the banister. I haven't done this for ages. I'm just going to have a little test whilst you talk amongst yourselves. Used to be able to vault on the banister, run down the banister, and then vault onto here. It was... I don't think you can anymore. They must have taken it away. Because you used to get a vault command quite easily at the top. It wasn't like... When you wanted to vault on there, it wasn't like difficult to do. It was... Oh. Oh. Oh, I thought we were going to get it then. If we run down... No, I think they must have taken it out. Because you... The vault commanders used to be there every time. Like, it wasn't... you know, sometimes you've got to find a pixel to be able to vault. Yeah, they must have taken it out. So, anyway, you can still reinforce these two walls. Just go around through into Cafe and reinforce it. Why do we want to reinforce it? Because if you don't, they can make a soft breach here and then can hold this angle all the way down the corridor. And it's just a nice angle to be able to hold for the attackers. If they were to have a book from here, you know, and they can hold here, or even cut around into sight there. And obviously, they can do the same from that side as well. So I would argue that they are good walls to reinforce. Other than that, you need to have somebody over on the other side of the map. So you've got to have somebody around waiting room, probably starting in cache, which is this room here. Starting cache and kill a couple of drones that come through the cache door. Maybe a drone that comes through Dragon. Maybe the security hatch gets open and you can get a few drones that way. But really what you're doing is just wasting time here. You're not going to hang around this side of the map for very long. Couple of drones, drop back to waiting, maybe come then round here, get a couple of drones that have come down from the security hatch, which is over there, and then fall back into sight. Now, there is another option you can do here. You can make a rotate here or make a rotate here, and you can then extend into initiation. You could maybe like castle this door off, make a line of sight here, reinforce this wall, make a line of sight here so you can hold the hatch. I have seen people extend into initiation. I'm not a great fan of it. I prefer reinforcing, extending to here. You're not... Well, let me start again. I prefer reinforcing, playing a roam here, killing a few drones, getting a bit of intel, bit of intel off the board, make them use like a couple of flashbangs, make them use a Sophia charge, whatever they need to use to get you off this position, and then just fall back. Obviously, if you're falling back here, watch out for office, watch out for cache door, and then fall back into site. I like this site. Oh, what? I nearly forgot my go-to trick here. Go-to trick. Make a hole in this wall, and then go prone and make an absolute ratty punch hole here, and you can hold the yellow stairs in relative safety. You can also, at the end of the round, when they've run out of ideas and they've run out of waiting room, which this always happens, what attackers will do will just bait this angle here and try and get kills from behind the bomb. And then eventually they know they've got to run out here, and obviously it's a very dangerous place to be. You can get peeked from everywhere out here. But generally they'll get out here and like look here, and what's the first thing you notice about this angle? Is the massive hole in the wall, not the punch hole at the bottom. So, yeah, that works really well for holding all this corridor. And that is bunk break room. Not bunk break room. I've messed it up right at the very end. Bunk daycare, sorry. Onto initiation and office then, and we're going to get started here in office. First of all, leave this wall soft. We'll come on to why in a second. The two walls from office out into the top yellow area. The left-hand side office wall out into waiting. The left-hand side office wall out into cache. We're over to initiation. Oh, I have not reinforced this. Please excuse me. Just talk amongst yourselves for a second. I thought I'd done this. Apologies. The left-hand side wall from initiation out into security, and then the 2 walls from initiation out into bunks. Now, in terms of rotates and lines of sight, your main rotate is going to be here. This enables you to get out of office if you need to and attack onto the waiting door. If you can't have this rotate here, the only way out is through this door here, so they can just hold one angle. Again, we've talked about this before, making the attackers worry about where you're going to peek from. If they're both reinforced, you can only peek from here. They only have to worry about one angle. Give them multiple things to worry about. We've then got head holes here from office into cache, and this again is so you can peek from here. You can hold dragon from here, but it just means that if you reinforce both of those, the only place you can peek from is here, and it just means they can hold one angle from there or one angle from out behind these boxes here. Having that there means that they could have got to worry about this as well. You might not peek from here. You might not peek from here ever, but at least give them something to worry about. Same thought process over here on the security wall. This one's probably more important, I'd say, because this is one of the most popular ways in. Through the hatch here, you've got the window here to worry about, and you've also got the door at the back to top dragon. But again, it means you can peek from here. I can peek from here. Which side am I going to peek? Who knows? Nobody knows. Gone back that way. You thought I was going that way. That's the whole point. If this is reinforced, it means you can only hold it from the door. All they need to do is roll one Candela through here, and it completely flushes the area out. They can drop the hatch, and now they've got security. Whereas if you stood here, you can look away from the Candela. You know what I mean. I'm not going to teach you how to defend. I mean, maybe we'll do a defend video one day, but in terms of setup, leave that side soft. Also, you've got to think about, when you leave these head holes, also think about what do the attackers get for it. So if the attacker was to be here, and this head hole's there, like, what does he get for it? The attacker gets to look at that wall there. Like, the attacker gets nothing from this being open. It's not like it extends way into sight. It's not like it looks all the way this way. Do you know what I mean? It looks at a wall where, realistically, no one's going to be stood here. Like, no one's just... Unless you're peeking and holding this, no one's going to be stood here anyway. So it's not like you're opening yourself up to get shot from a different place you didn't think you were going to. You're also going to put another rotate here. Only a little one here, and this will just give you an ability to get into initiation. If they're at the back of the site here, holding behind the shrine or whatever this is called, like holding this door from there or from there, the only way in is through this door. Well, not if you make this rotate. You can come in through here and try and get an angle onto where they're holding you from. One thing to think about, by the way, and this is, depending on what elo you're in, this is a really good trick for attack as well. If you go if you put a thermite charge on this wall, right up next to this wall here, right up as close as you can to this solid wall, when the thermite charge goes off, because it's right next to this reinforcement, it blows a hole in this reinforcement as well. So it comes across to about here, like it makes a decent sized hole. So what I tend to do is just destroy this wall and don't give them an opportunity to put a thermite charge on there. They don't get anything for that. Like, there's not a great deal of like things you've lost there by doing it. The only thing is they could go on this rappel and they could hold down the corridor there, which they could do anyway just by shooting a hole in the wall. So it just, trust me, by opening that wall and stopping that thermite charge from getting this wall, it saves you a lot of pain, because you can bandit or cade this wall, and if thermite comes to this side of the wall and puts his thermite charge on the wall here, it's still going to open regardless of if it's electrified. I've also reinforced the 2 walls here in Kafe, just like we did on the previous site, and for the exact same reason. You're going to need somebody holding this side of the map. You can't all be through waiting double. A bit like when we talked about holding bunks and daycare. You've got to have somebody this side of the map. Well, when you're holding over here, you've got to have somebody this side of the map. So we've done the same thing there. We've made the made the feet hole so we can hold someone coming out of Kafe. And again, we're going to go back to the back of breaker room here and make the same rotate again. And again, that's just so you can run out of there, peek onto top arcade, come back in, peek into waiting if you need to, come back around this side, peek the corridor. You could even make the same rotate here and just basically make the same setup. It's a way of getting between the 2 rooms. But you've got to have somebody over this side. Again, like security is a popular way in. From here again, Cafe is another popular way in. People fight their way into Cafe. If nobody's holding this side of the map, they can walk from Cafe. All they've got to worry about is this one door, walk to here, put a thermite charge on this wall, put an ace charge on that wall, and they're already in. A couple of final things to show you, and one is this wall here that we talked about earlier that we're keeping soft. We're going to make a rotate here. 2 reasons. One, you can now hold the stairs. Have I got no ammo in the shotgun? Oh, no, I have. From here, you can now hold the stairs. Below the stairs. But, more importantly, you can also hold anyone coming out from Kafe. Whereas normally, they're only worried about the waiting double door. From here. Well, now you can hold them from the other side as well. I've done a lot of running around here, I'm sorry. From here. Like I say, holding the stairs is really important, though. Just bear in mind that if they... Oh yeah, I don't think I've mentioned... Did I not mention all the reinforcements? I don't think I did. You also reinforce this Kafe wall, because if you're opening this, you don't want this to be soft, because you don't want them to just book this open and then just walk across here. If this gets open, you've got to be conscious that they could just walk across this gangway and then into vault and into side. So, but reinforcing it, they don't usually open it. Oh, if they do, you're going to get a big sound command anyway, so just hold on to it. And that there is pretty much it, apart from the final thing. In fact, two final things. One is a line of sight down here. And we make this so you can play in the back of cache, and this is where I normally play on this site. Play like Wamai with an ACOG or Malusi with an ACOG, and now you can hold waiting double. So now when they walk through waiting double, they've got all sorts of angles to worry about. Got to worry about the door, the rotate, the door, the rotate, the line of sight there into cache, the line of sight there into cache, long angle from Dragon. Like, there's so many angles you can get shot from on that waiting double. Opening this line of sight just means there's one more for them to worry about. And the final thing, the final pièce de la résistance, is exactly what we did over in break room on the other side. Make a hole here. Make a punch hole here, and you can hold security door and top dragon. I don't know what it is about theme park. Punch holes work really well for me. Again, if you were an attacker and you just drop security hatch and you had a look this way, what's the first thing that you see there? Is this big hole. We can barely even see the punch hole because of the nature of what the wall's made from, but you look at this first, not this. And by the time you look at this, you're already dead from this punch hole that we've made. That is initiation and office. I do like this site. You know, I said I like bunk daycare as well, but I do like this site. This one's fun. There's a lot of setup, though. If you're playing this site, you've definitely got to make sure everyone knows what they're doing in terms of setup, because there's like 10 reinforcements that we've used. We've made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rotates, I think. Lines of sight here, lines of sight here, lines of sight over there. Like, there's a lot of setup to be doing, so you need to make sure you're on with it all. Finally, then, we're on to storage and lab, although lab and drug is what most people call it. Did this used to be called drug? I feel like this used to be called drug or drug storage, and now it's just called storage. I've always called it drug, and I don't think you would have just called that for no reason. Anyway, rotates, we've used 6, so we've got the 2 walls to barrels, and these are absolutely imperative. So from the corridor outside the lab double through into barrels, we've then got the right-hand side wall looking out again from lab into the corridor. The 3 walls on the left-hand side, leaving only the right-hand side soft on lab out to the corridor. And that is... Wait, is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Yeah, that's right. There's no reinforcements to do around like the toilet area. There's nothing to... No soft walls in here. And we don't reinforce this, and I'll tell you why in a second. And we don't reinforce this, and I'll tell you why in a second. Lines of sight and rotates. First one... It needs to be really tight to the wall to hold here a rotate between sites. Means you can peek onto the window from here if you need to. Again, thing is though, if you're playing this site, don't start peeking this window to begin with, because every like 1.6 KD wannabe champion is going to be stood on this window baiting kills, expecting you to peek. You don't need to peek, but it just means that you can hold that window from somewhere far back like this if they were to jump in, and also come back through if we need to. And again, it gives you another way of getting back into the site. So if you were in this room and they were holding this door, coming through this way would give you another way of getting back into the site for whatever reason. It just gives you more maneuverability. The attackers get nothing from it. They can't hold the angle from here because of the nature of what's outside here. They can't hold a tight angle. They can't see anything through it. The angle's too tight. We're then going to make the same feet holes we did for throne, but they don't make them very like... When I say don't make them high up, don't make them like waist holes. Make sure they are feet holes. So point your shotgun a bit closer to the floor than you normally would, probably. And this is the exact same thing we talked about with when holding throne. Sorry, you can play behind this bomb here, and anyone that pushes out is split from throne room, or anyone that's pushing down the corridor here, you're going to be able to shoot the feet as they come out. can also go around to here, and if this wall gets open, hold barrels. Although from here, you don't want to be standing here, really. It's a dangerous place to be. In terms of this wall, open this up there. You can now stand on here and hold the window. Also means if anyone jumps through the window, you can launch a C4 through there. I would also make feet holes just there as well. For anyone that walks through from bathroom, you can stand here and stop them. Also, the C4 goes obviously over towards the bomb, where if they were to walk through from bathroom, you're going to be able to deny the plant there as well. If they were to come through this way, they're not going to be looking at these feet holes here, and you're going to be able to get an angle on them there. Bear in mind, you don't want to make too many feet holes because they can also hold it from the window here. There is also, you can impact trick this as well. This wall sometimes tries to be open, but obviously because you can shotgun the top of it, this goes for any wall on the map where you can shotgun the top. It just means now you could impact the top of the ceiling here, and again it would destroy whatever hard breach is on that wall. If you like, the best anchor points around here is this sort of area here to hold into split. Obviously there's no soft wall here, so you're safe around this area. You can hold there as well. Then the other one is just far back in storage here. A good strat is to place a shield here. I mean, you are penned into a corner, but it means you're really secure here. The soft wall for cafe, by the way, above doesn't start here. This is the cafe balcony. The soft wall for the cafe starts here. So like, you're safe to stand here. The only thing is, obviously, you're prone to grenades, because if you get grenaded from the window, you've sort of got only way to go is here, and you're going to get shot from the window, or here, and you're probably going to get pushed from the window as well. So it's not... You can be flushed out, but it's a super secure place to play until they start throwing things at you. Bear in mind, somebody's probably going to launch themselves through this window here, so get some kind of proxy mine, goo mine, LMI mine, whatever you want to do, a notification someone's come through that window. But also, here's a solid place to play as well late in the round. No one ever checks that corner as they push in. They're so worried about what's in this room. Bosh, another nice place to hide. I don't like this site personally. We've talked about this before on other sites, but this sort of reminds me of one of those sites where if all 5 people know what they're doing, then it's great. But in Pro League, when Theme was on the comp playlist, it's not anymore, but when it was, this was a very popular site. But again, ranked isn't comp, and what works in comp doesn't work in ranked. But this was a popular site then. It's a tough one to hold, I think, personally, because there's so many just easy ways in. Window there, window back there. You've definitely got to have somebody above around this area to be able to, this is cafe, like I said, be able to hold that. And yeah, not my favourite site. I don't hate it. I think, did I talk about this, by the way? These walls, you've got to reinforce these, because otherwise they just open these walls and all of a sudden they can just see through all of the site. Like, just look how, because it's a double door, it's so expansive. If someone does defend this site, just like go to this window, get yourself in barrels and open this with ace, and then just go back and hold it, and you'll get 3 kills. Just watch out for the hatch in case they're above. So that's Lab and Storage, or Lab and Drug. Again, not my favourite site. I don't think it's horrendous, but I just think the other 3 are better than this. With Aviator Games, and I'm using Maestro here because I can show you a good Maestro setup. It's pretty common these days, but let's go through the reinforcements first. Starting here, and this, by the way, is a bone of contention, which we'll come on to shortly. Starting here in Games, we've got the left-hand side wall of the Games wall to top main. We've got the double wall into Study. We've got the vault wall. So 1, 2, 3, 4... And then we've got the wall on the left-hand side that also goes into Study from Aviators. Now, in terms of rotates and lines of sight, you want a line of sight across here. I think I just said line of sight. Don't know what that means, but a line of sight. It's so much easier using Maestro for the setups with this shotgun, by the way. Line of sight there. You want a little line of sight there. You want to rotate here. I'll go on to why we're doing this in a second. Like, I always try and get that. I know a lot of setup videos like, oh yeah, you want to do this, this, and this. And then sometimes you sort of stood there like, yeah, but why? Why do I want to do that? Feet holes here. Feet holes here. And we'll talk about this wall in a second. So, why do we make those lines of sight? Well, let's just go back into Aviator for the time being. We do this line of sight so you can hold Study door from here. Now, the reason you do that is if you don't make that line of sight, and let's just say you reinforce that wall, anyone that comes in Study only needs to worry about 2 places. They need to worry about that door, and they need to worry about this door. By having that line of sight open, it means you can hold onto the Study door and not just give this away for free. Like, if you didn't have that line of sight there, you could just frag that door or flash that door, take 1 gunfight this way, and then you're in the room. You can't do that whilst this line of sight. Excuse me, I've just burped. Apologies. I just had my dinner. It's spaghetti bolognese. It's just come back up. Apologies. You can't do that whilst this line of sight's open here. Gives you another nice angle. You want a little line of sight here, because that means you can hold into Study from here as well. If you make it a little bit further over, you can even go back and hold the Study door from here as well. Also means you can hold the study window from here, because you can't hold the study window from anywhere else. Like, you can't hold it from here. You can't get an angle to outside from here. The only other place you could hold it would be top main. But from here now, you can hold into study. Anyone that crosses study, you can fight onto that there. Now, I normally reinforce this wall and just do feet holes here. The reason I do that is if you don't reinforce this wall, you normally make feet holes all the way along. And the reason we make feet holes there is because you can hold an angle like this behind the bar, and you're going to see their feet come down from 90 before you see the before they see you. And again, we see the feet, but we aim head height. The problem with not reinforcing this wall, it does give you an advantage because you get the feet holes all the way down to like here. But the problem with it is they can hide their feet behind the feet holes, and they can then shoot through the soft wall and get an angle to behind the bar from here, which I don't think is very advantageous for the defenders. So I would reinforce this wall. We've then got feet holes here for when the attackers push top main. They get to here, they're nowhere near the door yet, and you're already taking their ankles off from behind the bar. Here. Now, obviously, again, taking their ankles off, you see their ankles, we aim head height, or at least chest height, so you've got doing a bit more damage and the recoil will take you up, but you want to be doing chest height. In terms of C4s and smokes, you can make an angle here, and anyone with a C4 can play behind the bar. Usual plant spot is behind this vault door here, so as long as you can throw a C4 into that sort of area there, you're going to be denying the plant. In terms of Maestro and why we're playing Maestro, you want to be putting a cam on 90. Then get rid of the hatch. What that means is the attackers can't go and knife that. Sorry, I've actually put that camera in the incorrect place there, because you can just walk along the back of the hatch there. So there's a mistake. Put it further over on the edge of that window there, because then they can't run up and knife it. Obviously, where I put it there, they can. Please don't make me re-record it and put it there, but let me just say put it there. And then get rid of the hatch. Go and do the same thing in study, but first also do the same thing here. Well, not the same thing because there's no hatch here, but tuck a Maestro cam in behind here. You will not believe how many times this doesn't get noticed. And even if it does get noticed, the amount of drones that are going to come through the north side, through this door, they're going to start droning out towards 90, droning out towards seeing what's in zombie. This is called zombie because there's like a zombie figure here. This is zombie door. There's going to be so many drones that come through here. Even if you can get, say, 2-3 drones with this Maestro cam before it gets destroyed, that's value for the Maestro cam. Then we're going to do the same thing over in study. This time you can put it right in the corner. And get rid of the hatch again. Now, if you wanted to, because Maestro has a bailiff, you could even play observation blockers here and put an observation blocker here just before the hatch. So when a drone comes in, they don't know that the Maestro camera's there. You could do the same on 90 again as well. But really solid operator to play on this site, and it just means you're going to be able to stop any drones coming into study. You can see onto zombie door here as well. You're going to be able to stop any drones coming out of statue, going down to 90. And again, any drones coming from top main and also coming from top red as well. It basically just gives you like a perimeter protection for drones and information around the site, and it forces attackers to use things like ash charges, Zof charges, Gon 6s, things they don't want to use to get rid of Maestro cams. They want to use it to get rid of other utility. You force them to use it to get rid of those there. But that's this site. In terms of defending it quickly, you definitely want to have a couple of people over on the north side, 100%. You've got to defend this area of the map. You can't give all of this area away for free and have the attackers just turning up here before they start getting challenged. You've got to have a defender or two. I recommend a Legion. Put a goo mine on this door. Put a goo mine on bathroom door. A goo mine on the stairs. And the Legion just play around this area here, holding into master. And also holding onto bathroom. Probably put a rotate here, like you normally would if you were defending statue and trophy. To be able to fight there. And here, and all around this area. What you can then do is even drop this area if you want to, or just fall back into pig or wolf. Pig or wolf is this room here. It's called pig or wolf because there's a pig and there's a wolf. I usually call it wolf, and it means this is wolf window. Some people call this pig though. Usually it's called wolf. Yeah, you can play there, then like back off down here, back off down 90, wherever you need to. Just try and waste as much time as you can when it comes to the north side. Depends what elo you're in. Generally, sort of higher elo will push from this side of the map. Lower elo will push from balcony and study balcony side of the map. But that's how I set up Aviator Games. A good site, but I mean, I've done this one first because it's the most popular. I actually think Statue Trophy is a better site.
So just between sites, I just want to dive in and just say thank you very much. I don't normally say this in videos and say, oh, please like, subscribe, comment, and all that sort of stuff. I appreciate everyone who's got involved with the channel recently. The growth over the last like 2 or 3 months since SI, I've seen the views across a 28-day average double on the channel, and I'm really, really grateful to you. Yes, you who watches the video. Thank you very much for getting involved. And if you haven't, please subscribe. Let's get on with the sites. On to statue trophy then, and we'll stick with the Maestro. I'll show you one cheeky camera you can use. Cheeky, I've just said. Cheeky camera you can use on this side. So first of all, we've used only 4 reinforcements. The 2 right side statue walls, leave the left side off. The middle bathroom wall. And the middle trophy wall or astronomy wall, whichever side you're sitting on. In terms of lines of sights and rotates, quick one, bottom right of this wall means you can hold the bottom of red stairs. That's red stairs there. Means you can hold red stairs there. Also this one. This means you can hold anyone coming out of memo. That there is the dining door, so you can hold anyone coming out of dining door. You want to rotate in the usual place here. I can just use an impact for that. I'll rotate here in the Astro. Oh, into Astro. We then need the usual lines of sight on the left side of the wall here. And also over into closet. Reason being is now the closet window there, it just doesn't make quite as tidy rotates, does it, the ACS? That there is the closet window, so we can now hold onto that window there as well. It also means we can hold the master window from here, not just from this one door, which is where most people hold it from. This line of sight like came into the game like 3 years ago. It never used to be standard. It's like sort of 2 or 3 years old, but everybody does it now. But it just means you can, again, like we talked about before with lines of sight, you can challenge from different angles, different places. And that enables you to challenge study window, so pretty much nobody can jump in there. And then obviously onto master as well. Other lines of sight that you want, I use feet holes here. Just so you can hold this angle onto that window there, onto study, or you can even go a little bit further back. And you can just use it for as soon as anyone jumps in, you'll see their feet before they see you. We see ankles, we shoot heads, ideally. This line of sight here as well also gives you a nice little angle onto the window over there, over in master. Just be careful of the drone hole though, because you do get your ankles shot off if you stand here for too long. The only thing, I don't know what these suitcases are made of, but it takes about like a full mag of an assault rifle to destroy these. I mean, this shotgun does a lot of damage, and look how long it's taken to get rid of them there. So you can go on rappel out there, and you can even hold this yourself as a defender. For when someone's about to rappel up, you can shoot those, and then just get ready for someone to rappel up down here. I've got a couple of kills this way. Just remember that it works both ways. They can shoot you through there as well. Other lines of sight you might want to consider is here in the back of Astro. This then gives you a line of sight outside a kitchen door and through into bikes. So that's on one ping there. You can see that's there. So anyone coming out of bikes here, or bike storage, or mudroom, can come through here, and as they're going to come up Astro, you're going to smoke them from there. Another really nice angle to watch the same sort of area, and this one's a little bit safer. Normally you'd be playing around here holding that. Another nice angle is in behind the this flight case here. Where are we? No, is it this side of the flight? Hang on a minute, I'm doubting myself here. What side of the flight case is it? Is it through there? Yeah, sorry, it is this side of the flight case. That's the bottom of Astro stairs there. I thought the angle you could see it from like here, but you have to come further back. So yeah, that's the bottom of Astro stairs there. Like that's the corner of Astro. This is a really nice angle to hold Astro from, because you're never going to get shot on this angle. Whereas if you hold this angle, this is much more common, and attackers will usually look up here as they're walking up Astro stairs as well. And obviously you've got the worry of bathroom stairs. One little ratty trick I highly recommend you do is make a punch hole down at the bottom right hand side of this barricade reinforcement. So when an attacker's over on trophy door here, they're always going to be looking at this like huge hole in the wall, and this here just doesn't come to the doesn't get their attention straight away. Probably the best way of saying it, but obviously it means you can hold trophy from here as well. It's a bit of a rat angle. You might get caught out a few times. You're probably going to get a few times from it, a few kills from it a few times as well. The other things to consider are much like we talked about when defending AV and games. You're going to need to have some presence over this side of the map as well. So we said you needed presence over there when you're defending here, and you need presence over here when you're defending over there. Probably reinforce this wall so you can peek onto the study door from here, and then also from here as well.
Because if you leave that wall soft, it's like kind of difficult to play around this area because you've got nothing to protect you. But what I would generally say is like play around this area, kill 3 or 4 drones, and then get out. Obviously, you've got the classic line of sight that goes over onto the balcony where a lot of attackers are going to be over there as well. The Maestro cam that I was going to mention to you is to deny this hard breach here. So this is normally like there's an ace charge or a couple of banner pallets that end up on there. Put the Maestro camera in behind here. And then if they do start hard breaching, you can just get it off the wall. It's also going to give you info for bathroom. And then when attackers come through here and start pushing bathroom, they're not even going to loot behind it and see there unless you've made it obvious that he's there already. So it does give you a bit of info, but it can also deny that hard breach there as well. Other than that, that's pretty much it for this site. I actually prefer this site to AV and games. I don't know why. I just feel like it's a bit easier to defend. You can be a little bit more flexible with it. You haven't got the study directly outside, which causes problems. Yes, you've got master balcony, but I feel like it's harder to push in from master balcony than it is from study. But I just prefer this one. Never has a shoot the thing been more relevant than this bloody gramophone. It's so loud. I actually don't mind the tunes that come out of that compared to the mind-numbing stuff that comes out of the radios. Anyway, let's get on with the setup. So we're on to dining and kitchen then, which is another really solid site. The only thing is you've got to play upstairs for sure, because all of this ceiling above is soft. If the attackers get upstairs control, it really spells a problem for you downstairs. The good news is that when it comes to setting up upstairs, you pretty much do the same thing that we've just talked about when it comes to statue and trophy. You do the middle wall of the Astro to trophy wall, and you do the 2 right-hand walls of the statue wall out into master. Same line of sight there. Open this hatch. And the same line of sight here. So this same line of sight does exactly the same job to cover the study window, to hold the master window. And again, make that same line of sight that we made down here to hold into bottom red stairs if you want to. Also the same line of sight here, a memo. Just be aware that if attackers get top floor, they can then hold this angle on you, so don't start walking through that door if you lose top floor control. So again, you hold on top floor for as long as you can. It's going to be pretty busy up here. There's going to be fusees, rams, bucks, sledges, trying to take this control off you. Again, take 2 or 3 drones, 4 drones with you. If you can get a kill or 2, absolutely incredible. And then drop down and go back to site and defend site. One thing to consider is this wall here, which I've already reinforced, is this small wall. This leads down to the basement stairs. So if somebody sneaks up basement stairs and you haven't reinforced this wall, it can cause real problems. What you see all the time, well not all the time, but what I tend to do when I'm attacking and it works really well is if they don't reinforce this, bring a book through basement, book this wall once and it gives you a line of sight like pretty much through to the back of kitchen. From there, you can get a line of sight all the way back through here from there. You can hold all the way back here just with a book, and it's really easy to do. But talking about the reinforcements inside, we use 3 upstairs, which means we must have used 6 down here. So we've done the 2 walls closest to the dining to memo door on the left and on the right. We've done the right side of the dining through into mudroom or laundry wall, the right side. We've done the middle of the dining room through into china. And we've done the kitchen wall through into pantry and the one wall we just mentioned about there, which goes down to the basement stairs. This area, by the way, is called China. Is named after this here. I guess it's called China Room. So, lines of sights and rotates. There's a lot of feet holes to be made here. Got feet holes here. A rotate here. And again, I'll go Y in a second. It takes so much longer with mute shotgun now we've been using Maestro. Feet holes along here, and these are really important. And then a rotate on either this side or this side. Most people choose this side. I don't necessarily disagree. I don't think there's a massive difference between the two, to be honest. And then finally, a line of sight over the top of pantry, just so you can C4 onto the stairs if you need to. If you can feel that someone's coming up pantry stairs, use those lineups to your advantage. Perfect, down onto where the window, someone was to vault in through the window. You can wait for that vault window sound command for someone to drop and then make use of the C4. Why have we made these? You need to be able to get through to memo from without using that door. By using this rotate here, it means you dodge the line of sight above. It also means if someone's on this door here, just holding that, you can actually sneak around the corner there and use that rotate. Use feet holes here. When you're a bit further back, you can actually see through into the bike storage. Wait, did I call bike storage earlier on in the video? This isn't bike storage. Bike's the other side. No, sorry, this is bike storage. I called, when we were talking about the other site, I called this bike storage, and this isn't bike storage. I do apologise. There is a bike there, but that isn't bike storage. Sorry, I take that back. Please forgive me. This is bike storage. So that's this side of them. I'm playing someone around. This is called Tetris, by the way, because it's shaped to like, I don't know why they call it Tetris. It's like an L shape, I guess. But this is called Tetris here. So if you hear someone say there's one behind Tetris, that's this. This is an important place to play, and these feet holes here are mega important. Reason being, if you don't make these feet holes, someone can just come through this door and have all this area here for free, except for this one door. All they need to do is like frag grenade this door, ying this door, flash this door. You're gonna have to move away, and all of a sudden they've got access to this room here, which is right next to the site, and they can plant here. It's a really, really powerful position as laundry. So you want to be making those feet holes there, so you can hold this area here. You can even stand up and hold it, so they can't see your feet. But you must hold that area. You must make those feet holes. If you reinforce both of these walls, it makes the job of defending this site a lot harder. Oh. Somebody just followed me on Twitch whilst I'm recording this. Whoever just followed me, thank you very much. If you don't follow me on Twitch, please do. Same as YouTube. Twitch.tv/A Littleton. Thanks very much. Live Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Anyway, this isn't an advert. So that's pretty much all the lines of sights. One little thing I'll say to you is, don't open this hatch necessarily. I mean, you can if you want, but you can make a cheeky line of sight using the hatch by just taking out the corner. And that means now you can hold that door below. I'll show you what that looks like from below. And it's got two benefits, two advantages. This is a common rush spot downstairs. People rush from here all the time, trying to rush up pantry stairs. Or from there, that's the angle that you get onto this door. It also means, though, if somebody's on pantry window, and I've done this multiple times whilst I'm streaming, you hold this door here. If somebody then turns up on this window, you can run down the stairs, and you can use the angle the other way onto the window. And you get some nice one-taps from here because no one's looking through this hatch. I haven't reinforced this wall, but I do recommend that you probably do reinforce this wall if you're going to be playing around pantry. If you've got spare reinforcements, reinforce that, because a butt coming through there, or a sledge, it just opens that angle for them for free. So reinforce that if I were you. I didn't mention that, I should have done. And that's about this site, done and dusted really. Don't forget, you've got C4 holes here if you want them. You can get C4s over into laundry. Again, you can do the same here and here. A ton of different places. One thing that's definitely worth mentioning, and this is a soft wall. Depending on how long you've been playing the game, you might not know this, but this painting is a soft wall. So you can actually make a rotate there, and it's a really good way of getting back into sight. Say, for example, they're holding memo, this area here. They're holding that door. Having a rotate here means getting back into sight. Sometimes it makes retaking a little bit easier, because now you come through a different angle into memo. Can make it a bit easier sometimes, but I tend to make that late in the round with an impact grenade if I need to. I tend to play Wamai on this side, and put Wamai discs around like laundry here. Behind here is a really good spot for a Wamai disc, and also obviously on pantry and pantry window around here. Playing in pantry early on is kind of important sometimes, because you're going to get an ace or a Habana, which will just come to this window, and they'll just open a line of sight from there all the way through kitchen, and it makes holding kitchen way more difficult, because they'll just open that line of sight and they'll just camp that window for the entire round, just waiting for somebody to walk across. So if you play in here early, as soon as the Habana pallets or the Ace Salma comes on that wall, you can just shoot it off and get rid of it. You can also pass through this door without ever being seen by that pantry window. You can come in and out of here as much as you want to. Obviously, you've got to worry about this window. That's pretty... Excuse me. I've just nearly sneezed there, but I've managed to block it. I've coughed and I've sneezed and I've burped, I think, in this video. That's unreal. So yeah, that's Dining Kitchen. A really fun site. And again, I think I would actually play this before I played AV Games. I would probably play Statue Trophy, Dining Kitchen, then go AV Games. So then finally, living room and library. I highly recommend you don't really play this site. Again, it's another one of those that isn't too bad if the 5 of you know what you're doing. Shout out Georgie's stack again, because those guys play a really good castle extension here. They castle this door, they castle this door, and they make rotates through here and through here. And you can play all the way across into piano whilst castling it off as well. Maybe I'll do a video about that at some point. But in terms of just the basic setup, it's not the easy site to hold. It's actually quite big in terms of the space that it covers. There's a lot of nice little plant spots. Like, you can plant behind this wall quite easily if you don't reinforce these. You can open this wall or this wall and plant tucked into the fireplace quite early on in the round if you can smoke it off or sense it off. It's just, I don't think it's a great site, personally. Again, unless you've got a specific strat for it. But in terms of rotates and reinforcements, we've got the 2 walls at the top end of the library going out towards art. The left side wall of the gallery, wall out into the red corridor. The triple wall over by the arch here, all 3 of those. And the 2 single walls down at the bottom of the living room that go down towards like the clock area, bottom astro area. Now in terms of reinforcement, in terms of rotates, you want to rotate here from living room into vault. Or gallery, sorry. You want to rotate here. Only needs to be a small one, just to peep out and to hold this corridor. If you don't make that rotate there and you find yourself in this position here, because we've reinforced these walls, you've got nowhere to go really. You can either go through that door or that door. They're your only way out really. By having this rotate here, it just means you can get out into red stairs and put pressure on here. You can go round to piano to art, or you can go back the other way again down towards main and sort of flank it. If someone, like, for example, if there's an attacker holding this angle, or holding this angle, or this angle, you're kind of stuck. You usually just like end up sitting like here, and you get grenaded out of here. You have to move, and then you get shot from the door. Having that rotate there just means you can get out if you need to. You can go back round onto main, put some pressure onto the front door, to main stairs, even into art, wherever it might be. And I don't think it takes much away from you as defender. Obviously, you're going to have to watch this. You can't just let attackers walk through here. Rotate here, holding this window into bathroom. It's quite a nice little place for attackers to jump in because people don't tend to hold it. But having this here also means you don't have to come through this door only. If so, like there's an attacker down, if they plant down the bottom here and they just hold this door and that's your only way through, it's a real problem. So by opening that rotate there, means that you can come through here and give yourself a different angle to try and retake from. Bear in mind, if you do open that, attackers will have a line of sight through some of the site there, although you don't get much. There's a little bit. Down at the bottom end, you've also got to consider bikes, but not bikes, because we called it bikes last time. It's called Mudroom. I've really got to remember that. You've got to look at this, and you definitely need some intel here. A Prox mine, a Legion mine, Ala, Malusi Banshee, Fenrir, whatever you're going to put down here, you need some intel down here. Or even maybe putting a zombie barrier low to use as a shield to peek over it and hold that window, because that is a common entry point there. But yeah, not the best site. Don't forget this hatch goes to basement. People forget this exists, but it's a hatch that drops into basement there, which is a useful way out. You can drop there and then come up the basement stairs at the back. I don't think I would play this, given you can break that. Given the opportunity, I would use the other 3 sites before this, unless you had a specific strat, as I say. But that's how I would set it up. The floor above is very soft. It's all around Games and Aviator, which is the first site that we discussed. So all of this is soft. So you're definitely, again, going to have a presence upstairs. I guess the good thing about this site is no one really knows how to attack it. So whether they'll do vertical on you or not, I don't know. One more thing about the map before we wrap it up. Did you know there's an Easter egg? I was speaking to someone who's been playing this game for longer than me, and they didn't know this Easter egg exists. So this block of cement, plaster, whatever that is, plaster, if you shoot this or punch this, it reveals a plaster cast or a statue, marble statue, whatever the material is, of Tachanka in like a lord sort of old Roman, Greek, Grecian like sort of robe. Not everyone knew that existed. I thought everyone knew that, but apparently not. Anyway, that sums up living room library. Again, I would play the other 3 sites before this if I had the choice. So there we have it, an absolute mammoth of a video. I wanted to collate them all to put them into one place, so it was just one easy resource to flick through and try and find what you need for the different sites, different maps, rather than scrolling through for different videos, which can get a bit tiresome. Hopefully it helps some of you out. I appreciate if you could do all the things that help me out when it comes to a like, comment, subscribe, and all that sort of good stuff. I really appreciate those getting involved with the channel. If you want to support any further than you already have by just watching, you don't have to, but if you want to, there's some links in the description below. But thank you very much for getting involved regardless, and I'll see you next time. Cheers.